the way from north to south. It's been a long time coming. Take it to the streets. Hit control, delete. Take it to the streets. Hit control, delete. crash party downtown. Someone said let's
Why, hello, my wonderful friends, and welcome on back to the Huntress Trials, the 5th installment of this wonderful competition here at RixGG. We're into day 2, we're into semi-final and grand final territory. I am your girl, your host and commentator as always, TK Layla, and joining me is not Sam, I'm afraid. Some technical issues on her side of things, but hopefully we'll see Sam again for some future events, but replacing them is the wonderful Paul Sybil. Welcome on in. It is good to see you.
I'm not sure I could ever truly replace Sam, let's be honest. Absolute legend right there. Unfortunately, internet issues do arise sometimes. Her loss is my gain at the very least, and I will do my best to tread on in her stead because we got some sick Valorant to look at today, Layla.
We absolutely do. As mentioned, it is top 4 day. It is time for those semifinals, and we will be kickstarting things off with former winners of Project X, and they will be going up against Freya. Remember, at this stage of the competition, all 4 teams are guaranteed a slice of our £2,000 prize pool. The loser of these 2 semifinals will be each walking home with $250, but you know they'll be eyeing up that big old prize of £1,000 in the grand finals if they can make it that far. As is usually the case, best of 3s from start to finish. And we have some very interesting and spicy stage bans already. I joked before we came out that who in the world in their right mind bans Ascent? I guess I threw the commentator's curse out early because it's banned immediately.
We weren't even on air and you got that one out of the way. And I mean, it does make sense for Freya to ban away Ascent, right? I know very little. I've been catching up on Huntress Trials best I can in the last 30 minutes, and something I saw real quick on VLR is 100% win rate. 10 for 10. Project X have never lost Ascent in a recorded competitive match. So if I was Freya, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near that.
Yeah, Bind was the other ban as well. That was Project X's ban, which means we already were guaranteed some very spicy stage rotations. And the best part is, and Viper mains are blessing in the chat, the first match is Icebox, followed by Haven, and if we get to match 3, Split will be where we end things. And I'm not going to lie, because Haven is match 2 and Icebox kickstarts the entire thing, 2 stages we didn't see on stream yesterday, they're both guaranteed stream time today.
And it's such a unique selection of maps to go through all 3, right? None of these play anywhere near each other. Like, there are some maps in Valorant where you can make arguments on one side or another. Like, there's some similar play. We're all over the board here, Layla. Every map is going to be its own animal, and I can't wait to get started.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely amazing. And obviously, we mentioned Icebox, we mentioned the Vipers. We know full well how amazing Viper is on that kind of a stage. You know, you've got that massive wide area in the middle, and then obviously those 2 very different zones. Like, we have the zone on the right, which is very closed in, very boxed in. There's a lot of like different height deviations, and then on the left hand side of the field, it's incredibly open. You've got maybe a crate to hide behind, but yeah, you've got so much to play around with, and that's why you love to bring a Viper into this mix. And you know, you have other agents that will be able to implement Viper so well with their utility.
And you know, the thing I always zone in on when we talk about Viper is 2 different things. But first, and arguably most important for me, is diversity in setups, right? I see a lot of teams who, you know, they go to B long on defense and they throw the same Viper wall up. It's not a bad wall, but I think Viper is best utilized on Icebox if, you know, we see Viper when she is taken around the map, when you save the walls, when you have a bunch of different angles to really make the enemy team think on their toes. So I can't wait to get into game here. Icebox is going to be great.
It's going to be a ton of fun, and obviously we've got a little bit of history between these 2 teams as well, because they both fought each other in the previous Huntress Trials. That was a 2-0 win for Project X, but again, you look at that scoreline and that doesn't tell you the whole story. It was a 13-6 in the first match on Ascent. The second match was Breeze, and that went into overtime because of course it did, 17-15. So whilst Project X will be comfortable knowing that they've beaten them before, Freya will know, hey, we took them to overtime. You know, we didn't win it, but we know we can go the distance with them. So, and a lot has changed in a month.
Yet another good reason, though, for Freya to have banned Ascent, right? The difference in how competitive those two maps were, night and day, right? Why bother with Ascent, the best map of Project X, when you can take them literally anywhere else? And we got to talk about Project X a little bit. I'm sure you know far more than I do. But from what I've been told, Project X is one of the lead teams in the female EU scene, right? They are constantly making top spots. I've already won one iteration of the Huntress tiles, came runner-up most recently, if I'm not mistaken. So Freya, I think they can be kind of happy about how these maps have played out in terms of pick and ban, but they're far from resting easy.
Oh yeah, we know full well that, you know, they've got so much experience on their side, so they know the kind of stakes at play at this time around. You know, making it 2 finals in back-to-back tournaments is definitely nothing to sniff at. You know, they're always walking home with a pretty decent chunk of this prize pool. But Freya, again, they'll know that at some point the cracks will start to show. At some point it will start to ebb and flow in their way, and again, they know that they're able to go the distance with this team, and obviously you ban out, as you say, their most popular, their most highly won stage of Ascent, and suddenly that blows open everything. I mean, Breeze isn't on this rotation, it didn't get picked, I think it was Split that got the nod instead, but yeah, you still have a stage like Icebox, and then we've obviously got the free zone game that is going to be Haven, which it always catches a lot of people out anyway, so honestly, it'll be hard to say which way this is going to go. I mean, you know, you look at the stats and you think, okay, well, Project X surely will make this 3 finals in a row, but we like to see a good little upset here, and Freya have been putting in the time.
Who doesn't love an underdog, right?
Exactly.
Oh, well, actually, a lot of people in competitive esports don't like underdogs, but they're you know, they're nerds, they're lame. We like to see the underdog stories coming on through. I believe we are about to head into the lobby here, if I am not mistaken, if I've heard our producer correctly. Yep, here we go. Icebox rolling out. Let's get this day started.
Yep, we absolutely are going to get that started. Oh, amusingly enough, Freya have decided to not lock in a Viper at all. They were fully locked in from the word go. We got a Reyna over there, Killjoy. There is going to be a Viper on Project X's side. And again, they didn't take that long to lock in either, so very different comps going into this. No Killjoy for Project X, but we got one for Freya. Both sides will rock the Jet. Both sides will rock the Sova. We got an Astra on Freya's side as well, so I'm interested to see how this is going to play out between these two.
Certainly a very different styles of play between these two teams, right? Freya coming out, they're going to have that Viper, which gives them a lot of control, but there's not much else beyond Viper and potentially Sage with the walls, depending on how Kyo actually decides to use those. But a lot of players have been favoring those walls for post plants rather than, you know, the old school put a wall in tube and forget about it for map control, right? Whereas Project X's style seems to be centered around 2 strong entries of their Reyna and their Jet, and then they can control a lot of the map. The Recon Dart gives them a lot of info, the turret, the Nano Swarms can all control areas, and obviously you have the Astra, which has omnipresence on any map. So this is going to be a clash of styles, and oh boy, already we're going straight towards the Viper. That's what I like to see, Layla.
Yeah, that's exactly what we like to see. And already we're going to start initiating towards the B side of the field. No, I'm just going to quickly get a couple of little picks in there.
Ooh.
And this is going to be very spicy indeed, and they're going all the way in here. Are they nuts?
That seemed to be a little bit more than Roxy bargained for. The good news is Project X do get on site and they get that spike planted, but they've lost B behind them, B long. So they have to work with very awkward map control, and Freya is closing in on their position.
Yeah, the worst part about this is that both the Jet and the Astra already hurt. That is a headshot for him, but so that's already a great start. They are going to lose 2 very quickly though, because Cinnamon and Kim are just deadly as a duo. So already back down to a level playing field. Cure, get the initial shot, but can't follow on up.
There we go.
Project X will turn it around to win the first pistol round.
One of the notes Naori gave me was watch out for Cinnamon. Cinnamon is very good and already off to a great start. Not only with the 3K, obviously, but also the positioning there, right? It was an awkward map state for Project X once they got that spike down. Cinnamon managed to get more toward Kitchen and give Project X options in that post plant, traded out her teammate very effectively to start, and that slowed things down for Freya. They no longer had the upper hand. Now Project X, they can go into this second round with a firm economic advantage.
Yeah, I think Freya have just decided to just not buy a single thing, just classics all the way. So they're going to be running into a lot of spray as a result, and it's going to be Kim who gets first blood on this, make that a nice lovely double. Once again, Kim and Cinnamon just synergizing so well in the early stages, and we'll see if they can keep that up throughout the rest of the tournament. Smurfette sprays through the smoke. This could be the first flawless off the stream. No, it is not. One does go down. Reyna can't overheal in time to make anything happen from there, but again, 2-0 for Project X. Nice early lead in the early stages.
A little bit agreed. Just a little bit agreed, but it all works out just fine, right? You only drop one Spectre. It's still going to be a bonus round, fine and dandy for Project X. So now we have to look at Freya, and the onus is kind of on them to get away from this round cleanly. If they don't, they're going to be broke. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. So the first round, they had a lot of aggression down mid. It was a gambit. The second round, I mean, you're very rarely ever going to win that second round unless you force. So what is the play this time? We have that early B wall. I'm not quite able to set up that one-way, though, in a very vulnerable position now, but still wins the gunfight versus Smurfette.
Yeah, that'll put some a little bit of confidence, but however, Seven said that, guess what? It's Cinnamon and Kin coming at it again and retaking that player advantage. And this is going to be a nice little quick swap for Cinnamon. Spike will be planted once more on the B. They haven't gone into A1s at all, and that is going to be that for the time being. What can Freya do from here?
It's a difficult situation. They don't have much. They use the recon dart already. Maybe Adaki can get an entry in off the jet, but oh boy, no way.
Well, they got it to half.
Okay.
They got
That's not
one
bad.
checkpoint, but it's only the Sage, and unfortunately can't do anything with that. And guess what? That's a quad in the early stages for Cinnamon.
Very rough stuff there. And that's one of the things about that early Viper wall over in B long, right? It doesn't give you many options. And the fact that Hindubyum was basically playing that position alone, there's no support. So if all 5 members go, even if Hindubyum trades 2 for 1 there, right? It's still Project X getting pretty confidently onto the B site most of the time. It's why I think that wall is kind of falling out of fashion. Gonna be seeing a different one now. I like this one better. It's more of a retake wall for that B site, but it's just Sheriffs now for Freya. They're gonna need something pretty impressive this round to stop Project X from getting a 4th.
Yeah, and Smurfette will kickstart things off nicely for Project X. Just quickly moving that through, and good headshot for Hinder. That was beautifully timed. The spike has been planted, and unfortunately can't keep themselves up on that one. Roxy and Glance getting themselves both on the scoreboard. 4-2 advantage for Project X with another successful plant.
And Project X just seems so I cannot believe that Roxy didn't see Lammy there. Oh my. That's a gun recovered, actually. I'm going to hold my tongue for a second because Lammy can at least do some pretty decent damage.
Ultimate coming out. Smurfette loses to the Sheriff, so it's a 2v2 situation. Odaki will pick up the rifle, but unfortunately dashes straight into the bullet spread. And Kim nets a double to keep that point alive for Project X.
Not bad, all things considered for Freya. They did what they could with what little economy they had, but it doesn't get you around in the end, and Project X are stacking cash. They've been so confident. Look at this position from Smurfette, right? I mean, every single gunfight that Project X take, they have no fear. Worst case scenario, I lose this and my teammate trades me out. Best case, I just roll the entire enemy team. That's the kind of confidence you love to see.
Speaking of confidence, we've got Odaki coming out with the Marshall. Let's see if they can get any kind of tags with this. And it looks like they might actually think about an A push for a change, Project X. Mixing things up a little bit. Obviously, Freya are completely spread out a fair bit. And Glance gonna fire out the bolt. And takes out the drone as well.
And those early rounds, always mid, always B, have tricked Freya so effectively. Look, nobody's home. Project X, they're knocking, but A's open for leasing at this point. It's going to be a very easy plant. Not much to do on the retake here. At least Freya still have all 5 people standing, but this is going to be difficult.
I mean, look at one of them is all the way over on B, so they're having to really quickly rotate through. So it's awkward as heck here for Freya. And that's going to be the location revealed though. So Bolt does go down. Cinnamon finds the rest of the group. Gets one headshot at least. Trades out against Sova.
Okay.
And suddenly Freya get themselves a player advantage. Can they actually see this through though?
Gonna be difficult. Smurfette evens up the scoreboard. Now it's just 2 versus 2. Still players so far. This post plan is just nasty. Shock darts being lobbed in and a recon just keeps them off the spike so very long. I don't think we have enough time at this point. It's getting ever so close, and with Glance, Kim both swinging out to just dissuade Noya, there's nothing Freya can do. They can't even keep their guns.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, but again, Project X, they know what they can do. They just stalled out the time, knowing full well as long as they stayed off that spike, it was always going to be theirs for the taking. Again, Smurfette at least getting that double going down, a 2-for-1 special. And it just means that Project X continue to extend their lead 5 in a row at this stage.
And it was a great post-plant setup too, right? With Cinnamon and Smurfette taking most of the contact first, and then Glance, Roxy, Kim all staying back and knowing that they have the utility to deny an actual defuse. They don't have to take the first gunfight. It's just great discipline from Project X. Once again, it's eco for Freya. This first map admittedly was Project X map pick, right? So it's no surprise that they are this good on it. But this is looking like we're gonna get onto Haven pretty quick here.
Does seem that way, doesn't it? 3-2 advantage for Project X with another successful spike plant. And again, Kim just quickly runs back the way they came, covering off as many angles as possible. Obviously, they've got the wall up as well. And now that it does dissipate, no more sound blocking for them. But again, Cure, very close. Very, very close to this spike here.
Oh.
Tries to get the headshot, can't quite make it. The rain comes in to try and take full advantage. And actually does get one. They take out Smurfette. Goes down to Cinnamon, so it's a 2v1 situation, and unfortunately, the Sheriff just can't hit the target. 3 for Cinnamon as they take a 6-0 lead.
A valiant effort there from Freya. They do all they can in that situation, right? Noya going forward, playing around the wall, trying to be that first line of defense while Kyo goes for the spike defuse, but the wall breaks pretty easy. There was the perfectly placed star into the gravity well that just kept the defuse off the entire time, so Project X could focus on fighting Cinnamon there, and now we're up 6-0. It is... this is a well-timed tactical timeout, right? Because Freya need to figure something out in the next few rounds. Project X are running circles around them.
Yeah, every single time they just keep going away with just more and more eco on their side of the field, and it just seems to be an uphill battle for them at the moment. The placements have been perfect. They've always been going out in a solid duo. Smurfette and Cinnamon have been holding their own, getting doubles in the process of going down, so it always keeps the player advantage on their side of the field. And yeah, Freya, well, they've got specials on their side. They've pretty much got all bar jets set and ready to go, but Project X has 3 of their own as well. And we know how devastating the Killjoy ult can be for planting.
I think the way Freya should play this is around this Viper's Pit, right? The Viper's Pit coming out early, you can kind of funnel Project X where you want them. Stack the rest of the map, leave Hinderbium, like, at least somewhat alone. And I believe that's what's going to happen. Waiting for the sound cue. No Viper's Pit actually being initiated, but a pick on the Smurfette. You know what? That ain't bad either. It's a bloodbath in mid, but 2 for 2 overall.
Yeah, it's down to a 3v3 situation. Make that 3v2 as Hinberg gets the jump on Kim for a change. Reyna at very low health, but we know that can change the second she gets a kill. But we're gonna have to be very careful here. Freya with 2 specials at the ready. We know Cinnamon did activate Empress, but they're gonna go down. So maybe this could be the point that Freya needs to get themselves back in. Headshot for Glance. Gonna fire off the arrow. Let's see if they can still somehow pull this off. And bearing in mind they do have an ult, but they probably will not use this against the 1v2.
Glance is in a difficult spot. I have no idea where the other 2 are, though. She gets the first. Nice.
If Project X somehow still get this point, oh my god, they don't know! They didn't know Glance was there! And that is gonna be a tasty triple. And Project X still somehow walk away with 7 points in a row.
Glance is playing 3D chess. How does she know where the jet is going there? How do you know where Odaki is? How do you ever suspect that that's where they've lurked? That's just insane right there. Beautiful work from Glance. That is not a situation most players win. And now we're 7-0. Freya realized, hey, we got to start putting some half buys, some light buys on the board because things are getting a little bit difficult, and it's just business as usual for Project X. Smurfette back into the same spot, Cinnamon on the cover. How can you slow these two down?
You just can't, it seems. Roxy's going to take down Odaki. Noi at least gets one overheal straight back up and gets the heck out of there. It's a 2v4 situation. Viper's Pit did go up as well, but Viper's down, so it is just the Reyna. They activated 2 specials on the side of Freya, and it looks like it's going to be all for naught.
Project X looked like they came to play today. I don't know what they ate for breakfast, but I would like a lifetime subscription to whatever service provides that food. This is so insane. How confident they are. Just every single gunfight, they know they're gonna win. Smurfette got bodied the last time she went on top of Tube. Doesn't matter. She goes straight back there this round, says, you know what? You're not pulling it over on me twice. Decimates Kyo on that first gunfight. And this is just so hard. When a team is so in the zone as Project X are, comebacks become few and far between. And look at this. Every single time, they're just on the exact same page. They have these early rounds played to perfection.
And again, there's only one over on B. They've got the wall, but pretty much everybody else is pretty much scattered in mid. So they're trying to rotate back in to try and get some form of spray going. But look, pretty much everybody of Project X are over B.
Though. This is actually really good. Freya have read that the early round commitments thus far from Project X have been 4 to 5 players every single time. They heard the tailwind over in B long, so they adjust their sights. They wall off mid. There's only one true direction that Project X can go without giving over any info. They're gonna break the wall and try and make things tricky, but with that deep position from Kyo, I mean, Freya know this is coming at.
Yeah, pretty much everybody in A, and look at that, that's the double, make that the triple. It's a 4v2 situation,
Nice.
and now it is just the Jet, it is just Smurfette against the entire team. The Flawless may come, but it's not going to be for Project X, but it's not going to be for Freya either.
30 seconds left.
Well, I think there was a res also, so I don't know if it was technically a flawless, but no way. No, 14 health, 16 health. Has to reload, actually gets out of there. But I mean, there's just no time at this point, right? All somebody has to do from Freya is survive. Okay, we're good. Got a little nervous. We're okay though.
It's like, why
Freya
would you
play that? Okay, go for it.
Why in the world would you just queue up on the heckin' rail like that? Are you asking for that?
Look. Occasionally we just go for it around here, you know. I love how Freya played that round as a whole, though, right? The very, very defensive wall from Hindbryum is the adjustment we needed to see, because even though Project X were able to get over toward B, they really couldn't do anything with it because that wall kept them locked out long enough for rotates, for map control for Freya. That's what we need to see for these next 3 rounds in order to end this half in a place where Freya can consider making this map competitive.
Another wall broken down by Smurfette, immediately starting to advance towards the wonderful A spot. And look again, everybody pretty much there, bar one. I think it's the Viper all the way over on B. So again, just biding their time, and guess what's coming? It's EMP time.
I like this from Odaki. This can get nasty. We look in the right direction. Ooh! Managed to take out Kim. Now things are difficult for Project X. Even if they get the spike down, they have nowhere to run. Oh, never mind. Odaki's leaving. They have somewhere to run, but they have to clear it.
How quickly everything can change. Roxy's gonna just throw out a trap almost immediately, and now just hug the corner for dear life. Let us see what Freya are made of. Can they make back-to-back points here? As Odaki slowly walks forward, both angles are covered, and it's gonna be Cinnamon who gets one. Roxy gets the other. And this is looking like it'll be Project X's point again.
This post plan is just so strong. 2 players standing. Lurk coming around through mid from Smurfette. Difficult situation there for Freya. I think I would have liked to have seen Odaki commit to that lurk, that flank, just a little bit longer, right? Long enough for a more serious challenge. I think they still had the tailwind to get out of dodge if things got hairy. It's obviously not an easy call to make. And, you know, going back and grouping up with the team is a perfectly viable answer. But when you're going up against Project X, they have such strong post plant, right? If they can get away to that safe position back behind rafters on A, even if you win most of the gunfights, it's just so difficult to actually pull the defuse off.
You're 100% right with that. And again, it looks like that B push is coming almost immediately. Viper's wall is up. Smurfette already on cue. But again, Project X are holding back just a little bit this time round. And Smurfette quickly go through. He gets one headshot. Nice and tasty. They'll immediately see the second.
Way.
That's a double. Can they get the triple? They do get the triple. Finally get taken down. But again, the damage is done.
A gun has been recovered now, too. This isn't an impossible situation here for Freya. They've put in enough work on B to stop the plant, so Project X have to go all the way across the map. The real problem is where Roxy is, because I doubt that Freya is going to clear that angle, which means Roxy probably gets at least one from that position, and then we're looking at a 1v3, 1v2 at best kind of scenario if it gets traded out quickly. Certainly not roses here for Freya. This gets more difficult and more difficult.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, and Roxy again. I love that. Just patiently waits for them to land. They haven't turned around, and that is always going to be an easy elimination for Project X. So 10-1 is going to be the scoreline as we enter the last point before we do the
One
old
enemy
switcheroo.
remaining.
Yeah, I mean, no one's going to clear that angle. No one in the world, right? No player in their right mind is clearing that angle when you can get contested from A, right? So not much Freya can do once they've lost control of the round like that. One last chance to get a second round before we flip over to the attacking side. I am still of the opinion that Icebox lends itself towards attackers, but it's not really night and day.
Get out of my way.
So when rounds start like that, things are looking rough.
Wall gonna come up from the Asher, so good old sound nullification. Odaki does have the knives out. Tries to fire it, unfortunately misses every single one of them. And Roxy is gonna take them out from range. It is a 4v1 situation. The plan again successfully made for Project X.
You should
And
run.
I think Neuer knows full. Oh gosh, and the EMP as well. It's basically a do not go here sign.
Yeah. At this point, whatever Neuer does here, it's just for confidence, right? You get one, sick. You don't, oh well. We're 11-1. You're going next on the on Haven, right? This was Project X's first map pick. You knew it was going to be a difficult map, and I mean, I don't think anyone knew how difficult. Project X looked like they're playing on another level right now.
I mean, former winners for a reason, bringing all of that experience and then making sure that they do as much work as they possibly can in the early stages to book that ticket into Grands for what would be the third time in a row. But they've got to score 2 more points to take the initiative in this set first as we begin our second pistol round.
I mean, it all weighs on this pistol, right? Freya have to win it, because otherwise we're looking at a very bad force at best for round 2, and then, you know, the map is just over. So Freya has to pull off something here. They head toward A. They've got the wall up. Recon dart aggressively. I don't think it gives them any solid information, but at least they trade out pretty darn well.
Yeah, for the free advantage, Sage can heal that back up if they want, and in fact, that's Neuer taking out Kim as well. They are going to start coming on up, but again, Neuer quickly gets themselves up, allows the Chuck Dart to go first. I think the server did catch a glimpse of them, and actually gets the better of Neuer in the process. The spike is planted, but it's a 2v2 now. Killjoy goes down. Now it is just the Sova left of Glan, and can't hold any longer than that. Well, they did exactly what you asked them to do. Freya, take the pistol round.
You know, I'm gonna be honest, Layla. My first instinct, I was screaming in my head, no, stop pushing them, Freya! Play for time, please! But at this point, honestly, I'm not against it. They won the fights, and you need to get some level of morale back in the comp. Yes, we won the pistol. Yes, we can get some guns now. The map, and future maps are not totally over. We can make this look more competitive. So I'm fine with it. Let's see some more aggression from Freya.
Also, a double Marshall strategy, along with a frenzy for one of them as well. The Marshall will take out one, well, take out the drone at the very least. Can they get a shot with this? No, they can't. Neuer gets it from range with the Ghost. And that is going to get them all the way into B. And in fact, picking up the Marshall in the process.
Love this position from Audaki too. Ooh. Oh, didn't get seen by Roxy actually. No one has any idea that Audaki is coming around from there. So that's going to be super powerful in this post plant. This flank is going to be nasty. Oh, would have probably been hurt. I think actually updrafted there. So either way, it's just something you have to consider as Freya, or as Project X now.
Right, Kyo get the elimination. Kim gets the elimination with the frenzy as well, of all things. And Kim finds us go down. The triple for the Sage is going to mean that Freya are going to get that 3rd point on their bag. 2 for 2 in the second half.
I love how chaotic comms can get in Valorant right there. Because this part is just hilarious to me, right? Like, Kyo's looking for him, and it's just like, oh, they're behind me? Oh, that's the call? Oh, okay, no worries, I got it. They don't know I'm there either.
It's great. It's like two ships sailing in the middle of the night. They just somehow manage to pass each other, and then at the last second go, oh, right, there you are.
Yeah. It's still pretty difficult for Freya, even though they've won those first 2 rounds too, right? Because now we're in a bonus, but there's not really room for a bonus loss for Freya, right? So when rounds start off with Hindubium dying, off an aggressive push from Project X up mid, it gets tricky because it's not enough to just damage economy in this 3rd round of the half like it normally would be. The first half was so dominant swung towards Project X, you kind of need to go for the win, and yeah, poor Audaki.
Yeah, nothing they could have done from that situation. Smurf had the right angle, right time and everything. Cure is going to get the wall and the slow down spray up as well as the spike gets planted successfully. 3 times in a row now that has happened for Freya, but they've got to take full advantage of this. Unfortunately, they do have a player down, and they know Project X will be coming in swinging here.
It's definitely going to be a difficult hold for Freya. Nice swing from Kyo. Just challenge for another. Oh, it all goes wrong. It all goes wrong so quickly, and Lamb is the only one left. Project X clean it up. Beautifully done by Project X, and yet again another difficult situation for Freya there. Kyo had to be the one to plant to get the res, but then Kyo was the one in the forward position, couldn't get away because you were down to 3 players. There's no one to provide visual cover, right? We were out of smokes for Freya, so Kyo can't get away in res. So has to play contact here. Good on the first one, but then it just doesn't go well for Freya. Now we're going to be on match point, or map point rather, for the rest of this map, however long or short it may be.
Yeah, Freya are going to have to now win so many matches on the trot. I mean, we saw that spree from Project X. It's going to be very hard to replicate that on Freya's side of things, but they know they're going to have to go all in. Because they know this is the only thing they've got left going for them, and it looks like the hard push is coming all the way onto A, and most of Project X, to be fair, are nowhere near them. Only 2 on the point, but they've got plenty of utility down. Madaki going to quickly zip wire on over there, and now the rest of them slowly following. The toxins are low. They are going to go down. Somehow Hinba lives from all of that. 4 health and a dream, pretty much.
You will not
This dream's going to quickly turn into a nightmare if Freya aren't careful here. They are completely boxed in and dropping players rapidly. There's nowhere to go. They have to win dry gunfights.
They somehow managed to pick Roxy off from the top. Glance goes down, but Smurfette takes one back. But crucially, it's just the Reyna.
There we go.
No Reyna. And Freya, from a very precarious position, are gonna get themselves another point.
Noya taking out that player behind was critical, right? The player holding up on top of the stairwell. That player needed to die immediately because you know there are 3 coming from your flank. You have to focus all of your efforts on one front. So being able to dispose of the distraction, the 180 crossfire, very well done. Now for the first time in this whole map, Project X are on Eco, so we can presumably start getting a 5th round for Freya. Still a very long way from any semblance of an overtime, much less a comeback, but it's looking better and better for Freya.
Yeah, this is exactly what they need. Obviously, massive amounts of pressure on them. They're full well. If they make any kind of mistake, Project X will capitalize not just for the point, but for the win as well. Like you said, it's basically an endless match point at this stage. And Glance, they know they can take their time with this. They don't have to go rushing on in. They've got plenty of time on their side. And Smurfette just hanging on the top crate with knives out.
Yeah, no need to rush into some sort of trap that Project X might be setting up somewhere, right? The last thing you want to do is lose a map when it's guns when you're playing an anti-eco, right? That's a morale killer right there. So clear everything slowly, get yourself some easy wins. Oh boy, they see Roxy. There we go.
I was going to say, Roxy, I thought someone was going to get away with that, but Lance goes down as well. And that is Viper's Pit, I believe, going on up as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what they needed. That will be a successful plant onto A once again. 5 versus 3 situation.
Oh.
Road goes out. I was going to say, how did they miss that? Smurfette gets 2 for the knives, but finally goes down in the end. Getting 2 off the board at the very least, but crucially, Freya with 3 alive make this 5-12.
Freya is still paying Project X a lot of respect, though. First playing that round very slowly, disciplined, clearing everything before settling on that A hit. And then second, actually investing the Viper's Pit on an anti-eco, right? That's a pretty critical ultimate once you've actually gotten the spike down. It's situational, but powerful when you can use it. Not having that for these future rounds makes comebacks even more and more difficult. We're pretty far from any meaningful ults for Freya outside the Empress. Noya's been pretty good. I would argue the standout player for Freya, but an Empress only gets you so far.
Yeah, and especially when you consider the fact that not only is the Empress ready on Project X's side as well, so too is the EMP. Lance immediately spot 1, and that is a loud sounding operator. So again, that'll just sort of like trade out the information back and forth between the two teams. And again, everybody being incredibly patient. Nobody wants to take this first move, and Smurfette, it's always scary when you see Smurfette with the op.
Well, and Odaki playing the op on the attack, this first contact is critical. Because you're playing so slow, because you're wanting Odaki to get a pick, you're hoping to force Project X into you. But then Odaki falls. This whole minute that you've spent has been for nothing. And now Freya have only 40 seconds to decide where they want to go.
I have the spike.
And Spike is picked up, and they are going to have to get a move on. And I bet you anything Project X will know. The rotation is going to come to B. And you can see the wall is going to come up, and so too is the EMP.
Beautiful.
And a spray through the wall for Glance. Gets themselves the numbers advantage once again. Oh, the wrong time to pull out the ult.
Got them all. 1 enemy remains.
A little bit ambitious there, but it's 3 detained. It's over in an instant. There's nothing that Freya could do. A 13-5 dominant map from Project X. Freya, credit where it's due. On their attacking side, they looked far more competitive once they actually had some agency, right? But, I mean, when Project X come out that hot to start off a map with that much fire, it's a pretty quick GG go next.
Yeah, it turned out so quickly there, and just that entire first half. We thought it would be close between these two, but goodness gracious me, to only have the 1 point in that first half was ludicrous. And you know, we talked about Cinnamon and Kim in the early stages, just synergizing off themselves completely. And then you've got Smurfette, who was able to rack up 24 hecking kills throughout the entire session. It speaks volumes to how well coordinated Project X are. And again, like I said, credit where credit's due to Freya. They did so well to try and force something back in that second half. They were much more comfortable, but even then, as you say, still giving them just a little bit too much respect, taking too much time, and Project X, you know, they only need 1 more point. They'll happily take all the time in the world.
Certainly. And I mean, it all came down to those first 4 rounds, right? The dominant display from Project X in those first 4 rounds got them so much momentum. Even when good plays came out for Freya, like this round, or like when Noya would pop off, or, you know, you would suddenly find yourselves in a 3v1. There's that little itch in the back of your mind. Hey, we're really far down right now that you can't get rid of. You just can't. And it's a difficult scenario for any team at any level of Valorant to play through. You gotta commend him too. Look at that. Who does that, Smurfette? Who just charges in like that, knowing they're gonna win all those gunfights? I mean, you don't always, especially when you're that brazen with it. But the sheer, I've said it so many times already, but I'll say it once more. Confidence is absurd, and it makes it so hard to play for Freya.
It really does, and with that being said, we are going to get ourselves a quick little breather as we hop on away and prepare ourselves for matchup number 2. But yeah, we will be back in just a moment for the second matchup. We had Icebox, now we have Haven. We'll be seeing that for the first time this weekend in just a moment when we return for the 5th installment of the Huntress Trials. welcome back everyone to the 5th installment of the Huntress Trials here at RixGG. Just before the break, we saw a 13-5 match go in the vicinity of Project X, taking out Freya quite comfortably in that first half. Freya did show signs of life in that second half, but unfortunately the damage was very much done in that first half for Icebox. And now, to be fair, that was Project X's pick. They are incredibly confident with that stage. So we'll see if the same can be said of Freya as we move into match number 2, which for the first time this weekend will feature the Triple Zone Classic, Haven.
Oh yeah, one of everybody's favorite maps, at least one of mine. And you know, I think there's a bit of good news and a bit of bad news for Freya as we move on to Haven, right? The good news, obviously, you're going onto your own map pick. The other good news, last time map 1 wasn't particularly close between these two either, right? They played in the last Huntress Trials and Project X. It was 13-6 in favor of Project X, so pretty close to what we saw on Icebox, all things considered. But then, in that previous match, they moved on to Breeze, and it was 17-15. It was overtime. It was a banger, right? So Freya, I don't think they should count themselves out just because, you know, the first half of the entire match was 11-1. The bad news is, based on what we saw in Icebox, I'm not sure Haven actually favors them too much, right? A lot of what Project X was doing was just hard hits on specific sites and then messing with Freya's perception of the map. On other rounds where Freya had actually successfully tried to counter-strat it, there was once when it went well, once in that entire half, but we're going to need to see some sort of adaptation, some composition, I think, that covers the map more effectively than the comp we saw from Freya on Icebox.
Yeah, you're pretty much right with that one. And every single time we thought Freya were getting themselves back in, Project X, the entire first half really did speak for itself. And even when the side did switch on out, and obviously you had Freya actually get that pistol round, which was incredibly crucial for them, Project X, they knew they would come back to them eventually, and you know, they still were getting picks with what they had on the table. So yeah, especially with a stage like Haven, where, you know, you've got so many more areas and angles to have to cover, it's going to be interesting to see what the comps are going to be like. They were very different between the pair of them going into Icebox, so we'll see if the same can be said. And again, look at Project X, already fully locked in. Both sides are going to be bringing a Sky, both sides are bringing a Killjoy and a Jet and a Sova. So the only real difference then is that it's going to be the Astra versus the Omen.
Yeah, I already love this comp from, well, both these teams, really. But Freya's adjustment compared to what they were running on Icebox, right? This comp offers you a lot more control. I do think I personally prefer the Astra. Gives you a little bit more variety of options between the gravity well, the fake smokes, and the constant threat of just stars sitting on the map, right? But Omen is a fine fill-in. Omen's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, and does the same thing in the fact that Omen can also help cover the entirety of the map. This is a good composition for Freya to slow down Project X. It's going to help them a lot in that sense. We just need to see how the execution goes.
And naturally, the usual pistol shenanigans for the pistol round. We got a couple classes, we got a couple ghosts. Smurfette's feeling extra spicy and bringing in that frenzy, so we know full well what Smurfette's probably going to do with that up close and personal, running and gunning. And it's going to be Kill already onto C Long, which, let's face it, when we talk about Haven, we very rarely talk about anybody going for a B plant because it's either A or it's either C. Very rare is it to see anybody go into the middle to try and go for a plant. And that spike is being left on C Long for the time being.
Ooh, this is a great Trailblazer, though, from Project X. That got so much information, and they're going for it. You know it. Project X, they're swinging on out, blowing them to smithereens. Cinnamon and Smurfette, the classic duo. Nothing stops them. Ooh. Landing getting some damage in, and it ends up being a trade. Not terrible for Freya, but now Project X, they know. Look, sharks to chum in the water right now.
And unfortunately caught with the reload as well. The last thing that you want to be doing, and that is going to be a very quick pistol round starting off once again in the favor of Project X.
Who does that? Who gets information that there's 3 players in C Long and goes, yeah, I can make this work. Yeah, 2v3. Let's go. Let's go. Fists up. Come on. We're fighting it out. Cinnamon and Smurfette. Nobody slows them down. Like I said, the composition Freya running will help once they get on defense. That's pretty far away from now. And, you know, obviously we're going into the second round. Freya have decided not to buy up here. So it's difficult to imagine they do anything other than maybe just like...
Big flash coming on out though, and Noah's gonna get the pick, and to be fair, so does Skill, so suddenly it's going back the way it came. Glass is gonna make sure the numbers go back somewhat, but Freya have made it onto site.
And they actually take out Glance too. That's several weapons given over to Freya, but Smurfette puts them all in the ground. Nothing stops her. A dash out because the vision was obscuring, but you can just wait. Go for the reload. This is a perfectly timed crossfire. And Lammy wasn't able to do squat there. 4 on the round for Smurfette. Insane work. I mean, most of those kills were teed up, right? Low health. But the ability to just instantly toggle your brain to the next target. One of the reasons that Smurfette is a force to be reckoned with.
1 second, peeps. I gotta visit the Astros.
Already starting as they mean to go on. Obviously, you know, it is still early days. Kim doing some wonders already with the Astra, just popping down the smokes here and there. And obviously, not being killed yet. But again, this is the first 2 points. The last time I mentioned that yesterday, I think we had it was like 10 rounds and somebody hadn't died yet. The second I mentioned it, boom, they died. So, knowing my luck, Astra will be one of the first ones to drop. But generally, Astra is more on the back foot than anything else. Cinnamon sits below the turret, sprays through the smoke, just about gets away with it, but can't get the pick they were looking for. Still, information that they're gathering, that is going to quickly run on down. 3v3 situation.
Freya, they tried to set up some counterplay there, expecting Project X to get aggressive on their bonus round, but even still, they traded 2 for 2, all things considered. I think Project X might have even... No, I don't think they got away with any weapon upgrades now. They're still working with those Spectres. But Freya just have no idea where they've gone, right? Project X grouping up, pushing out through A. They are going to get spotted by this alarm bot. The second this happens, I want to see Freya just go. Just go for it. Charge through. Doesn't matter if they go A, B, C. I just want to see them plant. Yes. Okay, perfect.
Sweet. So, 2 Jinxes done and dusted. The plant is going down on B, which I thought wasn't going to happen at all. And also, the Astra is down already in the early stages. So, yeah, everybody has a death on the board, and that is going to be a successful plant right in the middle. And we're going to see if Project X could somehow do themselves another retake.
I like the idea on this retake. It's tricky to pull off, though, because you have minimal angles to actually fight on the spike board. That's insane! Are you kidding me? Smurfette just spamming the wall right through the gong. Gets that easy kill, and now Project X 3-0. And that, oh man. What a beautiful round from Project X, right? The push out A, not only does it group them up, does it maximize their potential to trade and make the round at least expensive for Freya, but eventually it actually gets them all the way around. Smurfette picks up one of the Vandals that Freya dropped earlier and is able to pull off insane things like that. Another eco here for Freya now, and it is looking very similar to Icebox thus far.
It really is, and what's the word that Sam likes to use? What's the Sam that... Oh yes, jank. It's another janky buy for Freya. You're here in spirit, Sam, okay? We got you.
I mean, you can get some work done with the Sheriffs, but I don't know. I'm not expecting Freya to come up with anything crazy here. I like the idea of clearing Garage. Come on. You had the Aldrin out. No? No, okay. Well.
It's like pokes of a stick. Go on. But it looks like they're going to start rotating back the way.
Boy.
But Omen is getting... Okay, they didn't get the information that the Omen was there. Thankfully, it did time out just in time. But Roxy, crucially, does get the pick on Lammy. Odaki gets in on the action on Kim as well. And again, look at the trades happening back and forth on the feed. Now, it's a 2v2 situation. And this is going to be very dangerous here. Freya does have the spike. They're going all the way to A because A is clear. They should be able to get the spike down, but Smurfette is on the run. And let's see. Sprays through. That gives their location away, but crucially, they're going to see if they can pincer this around.
And just look at the understanding of where everyone is on the map. Project X They know that nobody is going to be all the way back, so they send Cinnamon over, clearing that out. And the amount of time that's been spent, Freya has no information whatsoever. Here comes the push in. And already, you have to evacuate the site. At least Noya gets the first. No way. Okay, good. Freya actually managed to flip that. Noya coming up clutch there. I was worried. They were in a line right there, Layla. I thought Smurfette was just going to bowl him down.
In all fairness, was thinking the same thing, because they both just went into the corridor, and it's like, uh-oh, this is the worst place you could have probably gone to. But they made it work. They got the pick when they needed to this time around. And, well, it's not a sort of like 7, 8 in a row this time around for Project X. They get 3, and finally, despite the jank, Freya do make it work.
Yeah.
They get themselves the points on the board.
And unlike Icebox, the first 3 rounds were not so dominant that Project X can just ride that economy, right? They've lost 1 round, they're already out of money, right? Because the rounds were so close. They were only surviving with generally 2 players each time. So now Freya actually have the economic advantage. Pushing onto A is going to be a little bit difficult. This is where the Killjoy util is set up, so you're going to get spotted, and then the rotates will come through. I love this stack from Project X too, just completely willing to retake the A site. So even if there's no bloodshed before the spike gets planted, it's not the worst situation for Project X.
Enemy tagged.
Yeah, tagging the turret, so again, they'll know the utility's there, but they won't know that nobody else. But guess what? Project X is rotated almost immediately. Tries to get the spray down, but Kyo is going to get the better of Roxy on this situation. So, already with the player advantage, will they go for the spike? Yes, they will now. Planting successfully takes the recon out. In fact, actually, the spike hasn't been planted yet. Odaki had to try and go through, but it doesn't matter. Freya just takes out the rest of the bodies. And that is going to quickly get them back into this matchup.
What a great round from Freya. Now I'm starting to see why they wanted to go to Haven, right? That was a clean, prepared, I hesitate to call it a post plant, but a defense of the A site once they got onto it, right? Kyo was perfectly prepared for the recon dart. Project X, they weren't able to interrupt the spike plant fully. They tried to go for an interrupt. They tried to catch Freya off their rhythm, but Freya was just ready. Locked it down solid. Now they have a beautiful economy moving forward. Project X are still out of money too, because they kind of force spot that last round. I mean, Smurfette apparently only needs knives to still be, you know, a monster. Unsurprising coming from her. But this isn't an easy round for Project X, and Freya, they're looking good.
Big old push coming. Unfortunately, Glance took the shot just a little too early. And as a result, Freya will just charge onto C. They'll get the spike successfully. And it's going to be Project X who are just going to lose all of their members almost immediately. And Freya, with 4 specials online, by the way, are going to tie this up. Oh, sorry, make that 5 specials. Yeah, Killjoy got it just in time as well.
Yeah, all the ults up for Freya now, and that makes things more difficult for Project X. Yes, they're going to have guns again. Smurfette, even with the op, going down A long, it seems. But it's still not easy, because if you can't maintain control of A long here, then Freya can set themselves up to just throw out 3 ultimates and force their way onto the A site, roll over whoever's still standing there, right? And that goes for most of the sites. C, obviously, the most difficult, because it has the Killjoy and Astra utility set up for it. But Freya, they're in a good spot to actually take their first lead of the series.
Yeah, bearing in mind they never took the lead at all in the match on Icebox. It was just that dominant. And the Ray is going to come out. Immediately tries to catch anything with this. Kyo doesn't get caught in the slightest glance. Roxy, Glance.
One
Just
enemy
look
remaining.
at the spread. And once again, Project X are back in control. It's a 4v1 situation. It is just the Killjoy left. That is unfortunate for Freya.
Oh, spotted too. Adaki doesn't have a very good shot of even making this expensive for Project X. And I think Freya were maybe a little bit hasty that round, right? They wanted to play off their ultimates. They wanted to keep their momentum from previous rounds, right? They had successfully fought Project X. They were feeling it. They wanted to take the fight really to them and start putting Project X not just on even footing, but on the back foot. They were a little bit hasty. They have 2 initiators, right? The Sky and the Sova, both great for information gathering. I think if they, they sent in a recon dart or an owl drone, trailblazer, what have you, they could have spotted that Roxy was over on the C site and then gone, huh, maybe we don't want to go here. Think about something else. Or at least, you know, maybe we can try and pin down Roxy. There's more options in that round. It's not the worst thing in the world. Only a 1-round differential, and Freya, off those 3 very comfortable rounds, they're still in a fine position.
And obviously the art for Smurfette still in contention. I think we had a little bit of a moment there for both sides, but it looks like we're all set and ready to go once more. And it's going to be the drone immediately trying to gather as much information as possible. Again, a lot of noise being made on C Long just to try and get Project X's attention. That is going to give them all the information they need. Now, will they commit to the C push or will they back on out? And again, another arrow going to go down. They're going to give the spike to their teammate, and it looks like the rotation is going to slowly begin.
That's exactly what I was talking about. You know, they wanted to go see, they owl droned, they saw what they were going up against, and they decided, huh, you know what? Let's not run it back. Let's not go for the salty C execute run back, huh? Let's go over to the other site instead. Smurfette is down A long, so this is not easy either.
Yeah,
but at least they're not just walking into a trap.
We'll see where they go. Looks like they're starting to poke around at B. And again, they're still like thinking about it. There's one person there, and in fact, it is going to be a B push. The EMP is going to go down, and Roxy going to think about dropping their team counter. Yep, that is exactly what they're going to do. So both EMPs down, both trading back. Odaki takes one out, gets taken out by Glance, and now the push goes all the way to A, and that will do for Freya. So spike planted. Can they hold A?
What a genius lockdown fake to get themselves on A, and now a very difficult retake for Project X. They have really nothing to play with in this round. At least Long can safely be inched into by Glance, but getting onto the site is ever so difficult.
Roxy and Cinnamon do make it work though. Headshot, one down, and can't get the other. Freya can't hold it.
Gun here.
And that is going to be a successful defuse for Project X.
Don't even start that
Tragic
shit,
there
mate.
for Freya. A pixel makes the world of a difference for Freya right there. Unlucky, you go next. I still love that lockdown fake. The only lockdown fake I've ever seen in all of Valorant that I actually liked. Only problem was it actually cost them Odaki, and once you've lost your Killjoy, you only have 4 players. It's difficult to maintain control of places like A long, so they couldn't play around the Hunter's Fury. Great retake from Project X. Still money for both teams. Still 3 ults to work with, one of which is very good. Lammy's holding on to this Hunter's Fury. I want to see her use it to the most effective nature possible. That's not how to properly do it, but it doesn't matter. Oh, that's how you do a proper shot. I'll tell you that much for free.
Holy heck, that was just like diving straight on in there. Odaki is going to try and get any kind of purchase. Lammy does get Kim with the Ray, and Cure takes out Smurfette, so no more operator for the time being, but Roxy still gets a headshot. So, Sky versus 3 of Freya. Smoke is going to protect that. The bolt is out as well. Going to go for the flash. Can they get anything with that? No, they cannot. Freya keeps themselves in this. 5-4 in this half.
Great retreat there at the end from Kyo to keep her gun. Now Freya are doing just fine economically because they didn't lose 3 players. And I love the Hunter's Fury from Lammy. That is exactly what I was asking for, despite the round starting off so rough for Freya. Lammy takes it in stride, right? She immediately says, all right, they're playing around Garage. I can go over to C long. I can pin down several popular angles, get some info, get some kills. Worked out great.
Also interested in Project X, and they've gone to come back with the options as well. They've also came in from Marshall as well, so I mean, Smurfette, I feel like we're always going to probably see them on the up if they can afford to do so. Hawk, again, dropping on out, but I don't think they really caught anybody this time around. A lot of utility being spent towards B, but again, everyone's so spread out at this stage. It's almost like just biding their time. Like, Freya know that they can try and equalize this up again, but Project X... Oh no, you don't want to be going into C long. That's an angle you don't want to risk!
Take flight.
Every time. I see... That's how it goes every single time there's a jet up on C. Up on top of the box. Somebody smokes it, thinks they're safe, inches out, gets shot. Every single time.
It's the worst thing to go into, and that's why that's why we see Jets and operators so frequently, because they do shenanigans like that. And it means that Project X do have the advantage for the time being. Again, more information, more rotation slowly coming out, but Kim can't get the shot off with the Marshall this time round. So A, once again, is going to be occupied by Freya.
Great decision making here from Freya. They knew Smurfette was over on C. They said, hey, we'd like to deal with anything except an operator. Let's head over to A, and now they're in a 4v4.
A lot of chip damage being done. Cinnamon very, very hurt, but still alive, which is the most important part. Again, another hawk just goes their way, but still gets the headshot and kill.
Kidding me, that got the Seekers, and now, I mean, Project X, they're just gonna charge forward. Got spots one, and oh, Lammy doesn't get revealed. Beautiful work from Freya to lock it down. Smurfette's alone.
Remaining.
It's a 1v1 now, though. Headshot, no, Daki. Woo! Woo, I was sweating there. Freya was probably sweating there, but we're tied up now. Great round from Freya. I was nervous, especially with how heavily Cinnamon was dumping in utility, that Freya were going to get baited into fights that they shouldn't be taking, but they disposed of it perfectly. They held onto their positions. This was rough. That was the moment where I thought it was all going to fall to pieces. Cinnamon getting the headshot onto Kyo, getting the Seekers online. It got dicey, but Freya, they held it down, and now all they have to deal with is Sheriffs in this. Well, and a Blade Storm. Smurfette has already gotten one with that today.
Don't, I was gonna say, don't bet against another one being pinged up as well, and nobody really got that bolt either. Smurfette with the knives out over on C long. Nobody pretty much over there apart from the lingering for the time being. Kim gonna fire off a shot over on B, and that is gonna be another smoke quickly down for them as well. Looks like everybody's pretty much gathered in the middle for the time being.
I really like the pace that Freya have been setting here, though, because on Icebox, the rounds they got to attack, the few of them that there were, it felt like they were paying too much respect to Project X. There's respect, and then there's paying too much respect, right? Going slowly, hoping for a miracle off things like an attacking operator, right? That led to Freya's downfall on Icebox. But now, they're waiting patiently. They're getting things done, like Hindubyum, taking out Cinnamon. Great work from her.
What the hell?
Okay, well, I mean, it's still looking fine for Freya. It's not looking fine anymore. I lied. No!
Excuse me, what the hecketh? What in the world was that round for Project X? A double Sheriff shot. That 1-2 tap. You look at that. Pixel perfect. And Kim also following up as well. Just what else do you say? Double Sheriff plays across the sky.
That was a collateral Sheriff headshot.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
That's oof. Okay, well, either way. Let's just take stock in this first round, or in this last round of the half, right? You gotta just wipe that one off the board and play for the next round. Okay, Smurfette not hitting that first shot. Good for Freya. And that's also very good for Freya. They can actually head over here as long as they flash Smurfette off here or use the Seekers. They're going to be able to get onto the A site.
Immediately chase everybody away, but Freya are losing a couple as well. It's a 3v2 situation. They do have A control now.
You should
Spike is going to go down, and both sides opt for the EMP.
This lockdown ultimately, I think, is going to hurt Freya more than it actually hurts Project X, though. Because Freya have to now retake their site control. Whereas Project X, they never had site control to begin with, right? So now they get to get on the site. It's even playing field for both sides here now.
Placing sentry.
It is revealed, and they know full well they're going to have to be careful. Trying to bait it out. The flash is going to come up now, dissipates. And again, they've got the angle. They're just trying to bait, but they can't quite get what they're looking for. Roxy goes down, and we end the half. All square. It's 6 apiece.
Switching sides.
Night and day when compared to Icebox. Excellent work from Freya, slowing down Project X, saying, hey, you know what? You got one map. You got it pretty strong, too. But this is our turf now. We're going over to Haven, and this is working out pretty well. Now we move on to the defense, and actually, I think this is where this composition works even better for Freya, right? Because the real problem that they had versus Project X is when Project X was attacking, they had very few tools outside of Viper to actually stop Project X from hard forcing onto sites. Now, they have much more ways to do that. If one player dies, it's not over by a long shot. 12 more rounds, actually.
Revealing area.
See how it goes, Layla.
No. 12 more and maybe a few more, because if it ends with this kind of scoreline at the end of this half, then just like with that quarterfinal, no, Smurfette, you did not get a double with the frenzy. Hello.
All right. Are Project X only capable of getting 2Ks now? Is that what's going on? Like, they're not allowed to actually get one kill at a time. They have to multi-kill. Is that the reason that these rounds have been going so differently?
Goodness me, Smurfette finally gets chilled out just a little bit, but a triple with the frenzy at the early stages.
One enemy remaining.
Kim goes down, Glance gets a snap back, and that is going to be a 3-on-1 situation. It does look like another successful pistol round for Project X is imminent, unless Noya can do anything about it. Gets the shot that they need.
Yeah, it's still not happening, though.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening either. Stranger things have happened in this game.
I mean, you're not wrong, but at the same time, you're playing against a Killjoy in a post playing on pistol when you have 20 health.
There we go.
Even if that shot didn't land, I am pretty confident that Project X, we're going to walk away with that one. All right, good start here for Project X. They're going to get themselves some guns. And I mean, Smurfette's already getting pretty close to that Blade Storm, right? So thinking the long game, thinking economically, all you have to do is funnel maybe a couple of orbs, maybe a couple of kills onto Smurfette. And then you're looking at bonus round or round 4 or 5, where you get a really nice economic buffer. I mean, look what she's been doing this game. Look at that. I don't like pointing out KD, but 18 and 10 on round 13, that's nasty.
They really do be like that though sometimes. And it looks like C Long is going to be the pick once again. Lammy just quickly gets the heck out of that smoke. I think they knew full well the intro gathering was coming. He knows about Roxy!
Yeah, now this is just going to be a steamroll.
Last player standing.
Beautifully done.
Yeah, again, just sometimes on again. Odaki just looking the wrong way. Trying to cover one angle, gets caught on the flank by the smoke. That is going to be a successful one for Project X again. They started off with 3 wins on the trot. They're looking to do the same thing again in the early going to the second half.
And this bonus round is so comfortable for Project X now, right? They don't have to spend a cent. They were flawless on their anti-ecos, so even if they get completely blown away here, it's not really any, skin off their back. They're going to be feeling just fine. On the other side, Freya, they have to get away clean. They have to get away with at least 3 players, preferably 4. How Project X play, always in these little groups, right? 3 players, 2 players, long, mid, what have you. It's difficult to stop Project X from at least trading despite the firepower advantage that Freya has.
And again, back toward the middle they go.
I have the spike.
Again, just trying to bait out the
Deploying
response for the C, but looks like it's not happening just yet. Again, gathering as much information as they can. We're still very much spread out between the 2 teams. Again, another burp. Just waiting and engaged for the time being, but it's Roxy who gets on the board first. Traded out by Lammy though. So it's still even Stevens, although Cinnamon makes sure the play advantage goes straight back to Project X. And they're on the move.
Odaki needs to get both of them. Nice. Very well done. Ooh, timing. Oh, barely gets around the corner. Oh, just by the skin of her teeth.
Last player standing.
Project X has to go and recover the spike. And there we go. Freya, courtesy of Odaki, holds it down. They get away with 3 alive, which is the minimum to feel comfortable. Odaki just has an insane individual performance there. Positionally, more than anything, I mean, mechanically, obviously, but positionally was very impressive. A quarter-second difference, a foot to the left, a half-inch to the right, and that round goes very differently. Freya might not even win it. Now we're into a full gun versus gun round, though. Freya, they're not out of the woods yet, Layla.
They certainly are.
Alarm bot out.
Only the 1 point difference, and again, able to stop that charge
Placing
before
swap,
anything
placing
else
alarm
goes a
bot.
little too awry. Again, just the initial fire pan out from both sides. I think at this stage, Freya are starting to get a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more confidence starting to grow, especially when you have pixel moments
Alarm
like
bot
that,
down.
where it's just like, it could go wrong, but you just about get away with it. And the spokes and the plants are going down left, right, and center. Noi trying to make noise, trying to bait out anyone from behind that wall, but to no avail this time around. And again,
Got it
occasion
blocking
here, but
vision.
it looks like the A push might be coming here for Project X, and it looks like it absolutely is.
Great work here from Hindered Jump, just chucking utility
I've got
to
your
keep
trail.
Project X off. It's bot time for the rotate. Now she's gonna have help. She can just keep them off, and Noya is coming around.
A lot of gunfire now, as Lammy makes it onto the site as well. And I do wonder if Project X are gonna, they have to kind of just commit at this point. I think they know full well they're all gonna be there, but look at the flank, you can see it there as
Exactly.
well.
Yeah, the information
30 seconds
favors
left.
Freya so much right now. Gunfights remain to be seen, however. Project X, they're not afraid. They're gonna push this.
Spike down A.
Oh. Unfortunately, Lammy got caught in the midst of all that. Smurfette is going to cover. Are we going to see the spike being planted down? Only got 12 seconds to go. Odaki is down. They don't need to plant the spike. They get it raw. Roxy gets the triple. And Project X extend back to a 2-point lead.
Just the tiniest bit hasty. These are some of the things that we saw on Icebox from Freya. They're just a little bit too eager to take a gunfight when they think they can win it. Just a little bit. On A, they had it safe. They had 2 players on the flank who had great information, and yet some players were swinging out, opting into gunfights that weren't necessary, right? They weren't playing for the time. We were so close to the time just running out entirely for Project X. There were like 10 seconds left. But Freya, the 2 players,
girl down.
only 2 players remaining, swung out. At least it's off to a good start in this round.
Yeah, very tasty headshot from the get-go. Unfortunately, can't get anything else. Like
I have the
Glance
spike.
gets the position right back, but immediately
Spike
falls as well.
down A.
Him and Smurfette
One enemy
quickly
remaining.
rinses back through, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, Freya went from getting that first shot to now only having the Sova left alive. Got the spike covered, and they'll take another headshot with that, but now they have to deal with a 2-on-1 approach.
Only 6 bullets in the clip. Recon Dart is coming up here in a few seconds. Ooh,
Oh no!
that's
Oh
info.
no!
You're dead.
Oh no!
Yeah, yeah, that's how that one goes.
You just see it coming the second you realize there's somebody sneaking on up, and they're so sure that it's going to be the window they need to look out. Unfortunately, it's right behind them, and Project X are 10-7. 3 more points, it's all they need to take the set by 2 points to 0, but Freya are making sure that it is not going to be as straightforward as that.
And we've got the Hunter's Fury lockdown chess game now. Both teams having both ults available. They counter each other all the way around. So timing, positioning, and how many players are standing is what matters here. We're going to get to a post-play scenario more than likely. But Freya, they need a lot of people standing to make it work.
But just about dipped around just in time. They did take the high ground and quickly,
Swarm grenade
wisely
out.
get the heck out of there. Roxy is still on lockdown, keeping the angle covered, but the rotation has begun.
Love the call to keep one over well. Roxy's got to be a little bit careful, but wins the first fight and then goes to the lockdown. Maybe a bit ambitious on that second swing, but she still gets it. Are you kidding me? Now, Freya, they are fully bought into this play. And look, Project X, they know exactly where Freya's going to be standing. They're coming around, pincering, at least landing
One
good
enemy
first.
remaining.
Cinnamon gets one, gets the burnout, that's the flash, and that's the kill they were looking for. So much work done by the Killjoy. Not just a diversion, but to get the kills where they mattered most as well. Made sure that they had the player advantage regardless of what happened.
I'll be honest, that lockdown is an
enemy
absurdly risky play. I wouldn't even call it a smart play. But it is a smart play if you know you're winning that second gunfight. Swinging it dry. Again, confidence is the name of the game for Project X, and they make confidence look so damn good.
It begins.
And so, with that, it's just 2 points that Project X needs to take this away. Freya have been so good in this matchup, but it's starting to ebb away from them. The Ray is going to come out once again for Lamy. They're not going to get anything this time around. They do tag a little bit, but that is all it is. They're going to come through the smoke. That's one headshot. Jet boost on through, but they can't take the Jet out. It's a 3 versus 2 situation for Project X. That will be a successful plant on C. And Freya still managed to take this back. Well, there's one way to do it. That's the EMP.
Nowhere to run!
Covered one gun. They're gonna try and use the lockdown.
want
At least
to
they'll
fight
get
it.
the Hunter's Fury out of this. That's an ult that Project X won't have for the ensuing round. And Odaki's actually good for that first kill. The next one's harder though.
Last player
Flash out to try and
standing.
swing for it.
One enemy
Buys
remaining.
enough of a distraction, but Smurfette is Smurfette. You're not pulling one over on her. Only 17 health, and she still gets it done.
Match
Project
point.
X now on match point.
Match point 12 to 7. And they're going to be absolutely fine. To be fair, I think both sides will be fine as well. Both sides able to buy up to their rifles and their respective shields. So, well, Freya, they know full well that this is all to play for now. You've got Smurfette rocking up 26 kills up there. Roxy with 19. They are consistently there as a duo. Whether it's been attacking or whether it's creating diversions, the pair of them have been notorious all session.
Wow.
Cinnamon!
Wow.
Cinnamon!
It's needed now. For Freya. Odaki tries her hand at it, but only good for a 1-for-1 trade. Leaves it in a 4v2 overall. Straight to B. Project X, they fear nothing now, Layla.
Yeah, not surprised at all. Kill gets
player
one shot,
standing.
but unfortunately the Jet
down
is going to
B.
be there, and it's all up to Lamy. The spike will go down. It's a 3v1
Spike
situation. And Project X are holding all the cards. The Bolt is not going to find its initial mark. Tries to shoot through the box, but to no prevail. This is going to be dangerous, but they do get the elimination. So 2v1, but they've
health.
only got 10 health. A
Revealing
single
area.
bullet will pretty much take them out of the equation.
There's no need for Project X to do anything here. Play around the nanostorms, play around the grab well. Freya's in a hopeless spot. And Project X are having none of it. That's it. Project X go to yet another final here in the Huntress Trials.
3 finals in a row. It ends 13 to 7 on the second matchup. And Project X, well, they win the set by 2 points to 0. Freya gave it everything they had. The first half was so close. 6 to 6 was that first half. It was even Stevens. But the second the sides flipped, Project X were able to swing out so aggressively. So many great picks we saw. I mean, goodness me, there were some eliminations which we just struggled to get your head around. Smurfette was just consistently getting triples in there. We had just double Sheriff headshots from 2 different players in the same point, mind you. And yeah, just Project X continue to be a force to be reckoned with here.
And it ended up being same flavor, different meals. Same problem for Freya on a different map, right? Attacking side, so close, so competitive. But once they got onto the defense, they didn't have consistent ways to actually stop Project X from accomplishing whatever it was Project X wanted to do. This attacking side was great. Post-plant setup's phenomenal. Freya looked prepared, well-disciplined. Oh, actually, that wasn't a collapse. Oh, it actually went through the door there, so I had to correct myself a little bit there. But either way, Freya looked so good on that attacking side. But then we got into the defense, and you have to survive. Surviving is the main point of the defense, right? And every single time, either in the early round or the mid round, whenever first contact was happening, Smurfette was winning it. Smurfette was winning it, or Cinnamon was winning it. Roxy was getting crazy things done like this, right? And that first contact is so important for the momentum of a round, especially as a defensive team, because you need players alive to actually retake sites on Haven.
And yeah, with that, it is going to be that. I mean, again, both sides gave it everything, and Freya were starting to so, like, they felt a lot more comfortable. You could see it in that first half, but as you say,
Certainly.
the second it went onto the other side of the field, it was just Project X were on a completely different level. They were consistently shutting Freya down every single time we had a look at them, and you know, commiserations to Freya, they don't make it into the grand finals, but still gave us one heck of a showing. And 13-5, 13-7, I mean, knowing full well that Icebox was Project X's pick, and despite despite only really getting 1 point in that first half, they still made a decent showing in that second half. And, you know, again, with Haven, you know, we at least saw some really good strengths from them, but it's just a little bit too much. And Project X, well, they are the force to be reckoned with. They are into the grand final for the third time in a row. And as we have a look at that bracket, we still don't know who is going to be joined them between 10-Star and Chat Band.
And Layla, correct me if I'm wrong, it would be a pretty spicy grudge match if it ended up being 10-Star. Wasn't it 10-Star and Project X the last time around in the Huntress trials?
Well, not just last time, but the time before that as well. Like, literally, since Huntress Trials 3, it has always been Project X and 10-Star in the finals. 10-Star were Gangsters back then, obviously 10-Star now taking control of Gangsters. But yeah, Huntress Trials 3, Project X versus Gangsters. Project X were able to win it. They got their first title on the board. The very next month, Gangsters took it away from Project X and got their first win of the Huntress Trials onto the board. So yeah, not just a grudge match from that sense, but both of those two teams, if they make it to the finale, would be going in with a win over each other. So it'd be a best of 3 in 2 different ways.
Yeah, I mean, and no matter what, I think we get a great grand final, right? Whether we get the spicy three-peat rematch, or we get Chat Band, maybe a little bit more of an underdog, finally proving they can crack that top 2. No matter what, grand final's gonna look great.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty nice indeed, but for the time being, we are just gonna take a quick little moment. When we come back, we'll find out what is going on with that second semi-final. If they're in the process of getting match 3 sorted, maybe we'll bring that to you. But until then, we'll see what is currently going on from production side of things. And we will be right back to resume the 5th installment of the Huntress Trials here at RixGG.
Cutting the power lines, we're done talking about it. A spark turns into fire, and we're not sorry about it. If you're not sleeping tight, you know we're onto something. You hear the streets are crying, ocean turns into fighting. Take it to the streets, hit control of the lead. Take it to the streets, hit control of the lead. Warning's been spread wide, you can't do none to stop it. Posing is bound to fight, but you're only causing riots. Words move from mouth to mouth. Justice is also troubling, all the way from north to south. It's been a long time coming. Take it to the streets, hit control of the lead. Take it to the streets, hit control of the lead.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Huntress Trials here at RixGG. We are knee-deep into August for our 5th installment of this wonderful series. We're both back here, Paul and your girl TK Layla, and we are getting ready to bring you coverage of the second semi-final matchup. I believe it is 10-star, the reigning champions, going up against Chatband. And would you believe it, we missed an overtime segment, a 14-12. So the overtime didn't last too long, but it was 14-12 in the favor of 10-star as we move into matchup number 2. And guess what? It's time to get chilly again on Icebox.
Yeah, right back to Icebox for us. I'm excited. We got 2 Vipers this time. That's double the fun. And I mean, you know, we were talking at the end of the previous match, you know, 10-star, the reigning champions. It'd be exciting to see them rematch yet again against Project X, but 14-12 on that first map. Chatband, from what I've been told, are a team that has struggled to crack that top 2 of constantly being 3rd, 4th in the Huntress Trials. So if they could sneak away 2 more rounds in that first map, they would have been in a great spot. Now they're going to have to do the reverse sweep, win Icebox and our tiebreaker map. They're going to start off on the attack here. We're getting right into the action.
Yeah, Chatband did make it to the finale in the second Huntress Trials, but they did not win it. I think it was Oxygen who won that one. Since then, it just hasn't quite clicked for them. Project X and Gangsters consistently at the top, and you know, consistently so. They are 2 of the best teams we have at the moment. But in the early stages for this pistol round, this is going to be an interesting play from both sides.
It's mid to B. I'm not a huge fan of mid to B takes on Icebox. I'm going to be honest with you, Layla. Control is so difficult to maintain here. You have to win a lot of tricky gunfights.
That was how they wanted to start it, but they are going to lose 2 in the process. Nello straight back into it, but they do lose the Sage, so back to a 2v2. Slicey was looking the wrong way, and it's just a 1v1. Viper versus the Sova.
Oh, so well done. That snakebite is amazing. I don't... Can Mary even get to this in time? Yes, absolutely can. Goes to the recon dart!
Oh my!
That timing was almost very unfortunate for Mary, but she gets it. No worries. Certainly bloody for a pistol round, but Chatband, they survived it. I'm still nervous when I see mid to B takes like that. I mean, you saw how much pressure 10-star was able to exert from the main area of B, right? A tricky little plant, but not terribly difficult to retake a lot of the time. I mean, it's a pistol round. That's probably the best time to do a tricky mid to B like that. So kudos to Chatband, they make it work, and now they get some guns.
They're going straight back to that B push as well. But having said that, 10-star are very much on the prowl. They know full well that it's probably going to be another situation like this. There's the Viper wall that they'll be running on into. And in fact, Slice is going to go straight through, but there's a wall there. That's the thing. You don't know there's going to be an ice wall there until you go through that Viper's wall. And that's a really decent combination. And Mary on lockdown, trying to cover one angle. Going to fire off the bolt, give themselves that little bit of information. Quickly retreats back. A little bit of chip damage, but nothing huge. And Chatband get a flawless against the reigning champs. I mean, yes, it's the early stages, but still, they had the gun advantage and they made full use of it.
Yeah, nicely played by Chatband. I like how they were checking all their boxes, covering all their angles, right? And Mary not overcommitting to a gunfight on the flank there, risking giving away a Spectre, just playing for time, and then Chatband, the rest of them come to support Mary, and it goes very well. Now we've got a bonus round. It's actually been pretty rough for 10-star. They bought a lot into Sheriffs in that second round, so they only get light armor to play with mostly in this third one. This makes a 3-0 a very real possibility for Chatband. All they have to do is get up in 10-star Nova's face, and that gun advantage goes out the window.
And it looks like they're going to listen to that exactly, going straight in onto A, no questions asked. Looks like they're just scouting the area before they go for the plant. Lyra just gonna bide their time and wait to fling the arrow out. Dana will zip wire back on over there. And that is gonna be a very quick repositioning. Again, as you said in the earlier match when we saw Icebox, repositioning on A can be so critical most of the time. And again, Slicey tries to come on in, but so many angles are covered, and we are going to lose Lyra, but they do get the headshot, but can't quite get the follow-up from the high ground. They've got it to the checkpoint, but can they get it the rest of the way?
Last player
This is a
standing.
great push here from 10 Star. They're not just desperately trying to go for the spike. They know they have to fully defuse, and they got that wall there too. There's not much Athena can actually do to stop that spike. She can make it expensive though, pushing forward and getting another kill there. Oh! Almost took the very last rifle away. And I mean, even still, right? Chapman, they feel great about that loss. 10 Star are broke. They gotta buy judges, light armor again. This is very tenuous for 10 Star, and Chapman, they're feeling fine.
Yeah, that was... I love that fact that like a 1v1 was just about to happen. The game went, okay, that's enough. Get out of here. Just get back to your spawns, please. But no, seriously, Chapman, as you say, they're okay with this. So it's 10 Star, they'll have the work to do. And again, a quick trade at the start. So both go down to a 4v4. Nino gets the heck out of there, and wisely so. And again, the rest of the team is relatively spread out, so despite that trade going down, they haven't really got that much information to play with.
Rez is available here too, so very favorable trade for Chatban. They get long control, they get the jet, and all they have to do is use their Rez, and they're feeling just fine. They have so much map control too here. Look, 10 Star Nova are now re-clearing A because they abandoned it because they thought it was going to be a very heavy B push. And Chapman, with the pressure they're applying at A, they don't even have to commit here. They still have options. They still have time.
Bomb grenade out.
You feel like at this point you wouldn't be surprised if they all just ran back to B, and it looks like that's exactly what is going to happen. And well, 10 Star, they've got a Sober running off there at the moment, but they're again shot down. The Sage wins out on that regard. And that is surely going to be a successful plan to B. It is 5-player to 3 advantage. And Nello just about gets the headshot, was able to peek them out in the end. So that gives them some kind of a foothold. Tries to bait out with the defuse, but nobody's biting for it just yet. In fact, a lot of puddles being dropped as a result. Smoke comes out as well, and Speedo just waiting, just biding their time. They know that 10 Star has to come to them.
It's going to be a save here, which is interesting considering that Lilia has a Spectre instead of an actual rifle. Oh, can you recover a gun? Nice. Okay, cool. Vandal picked up. 3-gun save. I think that's a smart move for 10 Star Nova. A lot of teams would try and force into that situation, but you know, you still have the Sova, the Viper, the Killjoy, all that utility. You really don't have a good way to flush out their positions with the players that are still standing. Great save there from 10 Star Nova, but it does mean we are at 3-1. And 10 Star, their economy is still in the pits.
It's still all over the place. Like, look at it. But having said that, Chapman will take anything that they can get away from this. I mean, the fact that they are a 3-1 up against the reigning champs in the early stages, if they can keep that kind of momentum going, that will do them very nicely. But, well, you never write off the reigning champs. They're there for a reason.
And they have hobbled together a buy here. Slicey's got a Vandal. This can be pretty strong contact. They don't know Slicey's there.
Spidoka just buying their time. Tries to go for the first shot. Doesn't quite make contact with it. Gets both of their smokes up and actually hastily retreats. Concedes that high ground and in fact going to rotate all the way back. Rendezvous with the rest of the group, and it looks like an A push may be imminent as well. But again, it looks like 10 Star are ready for that too.
Yeah, this is great from 10 Star. Much better presence on the map than they've had previously. A little ambitious here from Claw, but she makes it work. Dismiss, out of the way. Beautiful pick.
That's exactly what they needed. Gives them the player advantage. Walls are going to go up. Pretty much utility being exchanged left, right, and center. And I believe that is going to be more on the side of that band going down. They do still have a way in on this. It is a 3 versus 2, and Athena just hanging on back for the time being, but crucially... Oh, well, nice. I say that. It's all even Stevens. Good again. Patient play.
And there's just enough time to run over to the other side of the map. 10 Star are aware of this, though. They are not even risking. Hey, we don't care if they're going to try and plant A. We are booking it to the other side of the map. Slicey with the Vandal. Playing pretty defensively. I actually expected Slicey to post up a little bit more aggressive, try to deny the plant entirely. But I guess I've just been watching too much Smurfette at this point. It's in my head that the Jets have to just hold W. Not the case. Much more disciplined, and now we're in a straight up 2v2. Great util here from Athena, but getting around this slow up is a little difficult.
Knowing full well there's probably going to be a trap there. Slicey gets taken out. That's the checkpoint. Gets the gun out. Gets the headshot. And a res as well. That's huge for 10-star. It's a 2v1 situation just like that. They do lose the Sage, though. It's all up to Athena. Turret is out, but they've got to get a move on because they're going to get the defuse. And they get the defuse. No!
Absolutely insane work from 10-star there. Nina with the most clutch resurrection I've ever had the pleasure of seeing. That was phenomenal. The second that her buddy dies, she knows, I'm gonna have to fight the person on top of the box. Instant flick to there, goes for the res, covers, it's safe behind yellow. There's no way that Athena can punish that. And then it turns into a 2v1, and it's not that hard to trade, not that hard to get the spike defused under the smoke that Slicey had available. Great round. On 10-star, they are inching back toward an even game.
The Viper's Pit immediately deployed as well, so they are going to just cover off A almost immediately. But the EMP is also going to be deployed, so we know full well what Chat Band are going to do, but the lockdown is down.
Nice. That's some beautiful utility there from 10-star. I mean, now Chat Band, they're looking at A and they're like, well, we're all here already. What do we do? Do we back up?
If they back up, they're backing up. Well, look who's got one angle covered. It's Slicey, so they'll be backing right on into them. So that is the danger that they have here, and I think Slicey is just waiting for the right time to come peeking on out of here. But which way are they all going to go? I think all going to... Oh, they're going to come following on in. That's going to be terrible. Viper goes down. Slicey gets the dash and gets the heck out of there. Smoke up for an additional coverage, and they get out of... Oh, no, they don't! Spadoka chases them down.
Great play from Spadoka there, not letting Slicey get away with the same thing that Claw was able to get away with in the previous round. Now the plant can go down.
Planted.
Ooh. Nope, Lily couldn't quite make it happen. Good cover there from the rest of Chat Band.
Oh, and the wall comes up as well. That is awesome. I think they might get this diffused. They've got the diffuse easily with this. Yes, they do.
Oh, that's so tragic.
How cheesy is that?
This defuse sandwich right there, Ninu. Oh, man, that is... I hope Chat Band's mental is stronger than mine, because if I was playing and twice on the same site, the enemy team just snuck the defuse out from surviving players, I'd get a little tilted. I'd be a little upset by it. I'm not gonna lie. That is absurd. Nobody's breaking the wall. The wall's got to break so much quicker than that, but the challenge from 10-star, the rest of those players, gives great cover over to the defuse.
And with that, we're all tied up as a result. Goodness me, could you just believe that all of that went down? But having said that, Chat Band do at least get the first pick. They do take the Sage out of the question for the time being. Both with an ult ready to go. We got Viper's ult. Oh no.
Good mid.
Uh-oh. It's dangerous. Slicey's gonna get the killjoy out of that. But Clara's gonna go down as well. So again, they're just trading back and forth for the time being. But look all the way over on B as well. There's just one person on their own team over there.
Great work there from Dana. She opens up the B site. Loses it before her team actually can make it all the way there to join her. It's still 3v2. Chat Band, they still feel confident enough to come over to B.
Standing ahead.
They're not giving that up anytime soon. It will be another successful plan. But can Chat Band actually convert it into a point this time around? Spadoka fires through the wall. Can't quite get the kill they were looking for. And Lyra is going to slowly wander on up here. They've got no walls this time to protect themselves, so they're just going to have to get the actual kills this time. Lyra doesn't get it. There's a 3v1, and that will do it. Chat Band retake the lead.
And I love the difference in positioning there from Chat Band. They've lost to sneaky defuses twice there because they've just played a little bit too far back on that retake with the majority of their players. This time around, nah. We'll send one back there, but we're keeping 2 on yellow. We're challenging that spike, you betcha. Great round from Chat Band. They're going to reclaim the lead now, and 10 star Nova, they're out of money, right? So eco round for them will be the Blade Storm for Slicey. We know what Jets can do with that, but Chat Band in a very good position to extend this lead.
Any kind of lead they can take as we rapidly approach the end of that first half, they will absolutely have. Slicey will pop out the knives almost immediately. They're the only one with an ult ready on their side. Meanwhile, Chat Band have 2 ready. They've got the Fury and they've got the Pit. So it really is the case. Question of when Chat Band will want to deploy those. Surely they won't do that in an eco round. But Nello's gonna surprise a lot of them with a headshot, taking out the high ground. The spike will get planted, but that still gives 10 star a chance at this.
Toxins going up.
Not a great one, though. They're just running on sheriffs here, Layla. Oh!
You were saying?
No way. No way they sneak another one. Okay. No.
I don't think Chat Band were happy with that, but Lyra is still there. The turret's gonna pop, and thankfully, Chat Band are gonna hold it this time round. They were literally millimeters away from doing it again.
I gotta love it from 10 star. They're like, well, it's worked twice already. We don't need to kill him. Just defuse it, right? Chat Band have learned. I think Chat Band have learned 10 star that they need to be killing the diffuser. So I don't know. I don't know if defusing in the cloud bursts in future rounds is gonna work out. It's just an eco. No harm in trying, right? And if you could get a 3rd one there, oh, imagine how bad that would feel for Chat Band.
Like that morale would be dipping rapidly if they conceded a 3rd point to those kind of shenanigans. But that is going to be an upshot from Slicey, who takes Mary out, and that is suddenly turned around back into an even territory, and it's Slicey who has to start coming forward just a little bit here as Nino starts to get a move on. It looks like the A plant is going on down, so Chat Band again with another successful plant and pops the Pit in the process.
Certainly a difficult retake here, at least to start off. A lot of utility being used early by Chat Band, though. That snake bite, I mean, I guess you're in the Viper's Pit. You're not going to get great use out of it elsewhere. Low health, too, for Chat Band. This isn't easy to hold.
Nino just consistently spraying it in, hoping to tag somebody, but the second they walk on in, they immediately went down. But having said that, it's only the Chat, but it doesn't matter. Chat Band clutches it. Spidoka with the triple. Only one left, but hey, they'll take it. They extend that lead to 6-3.
10 health is just enough for Spidoka right there. And I loved the play from Chat Band to get into that position, right? They identified that Slicey had the op, was underneath tube over toward B. And yeah, you could back up. You could try and play around. But then you give Slicey time to rotate. Then you have no idea where she could be. She could be A. She could stay in mid. She could head over to B. So instead, just smoke off the op, hard rush up at the middle of the map, and go for a split A push. Great work from them there. They got to run through this Viper's Pit now. A little bit dangerous over in B1, but they're just getting the orb. Oh!
Are you serious? Both of them firing off their respective Furies. Nobody gets a kill from that, but Dana, crucially, has taken Slicey out of the equation. So, Chat Band with the player advantage. Viper's Pit has been popped over on B. So you feel like the A push will definitely be coming. 10 star will surely know that. And Nina already up, set, and ready to go. Empress is also online. But Nino at least gets a trade for their efforts. But Kla is still involved in this shenanigan. 3-2 the advantage for Chat Band now.
You will not kill my allies.
Res available as well for Chat Band, courtesy of that orb they got earlier in a pick that Dana was able to pull off. 4v2 is a difficult scenario. Nice start for Kla, though, and now the Empress is online.
So, what can Kla do in this situation? They've got to get every bullet perfect, but unfortunately looked the wrong way. Nello will at least keep it alive for the time being, but they're the only one left. And there's going to be 2, one directly underneath them and caught by their ankles.
This attacking side has been great from Chat Band. I love the way they played around the geometry, the architecture rather, of Icebox there, right? The most obnoxious thing about Icebox, one of the reasons that all the pros hated Icebox when it came out, is because there's so many cheeky little angles to try and learn, right? And the Sage Wall is a great tool to create even more cheeky little angles that you don't expect and aren't prepared for. Hiding down underneath the rope, beautiful position to win that round. It's been a very solid half in general for Chat Band. I'm really liking the weird things that they are doing, right? It's unorthodox play, and on a map like Icebox, I think it really leans in their favor to do strange things. As long as, you know, they're actually shooting the diffuser.
Yeah, to be fair, the first one was through the smoke. The second one was just a wall city in that zone. And a tactical timeout as a result. This was the play in question. I just still cannot believe that wall did not go down. And Nino got away with that a second time around. It was just unbelievable. And even Nino was just like, how does this happen? How we got away with this again? And the fact that they went for that during that eco round as well, where they were just like, maybe third time's the charm, but no, not that time. That Chat Band starting to get wise to it. And again, finally starting into rake in some really solid kills now. Nello is bringing in some awesome picks on their side of the field, but Chat Band, crucially, has been able to, more often than not, hold the spike once it's been planted. So we'll see if they can continue converting that as well. And it looks like that tac pause has now gone into a technical pause. Got a slight little bit of issue that we need to iron on out. So both teams will have to just try and bide the time and wait it on out. Which, to be fair, it's pretty nice to have them to both have a like slightly extended pause here because, well, Chat Band, again, I feel like they've calmed down a little bit from those earlier shenanigans where 10-Star managed to swipe not 1 but 2 points from that B point. But since then, Chat Band are starting to peg them back now. They're starting to extend that lead, and they need that going into the second half.
Yeah, keep in mind that it is currently 1-0 in favor of 10-Star. They were able to take away Haven in a 14-12 fashion, so very narrow victory for 10-Star on that first map. Chat Band, if they want to get onto the grand finals, if they want to meet Project X later, they have to walk away with Icebox. They're off to a good start, 7-3. Let's get back into the action.
Yeah, back in now. The pause is done and dusted. They're going to leave Spike in the middle for the time being. Dana making some noise, and Spidoko is the one who gets the first shot in. Trying to get from range, but Dana just can't quite find the mark. Klar with that Sheriff on hand. Trying to get something on their side of the field as well, but so far it's Chat Band with the player advantage. Drops on up to the top and actually gets them out of the control. Having said that though, Nino takes out Dana and gets the res online as well, so 10-Star suddenly have the advantage back as everybody comes running in to B from the side of Chat Band.
This wall prevents 10-Star from playing for these guns though. They're still at a disadvantage here. Even though they have more players standing, those players don't have the same sort of tools available to them. Oh, look at this cheeky angle from Claw. Nobody checks it. Nobody. But, can't quite hit the head.
Claw unfortunately missed 3 shots in a row. And that advantage went out the window, and Chat Band will breathe a sigh of relief. They are going to try and go for that spike, actually kind of baiting on out a reaction from the Sage so they at least know where Nino is. Shoots through the box. That gives them that advantage straight back to them. Lyra with the gun manages to get the headshot onto the Viper, but can't do anything against Mary, who nets themselves a triple and extends the lead to 8-3.
Last round in the half.
If that eco round had happened 6 rounds ago, that would have been great for 10-Star Nova. The problem is, you know, killing 3 people isn't enough at this point. We're going into the last round of the half. There's no way you can just damage Chat Band's economy in a way that actually matters, right? They're going to be buying just fine. So not getting the thrifty there is a little bit rough, but also expected to a degree. This can still be a competitive half. 4-8 is not by any means the worst thing in the world. And with an op in Slicey's hands, I think 10-Star are feeling just fine. They are going to have a Blade Storm and a lockdown to contend with. No ultimates of their own, so certainly not an easy final round to win.
Yeah, we know how Spidoko has been popping off so far today. They'll want to keep that session going.
You should run.
Bearing in mind, if they can go into the second half with a 9-3 lead, that will be beautiful for them.
Ooh.
But, no, the EMP goes out.
Great read.
That is awesomely done there.
Oh, it didn't hit.
Oh, no!
At least 10-Star don't stick around right, on the site. They don't have too much faith, and now they're just going. Oh, all right.
Last player standing.
Yeah, that suddenly turned ludicrously quickly, and it looks like this is going to be 10 stars to take, although if he just about gets one, unfortunately can't do anything else. That will be a successful defuse, and 10-star Nova will make it 8-4 at the end of the first half, so a 4-point gap as the sides do
Switching
the
sides.
old switcheroo.
Half the rounds that 10-star Nova got on their defense were from really dumb diffuses. Half the rounds. That's, I mean, at least they walk away 4-8, right? So still very much a winnable map. 10-star can lock this up into. Thinking about it compositionally, I think they favor the attacking side a little bit more too, right? The Viper is a great. The Viper Sova is a great combo to just lock out any area because you can toxic screen, recon dart, owl drone. The entire area is now covered and known, and you can eliminate outside variables from entering that area with the toxic screen. That being said, it's not as simple to execute as it sounds on paper. Ooh, and this is a very fun push from Chat Band. Look at that.
Yeah, Chat Band were not holding back in the slightest. Athena and Spadoka get two on the get-go. They just rushed straight on into the spawn, whilst the rest of 10-star made their way over to B. Pinkley is going to see them coming. Unfortunately, doesn't quite get the shot they were looking for.
No, okay. I thought they were going all the way around the world. They're thinking about it. Yeah, they're running to A.
No
we know the
way.
rotates come through. Bye-bye. We're out of here.
Oh my goodness. I don't think I've ever seen a play like this before. This is the first time I'm seeing them literally just go around the clock. They will plant in the end all the way on A and see if they can hold this, having confused and disorientated their opponents. It looks like it hasn't worked. Oh, has it? It is a 3v1 situation, and no, it has not worked out for them. Chat Band are fine with that. And they are going to take the pistol round, and they are now 9-4 in first.
Love pushes like that from Chat Band. That's just more, like I said, unorthodox play from Chat Band, right? People will push out A. People push out all the time, especially on pistol rounds, right? Go for something a little bit ambitious in that first round. But who pushes rafters? Who, with like multiple people? Like, yeah, maybe a Jet will go up to rafters, but 4 people on rafters? Nobody does that. Nobody could ever expect that. And that's them 2 beautiful kills to start that pistol round. And eventually, they chase down the circumnavigation of 10-star Nova. It is a force here from 10-star. They're not going quietly into that good night. They want to play for the early rounds in this half.
Yeah, any kind of lead they can get at this stage with every kind of round. These points do matter, especially with Chat Band already down in the set by 1-0. They know what's at stake, and Slicey goes all the way in. No way did they not realize that that is all the way up on the top.
This is wild. Ooh, great spot too from 10-star. It's gonna get traded out though. So Chat Band's still in a favorable position. 4v3.
Make
Oh
that...
no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh
It's
no.
oh no, reverse. Oh, they hit him with that weakened defuse sneaky too. Oh, it's tragic. Chat Band, they're like, hey, this is a very interesting spike plant. What if, hear me out, what if we also walled like you did and then just diffused? How would you like that one?
Oh
huh?
my
I'll tell you what, 10-star, they're not liking it now.
I love
They're gonna reforce? Oh, wow, that is a gamble. They are staking all their economy on this round now, 10-star.
Chat Band literally just went ahead and just sang, anything you can do, I could do better. And to be fair, when you are 6 points in front at this stage and the first one into double digits, you feel all of that confidence beautifully. And now this is a gamble and a half. Slicey is going to get the first kill, so at least starts on strong. But we all know what Spadoka is like. Quickly gets the heck out of there. The eye is up after all. And in fact, it looks like they're going to hop on back a little bit. Are they now thinking about rotating back towards B?
I'm glad they're going to B. My heart needs a minute. These last 2 rounds have been wild. This isn't necessarily good for 10 Star though. Chat Band have read this very well. Even though it's a 4v5, Chat Band are here and they're ready to play.
So many toxins go straight up, and there's a wall in there as well. Hello, Sage. Don't mind me. What even is happening in this match anymore?
It's devolved into chaos, Layla. It's just wild now.
It is a 3v3 situation. Chat Band are a little bit more
30
worse for
seconds
wear,
left.
having taken a little bit more damage, but 10 Star are all over the place, and Chat Band anticipate the rotate back to A. Two of them are staying on B for the time being. The wall is up. Surely you'll see a spike coming on down here. It is going to come on down.
Spike planted.
And Chat Band will need to get on with this now. Both the Viper and the Sova are really hurt for Chat Band, so every bullet matters here, and that's going to be bad.
Beautiful work. Beautiful work. Athena's gonna shut it down though. It's a 2v2, not much health for Chat Band. An ambitious swing from Pinkley, and she's not gonna be around to talk about it later. Great solid hold there from 10 Star Nova. The second force in a row pays off for them. In a way, they went around, still don't have a ton of money, and still have to play against a decent economic scenario from Chat Band, but they don't have to wait further to come online, right? Ping-ponging across the map worked out surprisingly well for 10 Star here. And they can come back. They can still make this map competitive.
You say that knowing full well that there's an operator in the field from Spidoka, and they're going to have this angle on lockdown, and if they dare to peek through on that on A, this could be tragedy for them, but they are making that push. The eye does come out and forces Spidoka to depart from that high ground. Class quickly hopping on back since location has been revealed by the dart. Again, it's still early days, and they're not going to think about another rotation back to B. Surely not. No, I don't think so, because Slicey, with knives out, definitely seems determined to make this A push work.
Ooh, love that. Woo!
Okay,
So much pressure applied there to Slicey. The heal does come out. Slicey will be okay. I think she lost the Blade Storm in a moment of panic, though. A little bit unfortunate. And keep in mind, 10 Star don't have guns, right? Forcing round after round after round, even though they won the previous round, they're still, I mean, they have guns in the sense that they have Spectres, but they don't have actual rifles, right? So Chat Band still have the advantage outside of Pinkley. Pinkley is the only person who does not have an advantageous weapon. Working with just the Sheriff, and it doesn't work out well.
Not well for them at all, and that means B is pretty much open for the
30
taking.
seconds left.
Slice is going to pick up the Sheriff and see if they can make better use of it. Misses with the initial shot, gets smoke up for additional coverage, but that, crucially, is Spike planted and a headshot on the Killjoy. Dropped straight in front of them, did Athena. That is going to give 10 Star a 2-player advantage. Spidoka with the up, but can't get anything to go right for them at the moment.
And they're not saving. They're going for it. Oh, and oh, Nino. Oh, no chance.
One enemy remaining.
Some chance? Hello? Actually wins the first gunfight. Spidoka puts an end to it, though. Enough time has been bought. The lineups are there. Timing on them is everything, though. Nilo's just running around. No, you can't catch me. Can't catch me. Oh, and the Blade Storm runs out, too. Spidoka eventually gets the kill, but there's no time to defuse here. 10 Star are good for yet another round.
They are indeed, and Spidoka at least manages to keep hold of some operating action, but still, that was not bad at all. For the side of 10 Star, they held that on for dear life, but Nino again winning out these 1v1 moments time and time again. Like you said, eventually going down, but at that point, they've done what they needed to do. They took the timer all the way out. And Chat Band will see that lead drop down to a 4-point lead now. They still have weaponry. I say somewhere on the side, not really anymore. It's just Spidoka with that operator. Everybody else has got sheriffs.
The relentless. Wow, what a lineup there by Liria. That's insane. Nobody there, unfortunately, but the relentless forces have finally worked out for 10 Star. Just buying Spectres after Spectres after Spectres has finally broken the economy of Chat Band. Nice pick to start off too. Oh, walks out into the op though.
Yeah.
That doesn't generally go well.
Yeah, That's what the operator do. It's just what it do. We're gonna get another arrow going on out. Slice Heat quickly takes the high ground as well. Gets themselves a little bit of heal up thanks to the Sage. And again, it looks like that B push is coming, but Spadoka has an angle.
Smoked off it though. Good work there. Making use of the cloudburst. They're very temporary smokes though. So 10-star, they have to get this spike down now. And with Dana up on top of the wall, that's more difficult than you would think.
Oh, and that's exactly what Dana needed. Gets the shot with the Sheriff. Pops down another slow orb. I think they just about retrieved that spike. Did they? Nope, they're going in for... No, not again.
Back
not
for
again.
seconds.
Oh my god, they got it as well. Why would you go for that? It just leaves the Sova up in a 3v1 situation. They got one of them. The turret is still up. They're going to break the wall. They got the second. No way do 10-star still win this. They've got the spike and they have to plant it now. They tried to bait out the 1v1. Sage is going to try and run down this timer. They're going to live, but they don't. They don't live. 10-star win it.
B is for bananas. That's what I'm getting out of this. The B-side's wild in right now. What is going on? Oh, the play from Dana was so good, but really, at the end of the day, she just hit every shot she needed to. Played around the buzzer perfectly. And there's... Oh, it's just wild. My brain is blue screening right now. It's getting a CPU overload. And this round ain't slowing down either. We've got 6 ults up across our 2 teams here. And look at where Mary already is. What? Hello?
And Mary was so focused on one angle, I don't think they even realized that, you know, there's 2 going in for that. But as a result, Japan are going to see a player down almost immediately. Empress is going to go online on the side of 10-star. Spadoka going to patiently wait this out. The eye is up. Slicey starting to make an advancement, but gets shut down by Spadoka.
Claw still hanging around, but just to waste Chat Band's time to maybe get an extra pick. Nice, and the dismiss going around, but beautifully read there by Spadoka. It doesn't matter! The shot is perfect from Claw. Oh, Pinkalee going for it again.
Spike down, B.
This is absurd. Layla, this is absurd.
Last player
Like I said, stranger things have happened in this wonderful game we call Valorant, and it's going to be another point on the side of 10-star after all of that. It means that it is now 10-8. 10-star have won 4 points in a row in this second half, and goodness me, every single time we think we know what's going on with this game, these 2 teams just continue to just throw the form book, not just out the window, they just set it on fire and just put it in a dumpster. Just what in the world?
All right, it's eco now for Chat Band. Can we get a tame round? Can we breathe?
No.
For a second here,
No.
10-star. 10-star, I'm trusting you for this 10-star. Because Chat Band want to make it weird again. Look, they're getting the Blade Storm online for Spadoka. There's some slow, disciplined Valorant play, 10-star. That's what I'm looking for here. Don't give Chat Band any entries into this round. Oh. It's okay. It's okay, Lilia. Nobody saw that. Oh.
Yeah, nobody saw that apart from everybody in chat who will be very kind to let you know that they indeed saw that. We are going to get another wall just being spammed over in B. Pinkley does not get the shot that they were needing. Dana trying to get something but cannot make it happen. Really good snipe out from Nino. And Spadoka do still have the knives, but they're going to have to make every single one of these matter massively here. Both walls are up for the Sage and the Viper. They're all checking the high point.
Look at 10-star, they're so nervous. They're so scared to plant because of how Chat Band keep interrupting it.
I thought they managed to get a hit in there, but not able to get the pick that they were looking for. Took a bit of damage in the process, but crucially for 10-star, they haven't actually planted yet.
Oh, Athena in a great spot here. Low health members. Claw has to win this gunfight because the next 2 are going to have a harder time doing so. And there's the cover from Spadoka. The spike's down. There's 15 seconds left.
That was a quad as well.
I asked for one calm, reasonable round of Valorant. Y'all, I asked for 1 round, and you couldn't give it to me.
I told you it wouldn't
Instead, we
happen.
have to keep it crazy and entertaining.
I told you it wouldn't.
You did. I should have known.
I have seen these matches.
Oh.
Oh my goodness me, and with that, that's going to be a timeout. No surprise there
you.
whatsoever.
Thank
We
you.
get ourselves a timeout on the side of 10 Star. Dear goodness, they must have to take a step back and go, how did that go wrong? What in the world just happened? I mean, we can see what happened. I mean, so many of these points have been going absolutely off the page so far. The end of the second half really started to see 10 Star start to gain that momentum back. But can we just talk about that previous point? Athena gets a quad to keep chat band fully on in there, reds and all. That is, it's exactly what you want from individual players like that. Just, oh my goodness.
One enemy.
B-side has been. B-side's just been. I don't even know what the word for it is.
Look at this.
Like, it's just ridiculous. It's absurd. I'm gonna borrow a word from my Canadian friend LaFont. It's a gong show, right? It is just an absolute maelstrom. And the idea here in this last round from 10 Star was relatively solid, right? They realized that most of the rotates had already gone over to B, but they were a little bit late getting through mid, and mid to B through the defender areas is easier to cut off. They have a faster rotation there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, switching it up now. 10 Star, they're going through the middle of the map. Oh, they're going mid to B, yeah, they're going mid to B, but this time they actually have some long control. They had some long control. It is now gone.
Yep, completely and utterly gone. Pinkley gets a double before Chatband finally get one on the board. Slicey immediately goes down, had to sheriff out, no knives whatsoever, and that will be that. Can you believe, after the series of points that we have seen go against Chatband, they now sit on match point? Well,
one more victory for Chatband, and we go to a decider map between them and 10 Star Nova. And I'm going to file that round in my archive, my portfolio of why I don't like mid to B, generally. Because the second that long control doesn't go favorably, you're all the way committed through the middle of the map. You have nowhere to run, you have nowhere to plant, and it goes terribly. 10 Star Nova, they learned that lesson the hard way. And now they have to play 4 perfect rounds of Valorant to still have a chance to lock this series down in 2.
And guess what's not gonna happen? Unless they take out Pinkley, it's the Viper's Pit on B. The arrow does go through, and again, Pinkley trying to cover one side. I think the rest of them are behind them, though. This is gonna get interesting.
Here.
Oh, Pinkley is such a risky spot, but nobody's gonna go in and check her. She gets away with it. And meanwhile, we just have a crazy 1v1 over on A. That pulls so many players away from B. But 10 Star Nova, they've already left. This is a great position from Slicey, though.
Yes.
No way.
Slicey
no
on
how.
the lurk. Slicey on a massive lurk. There's a rest that's came through, so Chatband are back up to full potential. Slicey gets one, but does get picked off by Mary in the end. So it's a 4v3 situation. They have all arrived on A at relatively the same time, with the exception of the Viper, who is still over on their side of the field. Nino gets the one, but gets taken out. Fury is going to come up from Lyra. Does at least get one pick in the process of it, so it brings the player advantage down, but they're the only ones left. They're the only ones left, and they're down. We have match 3 coming. Chatband win the second map by 13 points to 8. And what a chaotic round that was.
Relative to the rest of the map, though, I'd say it was pretty tame, right? Compared to the insanity. It could have gotten wild. It was this close to being a fiesta in favor of 10 Star Nova, but with Slicey dying on that lurk all the way through B, and they Chatband still having Viper over toward B, right? So they know there's no plant, there's probably no one else here. Slicey dies, that gives away the gambit, and then Chatband are able to get the read. Hey, they're coming over to A. Spadoka sets up in a perfect, tiny little angle with that operator, gets the spike on the ground, and there's not much that 10 Star Nova can do from there.
feel like a sort of like breath to need
know
to
what?
be taken after that kind of thing, because just look at the amount of shenanigans going on. I mean, we had the early start, like Chat Band came out swinging in the early gates, but this is 10 Star we're talking about. These are the reigning champions for a reason. They've made 2 finales in a row. You were never going to count them fully on out, and the amount of unbelievable plays between the pair of them. I mean, the early stage, I think, sort of like was a precursor of things to come, because it was just like clutch after clutch. We had Slicey waiting in rooms, we had walls, we had defuses that really just should not have happened. And between the pair of them, I mean, this is still the cheesiest of cheese, just sandwiched between the walls, only for them to get Uno reversed in the second half and have it done to them as well on the high ground, albeit. So it just... what more could you ask for these two teams?
With the benefit of hindsight, that very first pistol round we had with Mary barely being able to actually stop the defuse, despite like almost ruining it with a recon dart, right? That was an omen of what was to come in this map. Holy moly. I can only imagine how Haven went. 14-12 between these two teams. This is a great best of 3 that we have been graced with.
And the best part is that the action will not be slowing down anytime soon. We will be taking a breather in just a moment, as you can just see again some of the key moments that happened in this again. Everybody being incredibly patient.
I love this.
Dana just on
that's
the top.
That's the kind of ingenuity you want from your players, though, especially on a map like Icebox. I said it earlier. Play around the advantages that the map provides. Get into weird spots. Take awkward gunfights. Sneak into positions like that we just saw from Pinkley. She did it twice, by the way. Sneak into positions that the opposition could never possibly expect. You do that over and over again, and you vary it every single time. And even the best teams like 10 Star Nova will get caught off guard.
Yeah, and the best part is that towards the end of that half as well, Spadoka, Dana, and Athena were just going absolutely nuts. They had so many kills on their side of the field. From Spadoka to Dana to Athena, 22, 19, and 20 respectively. So many assists between the 3 of them as well. And that's nothing compared to Pinkley's 12 assists as the Viper. So everyone is doing exceptionally well on both sides of the field. And, well, we're going to take a break because both teams have requested it. No surprise, it's been a very long set so far, and we're going into match 3, which will be on Bind. Of all places is where we're going to go to for match 3 when we return for the 3rd and final match in this 2nd semi-final to determine who goes to the grand final to take on Project X. Do not go away, you will not want to miss this.
I'm feeling happy, and moments ago I was only empty. What did you slip me? My heart is racing and I'm getting dizzy. There must be some complicated after effect to this. Will I wake up in your bed and regret everything I did? Like a hangover, but leave me needing one more fix. She said, shut your mouth and kiss me. Hey, don't waste your breath, cause you know what I'm feeling. Midnight's closing in, and I won't wait for you. Don't think about it twice, we're way past second guessing. And I want you now, just shut your mouth and kiss me. It can get lonely, swiping left and right to meet somebody. And they won't get to know me, but that's okay. In retrospect, I do it over and over, cause that's just how we met. There must be some complicated after effect to this. Will I wake up in your bed and regret everything I did? Like a hangover, but leave me needing one more fix. She said, shut your mouth and kiss me. Hey, don't waste your breath, cause you know what I'm feeling. Midnight's closing in, and I won't wait for you. Don't think about it twice, we're way past second guessing. And I want you now, yeah, shut your mouth and kiss me. In the parking lot, in the backseat, don't dare to stop now. Just close your eyes and kiss me, like you mean it. You're a bad dream, but I'm into it now. Yeah, shut your mouth and cause you know what I'm feeling. Midnight's closing in, and I won't wait for you. Don't think about it twice, we're way past second guessing. Yeah, I'll just close my eyes and kiss you, like I mean it. You're a bad dream, but I'm into it now. Yeah, I'll just close my eyes and kiss you. In the backseat, on the highway, in the backseat home. Just shut your mouth and kiss me, kiss me, kiss me.
we are back, everyone, to the 5th installment of the Huntress Trials here at RixGG. Your girl TK Layla and, of course, Paul still with us here for today. And, well, I hope we have all successfully calmed down from that previous matchup over on Icebox. A 13-8 thriller from start to finish with plenty of shenanigans afoot. But it means that we are going into map number 3 of this best of 3. And unbelievably, as I still can't believe I'm saying this, we will successfully be seeing all 6 maps on this weekend stream because the final match here is Bind.
Yeah, and Bind, I think, is going to be very different from what we saw on Icebox. Haven, the first map, which we didn't get to see on stream because we were covering the other semifinal, was 14-12. It was very close. I like to imagine it was probably pretty close to what we saw on Icebox, just even closer and across 3 sites, right? Those 2 maps can play similar styles. You can get unorthodox. You can go for hard hits on executes. They're not the same, obviously, because one's Haven and the other is Icebox, but they can lean into the same sort of chaos. Bind generally doesn't. Outside of weird things that can happen with the teleporter, which is certainly a possibility, it's much more of a linear map, though, right? You have 2 ways onto each site. You have to have planned executes. You have to have information gathering. It is a far more tame map than Haven or Icebox, right? That being said, doesn't mean that we're going to get to see a tame map of Bind. There's a very good chance that these 2 teams decide to just come out and full send it, both sides, and give us some more chaos. But I think it's going to slow down a bit.
And I'll tell you what won't slow down either, the agent selection, because I feel like we're probably going to see a bit of a different pick of agents than we would have seen in the previous match for Icebox. I mean, not entirely sure if we'll see a Viper, but what do you reckon in terms of duelists? Are we going to see a bit more of a couple different spreads on that one, or are you still thinking the same kind of feel from both sides?
Oh, and that's the great thing about Bind, right? Is you can keep things very similar to what we've already seen these 2 teams do, but you can switch it up. I'm expecting the Sages to go away. I don't think we're going to see much Sages. I would like to see maybe some Skies come in to replace them, right? Go for that double initiator comp that a lot of strong teams are going for these days. I think especially on a map like Bind, where you need to, as an attacking team, get control of certain sections of the map. Both Sky and Sova allow you to do that, and I like to see them in tandem because then you can just strong arm your way into any section of the map. But it doesn't mean that that's what's going to happen. Nope, Sages are staying. Shows what I know. All right, we're keeping the Sages. Different players for them, though, or at least one different player. Spadoka, who was previously on the Jet, switching off Sentinel versus Duelist with Dana, who will be coming up over onto the Raze. And Raze is the other agent I was going to mention, because while Jet is certainly a viable option here, a lot of teams like to play Raze on Bind because her paint shells are extremely effective in a lot of these corridors that teams are forced through.
Yeah, and you often see them flinging that utility through the teleporter as well, trying to bait on people with that sound notification. So expect to see a few of those going on in this matchup. I mean, you know, we got plenty of like questionable moments from both sides in Icebox. So you bet somebody is going to probably do that trick at some point this session.
Cat Band going to be starting off on the defense. I think defense is the stronger side of Bind, especially if a team is not comfortable executing, right? If a team is good enough to where they have several different executes for both sites that they are comfortable with, then Bind becomes a pretty even map. But as a map in and of itself, defense is where I think the preference lies, if only by a bit here. Very interesting stack thus far from Chat Band. Completely convinced that 10-star we're going to go to A, but not so much the case.
Case at all. Clark tries to get the better of the Cypher, but it's going to be Athena who gets the first shot. Can they get the raise as well? They get the raise as well! Are you kidding me? Athena gets themselves a double on the board, and that is going to be a bit of information gathered straight away. Now the A push is going to come. Slicey is going to be waiting on into the corridors, going to get the cheeky little flank. but it's going to be the Omen who gets it first. Headshot on the Omen. That alerts the rest of Chat Band. That Sky is behind.
Beautiful push here from 10 Star, and they've got the defense bisected right now. Athena has to clear out while, meanwhile, the other two are trying to actually get position over the spike. Slicey will fall, and now there's just one player left standing. Difficult place to hold here for Ninu, and she's not going to be able to do so. Great work from Chat Band there. I mean, I said it was going to be a little bit more linear. It started off that way. It started that way. And then Athena just fragged like a monster, getting 2 kills that she probably shouldn't have been able to get, in all honesty. And then things got wild. 10 Star, respect the effort, trying to go for the TP, but didn't work out to start him off. And as 10 Star did on Icebox, they're gonna force this. I saw that economy. They're gonna try and ram their heads into this wall again here, Layla.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, it paid off towards the end, but also we also know how Chat Band are able to be resilient towards that side as well. So it's just that they're gonna buy up almost immediately, but if 10 Star cannot get anything out of this, then they'll certainly be paying it for it in the next couple rounds. Of that, there will be no doubt. And Clark does not want to be caught off guard again this time around. First the paint shell, but no Cypher in sight this time.
Yeah, I like the adjustment from Chat Band. Athena not overplaying her luck in hookah, right? Was able to get 2 in that very first round. I think that's going to be the last time we see Athena all alone inside of hookah, at least for a very long time. 10 Star going for this push. Great paranoia, though. Pinkley almost gets 2, and Spadoka cleaning it up, gets 2 herself. 10 Star, this force ain't working out for him.
No, it is not. They're going to have to kind of like push off through, and in fact, they'll take the teleporter, and Cypher is the only one over on B as a result. They might have the angle, but they don't have the coverage just yet. Lyra makes it onto the point. Athena is going to wait for them to make the first move as the rest of the team begin to rotate through.
Beautiful trap wire there.
Oh.
Athena just ruined the play 10 Star we're going for. Chat Band still buy into it a little bit more than they probably should have, but look, they're already here. They've already gone through. They started that rotate before anything else was going around. 10 Star, they're just doing laps at this point. Their coach told them to run laps of bind here in the second round.
I mean, they did it in Icebox. They did a full lap around an Icebox, so I guess they want to do the same thing here.
Now I'm wondering, are they going to keep going with those relentless forces like they did on Icebox? It's seeming like the answer is no. Last map, they really wanted to catch up to Chat Band's economy because they were already down 10-5, right? I believe was the scoreline at the time. This time, the stakes aren't as high. We're still very early into the map. 10 Star, they can pull back, do 1 round on Sheriffs, into the Spectres. It's doubtful that you're going to damage Chat Band's economy too much, but then you can play for future rounds.
Take flight.
So it's all going to be going into B long. The bolts will come on out. Dana is going to get not 1, not 2. Could they get a free? They do get the free. In fact, Mary gets in on the board as well. That is just a straight up cleanup with only the killjoy left of Nello, who is just wandering around into B for free. But the spike is nowhere near them, and yeah, they're pretty much a sit-and duck right now.
Chat Band have some really solid read on where 10 Star are pushing early on. I mean, the first round it looked a little bit dicey. The second round they did pretty well, and this third round, I mean, there's nothing that 10 Star can do here. Stuck in long, Owl Drone gives their position away. You're all caught in the slow orb. You've only got Sheriffs, and you're getting swung on by 3 Spectres. That's never gonna go well. 10 Star now, they're gonna have some rifles. They've even got the Seekers online because Slicey hasn't been doing a half bad job in these few first rounds. Actually dying a lot of the time, but getting orbs as well. So the Seekers are a good tool. The only ultimate available in the entire game at the moment. Have to be alive to use it though, Slicey. Okay, good.
Asking you should receive. Now it's going to be Spadoka who's going to catch the Sky, and that takes back everything you just said.
And it's an orb. It's a res.
They could use it.
The res is available. Oh.
No, they can't. It's on the wall. They're under the wall.
Whoopsie.
That was planned. They meant to do that. I'm absolutely certain of it.
It's fine. The info's been given. 10 Star over on B. That means the res is perfectly safe. And Chat Band can play 4v4 on the retake.
That plan successfully made. They'll immediately start popping into utility, and the teleports are up as well, so they'll know that they'll be coming probably through the window. We do have an Omen lingering back there, so pretty much just waiting for the rest of the team to catch on in, but the Omen goes down! Nino is going to get the better of them on this exchange, which means the 4v3 picked up a 3v2, 3v2, 2v2!
One enemy remaining.
And now, just the fight.
Netlo's in such a great spot, though. There was no way that Athena was going to be able to clear her out of hookah, even if Athena won the gunfight versus Claw. So great round to stabilize here for 10-Star. They don't get away with as many guns as they probably wanted to, but a round win on the board, especially when you lost Slicey so early over in showers and had to just hightail it to be. I think that 10-Star are okay with how that one played out. They've still got the Seekers now, too. They'll have a Resurrection. Chat band don't have that res because they used it last round. They have no shortage of ultimates, and a showstopper in Dana's hands. I'd be scared of it.
And a technical
But this is a very
pause
even
coming
round.
on up as well. So another little bit of waiting to be done between these two teams. And already look at what Dana has wanted to bring into the table. I guess it's no surprise to see even more long-range power coming on out, but yeah, you see how it started between these two teams. You see Athena with that wonderful hold against the
wild.
boxes. I know, right?
The flicks there,
One
right?
enemy remaining.
That is very solid mechanics from Athena there. It looks wild, but like if you went down and you broke that down like frame by frame, she's doing exactly what she needs to win that gunfight.
And then back onto the other side of the field, at least 10-Star will at least manage to get themselves a point in the board and not allow Chat Band to start to roll on through with that, because you feel like with every single point that Chat Band are able to take away, they'll know that they have somewhat of a chance to be able to do the comeback and, well, pretty much do a little bit of a shock on their side of the field. You remember that the 10-Star are the reigning champions. They won the previous trials, and no team has successfully retained their title. So 10-Star know what's at stake. They know the pressure, but, you know, they've been in 2 finales already. They, you know, second place and a win. They know what needs to be done. They have already bested Chat Band before, but, I mean, the Icebox really did just turn everything on its head, and
Yeah.
anything can still happen at this stage.
Certainly. And while we are in this technical pause, I kind of want to just break down what I think the optimal broad strategy for 10-Star is here, because I think the combination of ultimates they currently have is perfect, right? If you're going to have any 2 ults, I want these 2, right? Because what the Resurrection allows 10-Star Nova to do, especially now that Chat Band have burned their own Resurrection, 10-Star can play very aggressively. They can play for this first trade, this first contact, trade it out 1 for 1, instantly res, and then use the Seekers to get control of wherever they want.
We'll see if that ends up translating the way we think it will. It's going to be Dana who actually gets the hit on Claw. Would you believe it?
That was from A! That's through the TP! There goes the contact trade that 10-Star wanted, right? That's why Claw is playing so aggressive up into hookah, because she's confident in the res, trading her out. But, I mean, now the res has to be invested. Here comes Dana through, showstopper landing and everything, and Pinkley cleans it up.
It's all going wrong for 10-Star in this matchup. It's just the Astra and the Sky left for them. Sky is the up, but there's no way they'll utilize this here. These 2 are stuck in the teleporter. They'll make their way through. That would be a flawless. And hey, remember when I said right before this match started that there's probably going to be one of these 2 teams doing some shenanigans with the teleporter? Well, there it was.
That's insane. I mean, you see those kinds of paint shells all the time, right? It's not an unorthodox paint shell. It's not something that 10-Star Nova shouldn't have expected. If anything, I think Dana was more surprised it actually got a kill. That's the first time I've seen a paint shell check through the TP actually kill someone in a match where the level is this high.
So really the last thing that you want to be doing is conceding moments like that, especially when a grand final is at stake. Like, whilst Chat Band are spread out, they are going to get the first kill. Omen gets them, immediately sends sends the smoke out with the spike being dropped. Thankfully, they'll recollect it, do 10-star. But we got somebody in the showers. And Pinkley gets the headshot. That makes it 2 for 2. And their teammate of Favina gets the follow-up. That's a triple for Pinkley. And it looks like another flawless might be on the card. It's just fly with the sheriff. It is a flawless again. Chat Band are up by 4 points.
Just a very solid round from Chat Band defensively, especially on that A site. They had the one-way smoke on short, trap wire in showers. No way that Athena and Pinkley can get caught off guard. Maybe a little bit ambitious for 10-star to just walk straight through that one-way smoke. It was an eco round. I'm not going to fault them for it too heavily. One more gun round here. Light armor across the board, but several great ultimates to work with. We've been holding on to those Seekers for quite a few rounds now. Like to see some use out of them.
Yeah, they just haven't got themselves into a position where they feel comfortable to let them rip. And I do believe we've also got the ult on the side of Chat Band as well, both the Omen and the Cypher. So they've got their fair share of utility to be playing out with more smoke going on out. And that is going to be the big old divide from Astra. So off comes the wall, but Pinkley gets another shot in. Thankfully, Nino at least trades it back. And obviously that good old sound buffer up straight across the zone. They'll not be able to hear it. And they'll ask and you shall receive.
Spike
Great
down
Seekers
A.
there, but the work's not done yet. 10-star, they've been blown apart. Look at the flank coming in from showers. 2v3 now. Athena's just wasting time, buying time, and trying to stay alive. 10-star, they realize where they've gotten to. They know they can't get back onto A, so they'll run over to B and plant the spike. This is just so difficult, though. In the forward position that was trying to be played there by 10-star all the way back in defender spawn is compromised by the neural theft. This post plane is so difficult for 10-star to hold on to.
Yeah, they're all going to start sneaking on through. Nella will set up to it. But immediately it's taken offline before they could do anything with that, and no surprise, Slice is going to get one. Can they get the second? They can't. It is all up to Nello to find a way of holding this. 2 versus 1. Defuse goes out, gets the headshot. Can they get the second? Sova is already weak, so they just need one tap. They
Nice.
get it! Clutching it out, does Nello.
Great patience there from Nello. Willing to play back, willing to wait, and not challenge Chat Band when they're coming out of hookah. Wait for the information from your teammate. Hey, they've dropped. Slicey able to give that info, and that's when Nello goes for that first gunfight. Then just holds back, waits for Dana to run into her, and cleans up Mary. Great work. Didn't even have to commit the lockdown there. A tactical timeout now by 10-star, because even though they won that round, they were flying by the seat of their pants, Layla. It was not comfortable.
Yeah, that, I honestly thought that was going to be a point going towards Chat Band with how that site went initially. It was just somehow they managed to take the zone and then immediately lose it out. And then obviously Athena playing that tactical game as well. I may have had the numbers advantage, but it did ebb away from them. But so Chat Band will kind of welcome the pause just as much as 10-star do, because whilst they were able to get them deflected away from A, they still conceded B and they still couldn't successfully retake it, as the Killjoy was able to hold their own. So they'll both be discussing different little tactic spots as well. But crucially for Chat Band, they are 3 points up. They need to see if they can keep this lead going as we rapidly approach the end of this first half.
And something I want to point out about the difference in compositions between 10-star and Chat Band here is actually the potency of ultimates, right? If you look across the board here, there's really only 2 good ultimates for Chat Band. I mean, the res is, you know, the Resurrection is obviously not a bad one, but if we're talking like power ultimates, ultimates that win you around, Showstopper and Huntress Fury is all Chat Band has. 10-star Nova, every one of their ultimates is arguably like a power ultimate, so I need to be seeing them. Here comes the Showstopper. That's what I'm looking for.
Spike down B.
Showstopper gets one. They're all the way in there now. Spadoka keeps one angle off guard, but Klar and Lyra both going to drop on down. It's a 4-2 advantage despite the heavy aggression. Nino on the A site on their own. So I'm getting back up from the sky now with the spike. They're going to get themselves an orb as well, only 1 point away. Nino takes out Pinkley and inadvertently activating Tripwire, quickly takes it offline, and that will be the A plant, surely.
Spike planted.
Oh, Mary on this flank makes or breaks the round for both teams. Didn't swing out, didn't go ambitiously. And now Chatband can pinch
Got
onto
your
Lance.
trail.
One enemy remaining.
That's one down.
Oh!
Is that an ace I see on the table? I think that's an ace I see on the table for Mary. Beautifully done as always, and Chatband will take that point 6-2.
Absurd work there from Mary. The discipline to not swing when she got the ping onto Slicey. I would have swung it. 90% of the players I know, even at pro play, would have swung that, but both of the 10-star players we're watching, Slicey, Ninu, they knew that someone could come from the flank. So Mary didn't swing, and that gave the perfect amount of time, the perfect angles for Mary to finish off that ace. Great start here for Chatband in this half. It's 6-2, and 10-star, they're broke again.
And information immediately being gathered. Look at how much that they're able to detect with this as well. Pretty much detecting the fact they're all over the place onto B. And Chatband will use that information wisely. 10-star wisely getting the heck out of dodge. Begins their rotate around, but well, Owen's on a prowl. If you could just see there, they're already heading towards the other teleporter. Almost expecting one of them to come on through. They haven't done so just yet, and they're actually staying in the mid for the time being.
I like the slow pace from 10-star here. They know that things didn't go well in the early round, so they have to reassess their options. The problem is they don't really have any options, right? They're running with worse economy. They're running with no intel. And now they're just going to run on to B. Mary's probably going to get a couple of them here.
Well, there's one.
Spike down.
And Spaduka gets themselves in the action as well. I think the teleporter got sounded as
enemy
well.
remaining.
But that doesn't matter. It's a double for Mary, because of course it is. And that is 7-2, lead being restored and expanded upon. And Chatband are looking very nice here.
Like I said earlier, this map does lean itself defensively, and Chatband, they are playing around what I think the defensive advantages of Bind are. They're holding the choke points relentlessly. They're utilizing their utility perfectly to take optimal gunfights against 10-star Nova and then back out of situations that aren't favorable for them. Doing a very good job in this first half. 10-star Nova, they're not out of it yet. Still 3 more rounds to play for on their attacking side. But they're gonna need all 3 of them. Oh, and that's brutal.
Oh no, that is... Oh, having said that, Slicey gets a double anyway. Dana finally takes them out, but what in the world happened there for Chatband? They're already down to 2. Sova's incredibly weak. And Owen trying to get information. They're down as well. 10-star have just run away with this point.
I think this was Chatband maybe getting a little bit too excited here. Mary going through TP, sure, it got the 1 pick, 2 even, onto 10-star. But let's think about this. The res is available, right? I mean, even if things started to get hairy there, the res could have been used regardless. Now it won't have to be. It's a 3v1. 10-star feel pretty confident. And that trade did not work well for Chatband whatsoever. They lost control of B because they sent one of their scariest players at this point over to the other side of the map. And I mean, Mary's going to try and do what she can here because Chatband have tons of money and this gun is... You can throw it away in order to hurt 10-star's economy.
Yeah, the timer's going to start ticking on down. They've pretty much got every angle covered here. So there's always going to be a bad situation, and that will be that. 10-star get themselves a 3rd point in this matchup. 7-3. So got a couple more points in this half to deal with. And Chatband will just pretty much quickly buy themselves back up. But that's exactly what 10-star needed.
Yeah, it's a breath of fresh air for 10-star, but only a breath, right? They gotta hold that breath for a couple more rounds here. Great ultimates online, but they're walking into a showstopper. You have to know where Dana is before you decide to push. Unless Dana's about to just run it up A short with the showstopper.
Yep. Yeah, showstopper immediately online, so Dana wants to go for it. Fires on through, doesn't get anything, trades out the turret at the very least. Fury will be coming out for Mary as well, immediately pinged up. Can they tag anyone with it? Not quite. So, 2 ults down, and 10-star avoid both of them. So Dinah has an angle, shoots through the boxes, gets themselves the headshot. But Nino immediately brings the Killjoy back, but it doesn't matter because Raze goes down anyway at the hands of Pinkley. Dinah had to quickly back on out from that smoke. Keeping an eye on Shower, but nobody's coming through there. They're all charging on in, but Lyra goes down. At least able to get a trade for somewhat, but it is just Sky. The ult is not going to get anything for them. And quickly teleports the heck out of there. Will activate the tripwire, and that gives the game away. Operator does not miss from there, and that is going to be 8-3 as we enter the last point before the switch.
Two tiny bits of oversight there for 10-star cost them the round. First, just walking towards a short, expecting, oh, the Showstopper and the Hunter's Fury ran out. That means that Chatband don't have anything to work with. Right in theory, but there's still guns that you have to worry about. You need to still clear things in a disciplined manner and take safe gunfights. Then, the second mistake, when the resurrection is going off, Claw actually doesn't realize that that is the play. Throws herself in to try and take advantage of the momentum that 10-star were building. But there's no backup. She just gets eliminated, and then 10-star have to force themselves into an unfavorable scenario. Athena re-peeking this? Okay, getting out now.
Yeah, not surprised there. There's a lot of utility being spent on that long, and they're all making that aggressive push into B. EMP's going to go down as well as Nello just continues to do their thing. They're all spread out in a line there. And Japan with already a player down. Athena has to get the heck out of there. Does get the heck out of there. Bird tries to follow them. Peeks in with the operator. Takes Slicey out. Spidoka get themselves a kill. Back on the side as well. And the cage is up too. So, just like that, Chatband restore the player advantage, but can they keep this up? At this point, the fire will not help them. The mid, well, doesn't it? Doesn't really matter because the rest of Chatband were waiting round the corner. Pinkley gets a triple, and at the end of the first half, it's Chatband 9, 10-star, the reigning champions, 3.
10-star saw red in that round. They were like a bull fighting a matador right there. Athena popped her head out at the very beginning of the round, and 10-star said, it doesn't matter what we do. All we have to do this round is kill Athena. No spike plant, no other focus on their flanks or anyone else in the round. They just run Athena down, and eventually they get her, but Pinkley is right there for the trade, as you said. A rough half for 10-star. They go on to defense now. This is a much better side for their composition anyways, especially since they're not running the double initiator. They'll have the, Sage, Killjoy, Astra, right? Very good defensive composition here as long as 10-star can slow the game down a bit.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a 6-point deficit that they have to pull back here. They cannot afford to let Chatband win the pistol round.
Great one.
Thankfully, that's a good start. Takes out the fellow Res. And that is going to be a player advantage in this pistol round, which is what 10-star needed.
They need a little bit more than one kill here, though. Thankfully, it does seem like Chatband are coming to the more difficult site. Killjoy utility set up, ready to go, and only Nino is spotted by that owl drone.
To get that out of there, Nello into a dangerous position as well. That is going to be the spike down, done and dusted. And that, well, as good as Mary is, I don't know if there's much that they could do. Athena in the showers. It's a 5-2 advantage. I don't see a way that Chatband can get away with this. Mary's going to try and extend all the way forward. Not able to get the 1v1 because they got pincered anyway. Athena does take one off the board, so no flawless for 10-star on this occasion. But they are going to get shut down, and 10-star win the pistol round.
Solid discipline round. That's the kind of slowing it down I want to see through gun rounds in the future, right? 10-star, the only thing they go for in an ambitious sense is this, at the very beginning. Claw pushing out and getting Dana. And there's support there, right? So even if Claw bites off a little bit more than she can chew, it's going to be okay. Then they use the slow orbs, nano swarms, everything beautifully stacked all on top of each other to just decimate Chatband. Good first round from 10-star. A long way to go, though.
A long way to go, but if anybody can do it, it's going to be the reigning champs. And we are going to go straight into showers. Bomb Buddy going on out. Probably get themselves the orb as well, since nobody else is really there. That will help in the grand scheme of things. Get that showstopper online as soon as physically possible. Just to put that little bit of fear into the factor. Spidoka just gonna casually bide the time. Looks like the rotation has been called, and B is gonna be the answer. But utility plopped down over there, and 2 people waiting for them.
I like the angles that the 10-star players here are holding. They're looking at the top of the wall because they know if it starts breaking, well, you'll hear it. But if they try and wall over it or blast pack up over it, you won't know until it's too late. Great start there, and the crossfire is just brutal.
Goodness me, Nino does not miss
Nice.
from that. That is free up for them, and that is beautiful. They'll take the weapon trade as well, and that was easy peasy for 10-star. They're bringing this back beautifully in the first couple of rounds here.
Yeah, that's just a very clean crossfire. We saw how well that exact crossfire worked out earlier for Chat Band, right? I mean, I think it was even on the anti-eco as well. So, Chat Band, maybe not quite remembering how their own second round went favorably over there. But either way now, it'll be a bonus for 10-star. Full gun round for Chat Band. They need to get away clean.
Well,
And Spadoka's going to put down Claws. Nah. I'm keeping my gun for a bit longer.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that aggression did not pay off that time round for 10-star, and they will drop the player early on in. Looks like the call is still there, but Slicey is gonna take Spadoka out of the equation, so they'll trade it straight back and quickly retreat back towards the main area. I think they know full well that another call might be coming, but at the same time, they have allowed that B long to pretty much go unscathed now. So they're peeking on through. They need to think about what they want to do. Dana obviously up there as well.
Yeah.
They'll surely know. There'll be somebody peeking that. Goes for the wrong angle. They're not going to check all the way to the right-hand side. Trying to force something out. Third comes down. That'll force the push, but gets
Nice.
the headshot anyway.
Beautiful shot there from Dana. And now, I mean, B is open season for Chat Band. Oh, the spam into the smoke. Everybody, if there's a smoke there, everybody holds in elbow. Love that spam from Dana. She's on a roll now.
And with that Chat Band 2-player advantage, they have the spike planted on B. They know that 10-star will have to come to them. And Athena has the site covered. Will they get the shot? They do get the first one. They don't get the second, though. It's up to Nella to take this, but they will not do so. Chat Band will not let 10-star win any further points for the time being. It's into double digits for Chat Band. They need 3 points to take this away from the champ.
you fought.
That round was always pretty likely to go
One
toward
enemy remaining.
Chat Band because of the difference in firepower. Now we go to a full gun round for both teams. The game pivots right here. 10-star, they either keep it close, gun round after gun round after gun round for the foreseeable future, or they drop the ball, and we're going to be heading on to the grand finals sooner than 10-star would like.
Somebody rolling out for Dana. And the info going out as well with the drone. Not really finding anything at the moment. They do tag one on the far left side. There's one still tucked into that corner. And the wall is going to go up as well to keep them at base. And Nella will have to slowly rotate through. I think that will be a successful plan. Down on B again for Chat Band. And
Look.
now it's all about the retake.
Look at this extremely defensive Killjoy utility. Nella wasn't playing for the site. She was playing for elbow so that she could use the lockdown later for a retake.
And this could be catastrophic for Chat Band if they don't play this right, because they have to wait for the timer to tick calm down. That gives 10-star all the impetus to go forward, and Dana is not going to win that. Tinkerly does get at least one. Spadoka gets another one in there as well. The wall is up. They take out the Killjoy, and that is going to be that. 10-star will get the defuse in time.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Don't even start that shit.
Absolutely
mate.
clean. Nothing else really to say about that round. 10-star, they had a plan. 4-stack A, play lockdown, retake B. Hold on to elbow at all costs. Executed perfectly. And then they rush out onto the site. They overwhelm Chat Band while Chat Band are desperately trying to come back from hookah and long. It's like they had to take the site all over again. Great round from 10-star, but they don't have a lockdown anymore. We need to see more creative defenses like that for 10-star to tie us up.
Yeah, they still got a fair bit to do, but that's exactly what they needed. And now we begin again. Spike staying in the middle for the time being. Clark gonna go up, grab the orb. That puts them only 1 point away from their ult, and again, that showstopper really does decide to add that intimidation in Spadoka. Again, just biding their time, hopping on back for just a little bit, just to keep the angle covered.
Very defensive here from Chat Band. They're convinced that 10 Star are going to try something. Ooh, this is interesting. Earlier, the orb would have been heard. So Chat Band are going to commit quite a few players to try and flush out showers. If they win this, even if they trade it, they can recover some of these rifles.
It'd be a really cool thing to do if they can make it work. More of the paint shells going on out, but again, not going to really tag anyone this time around. Nino has the angle covered, so as long as the first shot is fine. They get caught out with the flank, however, and Clark cannot get any of them, so they have to pull back and concede showers. So, free ult online for Chat Band. If they wish to use them,
Ooh,
a bit of damage again going on down, and very much hurt.
great shock dart there.
30 seconds
Oh,
left.
I don't know about this one. Ambitious. There's no way that 10 Star expect this, though.
Well, Nilo gets one at
Out
the
of
very
charges.
least. They're still covering this, but obviously charges are pretty much out here. B is probably
They don't
going to
know.
get taken.
They don't know.
Spike
Nello,
down B.
she has the perfect angle.
Last
The
player
spike's
standing.
down. There's no way to plant. That's it. It's over. 10 Star. Beautiful.
Wow. That is exactly what 10 Star had hoped for. And Nello is just coming out with play after play at this point. Their position is it's exactly where they need to be and then some.
Yeah, that was excellent from 10 Star. Nello on this Killjoy has really redefined 10 Star's defense because they're able to rely on her
Don't overthink it.
as an individual. So much weight is being put on this Killjoy's shoulders, and she is carrying it beautifully. No fear about the B site. 10 Stars, they never worry. They know that Nilo is either going to hold it or trade well or hide into a position where she can disrupt the attacking plant. It is beautiful play on Killjoy. Poetry in motion.
A flash going on out into showers, and again, it's going to give them the information that they want to hear. And obviously, 10 Star do have two ults online, the Reds and crucially the Showstopper as well. As Athena slowly pokes on through with the shout. Has to quickly back on out there, takes a little bit of chip from the paint shells. Tries to take out the bomb, but he does so. Can't get any more damage done like that. But Spadoka, again, deep into showers. They've got a backup with them as well. Get themselves an orb as well, just for added measure.
But look how difficult this is going to be. 4 players here. Again, Nilo is alone on the B site, and there's nothing Chat Band can do about it.
Every single corner they're trying to occupy, but there's just nothing going their way.
30 seconds
again,
left.
Camera shut down. They are running out of time. Paint Shell's going to force them out, and again, it's going to be Dana who gets that first shot in. Athena can't quite make it work with the Sheriff this time around. Showstock comes down out. That's going to be the plan. No, it's not! Plan taken out at the last possible
Last player
second.
standing.
There's just no time. There's no time for Dana to
10
get to the
seconds
spike,
left.
plant it, and kill everybody she needs to. All you have to do is stay safe. Okay, 10 Stars, they just win the gunfight. It's fine. I was a little nervous there for him. But they'll keep ticking closer to tying us up. Great defenses thus far from 10 Star.
And a timeout.
You need one for Chat Band, right? Because no matter where Chat Band goes, nothing is working. Nothing at all. Because if they go into Nilo, she just disrupts them, she kills them, she makes them have a very bad time. But if you don't, then you're walking into 4 players. I don't want to walk into 4 players. I'd rather walk into a single Killjoy that's a literal god than go into 4 players on the attacking side of Bind. It's very difficult to try and dissect this defense if you are Chat Band right now.
It's just like every play, there seems to be a good coordinated
enemy
effort.
remaining.
And like the worst part is that 10 Star are at a point where they know what they're comfortable with now. They've absolutely got these rotations and the placements on lockdown. Killjoy has been picking it out of the park,
enemy remaining.
left, right, and center. And despite some successful holds here and there from
Last
Chat
player
Band, the
standing.
EMP, followed by another solo hold on that B side for the Killjoy, it's turning this game around into 10 Star's favor, and what started as a 6-point gap for Chat Band, looking like the upset could be on the cards, is now down to just 2 points.
And now I want to see the aggression I talked about earlier from Chat Band. They have the resurrection. Oh, I was gonna say they know where Nello likes to play, but 10 Star swapped it up. Now they've moved their Killjoy over to the A site. And I don't know if Chat Band are going to be expecting this or that cheeky angle.
And Dana's going to be the one that drops down first as a result. So that's the worst possible start for Chat Band. And that is going to be a wall just completely blocking out Showers. Full stop. Spidoka and Mary, however, got themselves on the board. Lyra at least manages to get one back to keep this at a 3v3 level and get the smokes up as well. Gonna keep an eye out for that drone. Drone not able to really catch them, I don't think. And Mary choosing to rotate back.
Your duty is not over.
She can't really fight this. Oh, is she going to try and punish the res? That's risky. Nah, she's just keeping them over there at B. But you're walking in 3v4, you're trying to go through the Cosmic Divide. That's a nice little TP, but no one expects Nilla to play that position. No way. No way. She sneaks through the Cosmic Divide. This is so filthy.
Oh, Athena's gonna have no idea.
Spike planted.
Whenever she wants, she can swing, but she's waiting for her teammates. Nobody has any idea that she's going to be there. This has gone so long, though, that you're likely expecting some kind of... Never mind. Didn't expect the flank. Not going to be able to survive it. And that's the round tied up. 10 Star, 1 away now from tying up the scoreline.
Athena caught on reload. It's the worst possible feeling. And like I said, that 6-point lead is now just a 1-point gap, and 10 Star are on a roll. 4 wins in a row. And Chat Band, they must be feeling the pressure now. They've done so well in the early stages to get this far up, but 10 Star are so much more comfortable on this side.
And now they have the lockdown available again, right? So they can just put Nello back on an island. As long as she's alive, a retake is possible. She's playing a little bit more forward this time, actually. She's going to help contest B long. This gets risky. Never mind. They're already out of there.
Yeah,
they were just going for the early flash for a little bit of information. Now Slicey's got the op. Didn't get spotted by the owl drone? No, didn't.
That's gonna be big for 10 Star. This operator does. Oh no, it did miss. Slicey just hesitated just a moment, and this could come back to bite them if they're not careful. And I think it has done. Slicey is gonna go down. Ray is gonna come out. The Fury doing so much work. Can't quite get anything going, but they do manage to get the spike planted. But again, taken on out. It's a 3v3 situation on this point, and Mary doesn't get the pick either. It's Nello again who's coming in clutch. But now, it's a 2v2. They're both in the box. It's just 2v1. That'll do it. That'll do it. 10 Star have tied it up, and it's Nello again.
It's all about control right now for 10 Star Nova. Yeah, it was a bloodbath on the point. Slicey was in a very difficult scenario, and she gets decimated eventually. But when the spike goes down, Chat Band, all 3 of them are stuck on the objective. And it's a crossfire from 10 Star Nova. They're coming out of defender spawn. They're coming out of elbow. They're coming out of hookah. You can't watch everything and still effectively trade in that scenario as Chat Band. 10 Star, they've tied us up. They're going to take the lead here. It's a broken economy now for Chat Band.
Chat Band went from feeling confident to now really being on the back foot as the drones and the buddies just go flying on out and send off the trap. Dana quickly gets the heck out of there. And actually goes down to the paint shell!
Clark giving Dana a taste of her own medicine. Remember that? Remember that paint shell? Yeah, I remember that paint shell. Oh my.
Oh my goodness me. They really are playing tit for tack at this point. Slicey with the operator, watching for the angle, waiting for the peak to happen. quickly decides to think about retreating just a little bit. It gives them the opening. Misses the shot though.
Hawk out.
These retakes do allow for the B-Long players to get very frisky, though. Look at this. B-Long's been looked at, and now it's been forgotten about. Easy pickups there for Nino and Nello. They're going to finish it off. It's flawless.
And 10-Star, for the first time in this respective matchup, have the lead, having been 9-3 down. They are now 11-10 up, and looking like they are the team who are going to book their tickets to Grand Finals. It's obviously not over yet. Chatban had such a good start, but they've been clawed back bit by bit by bit. It's 6 wins in a row now for 10-Star. And it just doesn't seem like they're going to be able to shut them down anytime soon. They've got to play out of their skins here, do Chatban.
This is the last good chance, too, for Chatban. After this, their economy will not be favorable. They won't have good guns. They're going toward B. They're sending it hard. A lockdown available, though. We've seen this twice already, Layla.
Yeah, that lockdown is going to be pivotal here. The plant is going to come on down, but 10-Star won't be worried about that in the slightest because there's the EMP.
Here they come. Chatban, no, they have to push the lockdown or leave. But the utility, it stalls them out. They don't have the opportunity. Now they're all down long. This is going to be shooting fish in a barrel.
That defuse surely will be happening. They're all going to push on through, and this is going to be, having said that, no 10-Star +2, but they're getting the diffusers, and that's what matters most. That is a triple for Claw, and that surely will do it. They'll get this defuse easily with that, and there it is. That is going to be set point.
A valiant effort by 10-Star, or by Chatban rather, but 10-Star were too prepped. No matter how hard Chatban tried, they could not get into elbow. They had to leave. They had to run. And I mean, when there's 5 guns shooting one tiny angle, 10-Star Nova are going to win that every day of the week against any team they want. Now one last chance. Light armor, a bulldog for Athena. Not great odds here for Chatban, but they're so close. They just need to win 2 rounds to get us into overtime.
But 10-Star know full well with the streak that they've built up, they know they could do anything. They've got 2 ults on their side, 1 showstopper and 1 res. Chatban has 1 as well, so crucially, they cannot afford to lose Spadoka in this situation. 1 minute and 20 will be the difference between a 13-10 and a 12-11 with the game still going. You feel like it's 10 stars to lose, but Chatban never give up. The first up shot is going to go off. The bird will start flying off, but again, not really going to get much information from there. The wall is up in the elevation, but again, nothing given just yet.
Look how much respect Chatban are playing across the map, too. They're feeling the lost streak at this point. Even with the resurrection, even with the showstopper, they're not just sending it in like they have previously. Oh, don't peek that. Oh my word, I can't believe Spadoka wins that.
I was about to say the same thing. How did Spadoka get out of that situation against the op? It gives them a 2-player advantage, but they lost the stage at the last thing they needed. That's the res! That's the res!
No.
It was a double as well for Nino. The showstopper comes out from Dana, but I don't think there's anybody home over on B. The rotation, I don't think it's going to matter at the slightest. They've got to do something that I don't think they're going to have the time to. This is looking like it's going to be it. With 5 seconds to go, the time will stall. The reigning champions came from 6 points down to win this match by 13-10 and take the set to seize them into the grand final.
What a valiant effort by Chatban, but the script writing is too strong. We get the 3-peat of 10-Star Nova versus Project X. A masterful display on defensive bind. Absurd from 10-Star Nova. I couldn't tell you how to beat that defense. With Nilo putting up such strong performances, with the lockdown being a constant thorn in the side of Chatban. there's nothing they could have done. Simply nothing they could have done. Despite their best efforts, they will be eliminated. They'll still go home with a little bit of that prize pool. With the 500 pounds, 100 or 1,000 pounds. European money. Y'all do it weird over there. The point is, the real prize pool gonna be fought for by 10 Star Nova and Project X.
Yeah, you gotta feel for Japan. They were so strong in that first half. They took so many points away from 10 Star, and yet felt like it was starting to come good for them. They were gonna make it into the finale and maybe take a really good curveball, but goodness me, the plays on the side of 10 Star, they were just able to find that second win in the second half with some amazing segments. As you said, Nilo was just being a force to be reckoned with, constantly surviving in situations where they really should not have been allowed to stay alive in. The EMP coming out clutch time and time again, able to do strategies on the same side of the field that we saw previously from Japan. It was just, it all started to ebb up, and in the end it just proved too much to Japan, and it sucks that we don't get to see them in the final, because I would have absolutely loved to see the form book written up, but that is just how good 10 Star are.
I'm so excited to see 10 Star though, right? Like, the way they played the defensive bind, not only the way they played around their utility, but the combos, the teamwork. It was like watching a perfectly orchestrated musical composition, right? Everything is in sync. The harmonies are beautiful. Constantly playing off each other's teamwork, and it makes for such good competitive Valorant compared to the chaos of Icebox, which was fun. Don't get me wrong. I will take seeing 10 Star Unbind every day of the week.
And with that being said, that is going to be us done for the semi-finals. So after all of that, we now get ourselves ready for the same finale in 3 Huntress trials in a row.
Go.
It is Project X against 10 Star. So whatever happens, someone will be winning their second ever title for the first time in this competition. Will it be Project X, or will 10 Star do a 2-for-1 special and also be the first team to successfully retain that crown of Huntress Trials champions? We will find out after the break when we return for the grand finals between Project X and 10 Star Nova in the 5th installment of the Huntress Trials.
when you touch my skin. No, it's bad, it's bad. Don't care if the walls are caving in right now. I need you to kill off my lonely nights. Otherwise, I'll just be dead inside. I can't keep pretending you don't exist. Hate the lies, you know I can't resist, yeah. Baby, I don't mind you calling. I'm still awake in my bed. Say the things you shouldn't be saying. I don't want you to act like you still have that halo. Halo, got the halo.
One enemy remaining.
Like you still have that halo. Halo, you should let go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Enemy
If you let me hear you say my name, my name. If you let me hear you, babe. 'Cause I wonder if you feel the same, same. Or just tell me if you feel the same. You don't need to hesitate, oh babe. Now it's never too late. I think we're soulmates. Let's find a way to start again, oh yeah. 'Cause I wanna work things out.
My friends, welcome on back to the 5th installment of the Huntress Trials here at RixGG. I'm still your girl, and I'm still alongside Paul, coming to you live for the grand finals of this magnificent tournament, and for the 3rd time in a row, it will be Project X to go up against 10 Star, formerly known as Gangsters. They've both made an appearance in 3 back-to-back finals. Project X won the first one back in May. The 4th Huntress Trials went to 10 Star, and now they do battle once again, both with a win under their belt, both looking to make history to be the only team so far to win twice. But for Project X, not Project X, 10 Star, they will be looking to be the first team to successfully defend it. And well, we've seen what both of these two teams have on offer from both of their semi-finals.
Oh yeah.
Which do you prefer going into this?
Oh, I mean, it's a tough call to make. We gotta walk the whole road back for me to properly assess it, right? So let's take a look at how we got here on the bracket, because that first semifinal, I think, was certainly more of a dominant affair, right? Project X, they clobbered Freya on Icebox, just looking insane. Smurfette, Cinnamon doing the things they always do, playing in tandem beautifully and fragging out like no one else can. Haven was much closer. Instead of, I believe, 13-5, it was 13-8, if I'm remembering correctly off the top of my head, but still a very dominant performance. It's hard for me not to favor Project X going into this one. But the second semifinal, while it was way closer, we didn't even get to see the overtime map that it started on with Haven, right? And then we went to Icebox. It was insanity across the board, and then 10 Star had a crazy comeback on the 3rd map of Bind. And because of that comeback, it's so difficult for me to actually lean this one way or the other. I kind of want to give it to Project X, but 10 Star did such a good job of playing around their strengths, and once they got onto a composition that I really enjoyed, that I think suited the map very well, they were next to impossible to beat. They closed out winning like 8 rounds in a row in an insane comeback. I don't think they're going to have the same chance to do that again, because I'd be surprised if Bind survives our pick and ban, Layla.
Well, you say that knowing full well that we do have our bans, and Bind is one of them, but also Ascent is the other. So again, no Ascent going into grand finals, and would you believe it, the first pick, can't believe I'm about to say this, is Heckin' Icebox, followed immediately by Split. Breeze will be the final deciding match of this best of 3 if it goes that far. So, wow, again, I guess it's no real surprise to see that Ascent is banned, considering the win weight a certain team has on there.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together. You gotta love this. I could not ask for a better pick and ban. Both teams banning what is undoubtedly the other's #1 strength. Project X, 10 wins, 0 losses on Ascent. We just saw how good 10 Star are on Bind, so it's no surprise that those two are tabled. Then we're starting off on Icebox. Great pick for Project X. They looked so dominant, and it was the map that 10 Star dropped in their semifinal we just saw. Split and Breeze are where everything kind of goes up into the air. These are wild maps for us to round out the 5th installment of the Huntress Trials here in August with. I am so excited to hop into this grand final.
Yeah, and especially when you say games that have been dropped throughout this entire tournament this weekend, Project X haven't dropped a single point. Like, they have won 2-0 on every single one of them. Where if it was just the semi-final that was the 2-1 that for 10 Star, I would have been like, okay, well they had to really go at it, but that's how close chat band were to them. But they dropped a game as well in the quarterfinals as well. That was a 2-1 back there as well. So it's why we go into this thinking that Project X, you know, they're the ones that haven't conceded a full-on game yet. That's why it slightly favors them. But again, as you say, the comeback queens at this stage of the tournament really do seem to be 10 Star, and they were determined to retain that championship. But the fact that we start off on Icebox, who the heck knows how this is going to go? We know one team will not mind not bringing a Viper, but it all comes down to if it's a similar comp, if both teams offer something completely different. We've seen how one-sided it can be when that kind of shenanigans happen, and already we are going to see something, well, slightly different. The Jets are going to be on both sides of the field, as are the Rain, but we've got a Killjoy on there and an Astro. We've got a Viper on the other side of the field with the Sage. So, do we see the Sova lock in here for Lyra?
I think so. These are pretty much the compositions that both these teams played on Icebox when they both played it in their semifinal, right? Very different compositions compared to each other, but what both Project X and 10 Star Nova like to run. But considering how those rounds of Icebox went, I think that Project X has a massive advantage here. It is no surprise that this is their map pick, right? They clobbered Freya on this map with unbelievable aggression that Freya didn't have any way to stop. And looking at 10 Star's comp, they don't have much of a way to stop that aggression either. I mean, maybe if you get some
Choose your
perfect slow
agent.
orbs, toxic screens, and snake bites, you can maybe pump the brakes a bit. But it is all gas for Project X. I am expecting them to come out of the gate swinging. They're going to be on the attack too, which is a side that gives them so much momentum.
But we also know that 10 Star pull rabbits out of just like the tiniest of hats on this stage as well. Their shenanigans with chat ban, let's not forget them, sandwiching them in for not one but two very cheesy defuse tactics in the early stages. So they'll want to deploy stuff like that, but you know full well that Project X, that have probably watched that match, they will not be falling for those kind of fishy little incidents.
Yeah. And the real problem for 10 Star Nova is outside of those two sneaky defuses they got, on their defensive side, they only won 2 rounds, right?
Yeah.
A total of 4, but outside of those sneaky defuses, it was only 2 solid rounds that 10 Star Nova was able to pull away. And Project X are like Chat Band if Chat Band got rid of the shenanigans and dialed aggression up to 15, right? So I think this is going to be a very hard matchup stylistically for 10 Star Nova. They will had to have learned a lot of lessons from their loss earlier today on Icebox in a very short amount of time for this to even look close against Project X.
And especially considering the fact I think Project X only really conceded 1 point in the first half of their Icebox match earlier. So yeah, it really does tell you the whole picture when you look at it from afar. And already it's going to be damage done on the side of Project X, would you believe it? 3 of them already getting damaged in the early stages. Nobody going down just yet. And then it's going to be Roxy who gets the plant down successfully.
Yeah, it was a perfect shock dart there, but that's all that was gifted over. Kim is just buying time, trying to let Cinnamon swing out, but it's actually too ambitious of a swing. Roxy's good for 1, but the next few are several tiers more difficult.
Player standing.
Lance holding his own best she can, or her own, sorry, best she can, but it won't work out. 10 Star Nova doing a great job. That was all off that rogue, that shock dart. Not recon dart, the shock dart that Lilia was able to pull off. Great read by 10 Star Nova, but not every round is going to be that easy.
You got there in the end, and yeah, the first point going the way of 10 Star in the early stages, but you know, that is the pistol round. It's always crucial to keep that ball rolling and get those points in the bag and net that lead as quickly as possible. But we know the Project X, they'll start to try and clap on back towards them. And 10 Star will know they won't have it all their own way for every single point here, or will they? You never know with these two teams.
A force here for Project X. Certainly risky. And they're walking into the site where the Viper wall has already been set up too. This toxic screen is going to make it very difficult to play post plant of any sort, because that toxic screen will go up and Project X won't have a chance to actually see the defuse. 10-star potentially going for more sneaky defuses. Love that snake bite. That's the second round in a row we've seen that from Nilo so far. She's doing a great job there. Roxy covering the flank, but she is going into quite a few players.
They're all running into that corner. Spike will be planted. Nino again just trying to get anything out of that. Slicey gets himself a double and manages to get a double on the other side of the field as well for Project X. They've got this somewhat under control, but Slicey is still lingering around. Goes got the smoke down, heads in towards the zone, quickly doubles back, gets one at least, but
Beautiful.
can't get any more than that. The triple is nice, but Project X will quickly tie things up.
Great presence of mind there from Project X. The second they get onto A and get stalled out just by a little bit, just by that snake bite, right? They know, hey, there's a chance that people are coming around our flank to send 2-3 players back there and successfully hold the line and don't get caught off guard by 10-star Nova. Now, the economy's flipped on its head. Project X is the one in the driver's seat. And 10-star Nova, they don't really have much to work with.
There's all the risks you do in these early stages. Third point set on the way. Eye goes out. Nobody really there for it this time around. And Roxy just, again, keeping those vantage points up. Slicey already has the knives online, which again just goes to show how quickly she grinds that lot up. But again, everybody just making their moves. Smurfette keeping an eye open. Not quite able to get the first pick. Cinnamon does though at least, and Smurfette is now right along with them. That is a good partnership, as we've mentioned before. Clark can't get anything with the Sheriff, but the spike is planted over on B.
It's that 2-player hit squad for Project X, right? The plastic, Smurfette and Cinnamon pushing all the way through B. It's not enough to plant B. They follow through to the very end of the map past Snowman. With the Leer, with the swings timed perfectly, able to lock down 10-star without much of a problem. Love that play too. I think that's a recon dart thrown in there as well. Lance helping out her duelist duo, and you love to see that kind of coordination from Project X. Now it is their bonus round. Damage is the name of the game here. If they drop 3 or 4 guns of 10-star Novas, that's a big smile they can wear going into the 4th round.
And any kind of bonus they'll take will be great for them. Gets the AWP, helps them get those AWPs charged up, but it is going to be Smurfette who is the first casualty in this. Cinnamon all the way down to 10 already, but the rest of the team are behind them, so Project X managed to get away with that. And now, 10-star looking like a little bit hard, but looks like the rotation might be going back towards A here.
Yeah, I love it. Project X, they realized that took just long enough, and they fumbled around recovering some guns, that the rotates would have been there. Planting is too risky, but you don't need to plant. It's a 5v3. Just go back across the map, clear things out. You can afford to trade 1-for-1 if someone is hiding in a sneaky spot. As long as you clear this with the proper due diligence, there's no way Project X can lose before they get to the A site. Once they've planted on A, things get a little bit wild. 3 very low health members for Project X, so it's still a very winnable round for 10-star Nova.
Yeah, it all comes down to those angles and very much those first shots. They've got to find the mark, but Cinnamon is going to heal themselves right back on up. Get in the better of the fellow Reina. And that is going to be a 5-2 advantage now for Project X. This becomes that little bit more difficult for 10-star, who I think are just saying, you know what? No. Just no. We're not engaging with you.
This is another... We saw some very disciplined saves from 10-star Nova in their semifinal. No surprises that they're going for it here. A 2v5 isn't worth throwing your only 2 guns away when you can try and make the next round at least a bit competitive. Project X, they're hunting them down, though. Don't think they're going to be able to take those guns away. And either way, Project X are off to the strong start we expect from them on Icebox. They are playing to their strengths perfectly and not letting anything 10-star throws at them get in their way.
It's pretty much all of their rifles as well, since every single member managed to survive. And that's always the scary thing. It's like, just because you see a number of their agents on low health, especially the Reyna, it really doesn't mean anything, because if Reyna gets one kill, chances are they're gonna overheal themselves right back on up. And yeah, it's always scary to have that. So just because TenStar do have the heals on standby for the Sage does not mean that they will always have the advantage. Having said that though, Slicey takes out Smurfette with a very aggressive start.
Love that gambit from TenStar, and they are out of there. No worries. Okay, one worry. They're really not going to get out of there, unfortunately. But it's still a pretty decent trade, all things considered.
Nello, I think, just missing out. I realize there's somebody going to be there. Yeah, that is true, though. That is absolutely true. Roxy, poke through the wall. Gonna throw out this trap. Get anything for that? Not quite. As Nito keeps an eye on the B. The smoke is down now. And sprays through beautifully. The divide is going to come up. But still, Nilo gets on the board with the Sheriff as well. Project X only have the 2, and they've invested the ultimate as well. Slicey gets one. Can they get the other? The answer is not quite just yet, but it doesn't matter because TenStar are on board to stop that run.
That spam through the smoke just completely changes the round. I mean, if that doesn't hit a headshot and immediately take someone out there, Project X probably win that round. They had pulled 2 players over to A. They could have gone for an actual execute. They would have had the Cosmic Divide to take proper space. But losing 1 player there is just critical because they already lost Smurfette. They couldn't afford to lose their other duelist at that point. With Cinnamon falling, there's no one to really hold the space that is taken by the Cosmic Divide. Now it's 3v2, both teams with decent firepower. Rounds like these can make or break a game.
It's going to be absolutely pivotal for both teams. The pit is going to be deployed on the side of TenStar. So they are making their actions loud.
It's a very defensive Viper's pit. It covers the site and only the site. But you still have to pull players over to fight them. Slicey gets the first, and now things are going pretty well for TenStar. I'm loving this.
Yeah, they've got full control at this stage of the Jet and the Astra. And they are really in no man's land here. Nello has this fully covered inside the pit. You really do not want to be pushing in there full well. The Viper's probably there. Smurfette does get one, but that is absolutely fine. But Nello actually loses out in this exchange.
Yeah, but Kim is dealing with a 180 crossfire here. I think she was... No, she hasn't quite been spotted yet, but there's Claw from up top. Now we're tied up. Great round from TenStar, and playing around that Viper's pit was actually very well done. These are the kind of defensive setups that we saw from TenStar on Bind, but when they played earlier on Icebox, they were lacking to a severe degree, right? So it's good to see some of these adjustments being made. Playing around ultimates is one thing, though. Now we're in a more so dry round. They're pretty close to some critical ultimates, and they have things like the Empress and the Bladestorm as a buffer if they need them.
And the big keyword is if. We're going to see the next point going immediately up, and Cinnamon, well, not wasting any time, immediately pops the Empress.
Great Lear, but a better shot. Excellently done by Slicey.
Eliminate.
And actions speak louder than words, as is always the case. Project X are already 2 down in the early goings of this, and despite trying to go in for the intimidation, it's not going to happen at all. Now the Empress on the other side of the field goes up. Clark gets the takedown. The MP may be up for Project X, but again, it's a 5-2 advantage for Nova. The spike will get planted, but gonna have one heck of a job to do, and that's not gonna happen because Slicey just doesn't miss those with the operator. That is a flawless round.
And what an investment from Project X for them to come up with not even a kill, right? They use the Empress straight out of the gate, no info, no support for Cinnamon over in Belong. And then once they get the straggling members, the survivors rather, over to A, they invest the lockdown just to get a spike planted. I don't know, it seems like Project X, they're maybe missing some of that extreme confidence that they had earlier. They're not quite as able to pull off utility against 10-star Nova as they were against Freya, which makes sense. This is a grudge match. Last time these two teams faced off, 10-star Nova won. So Project X, you can't quite have that same amount of confidence going up against a team like this.
And especially with Slicey still on that up, it's the last thing you really want to be running into. Slicey gets the heck out of there, though. Eye and location all out at the same time. Nello with a little bit of chip damage. Having to drop the toxin for just a little while. As they start to make that rotation around. Down the smoke. Can they get the first shot? They can indeed. Cinnamon goes down and toxin straight back on up. Damage done indeed. And obviously 2 ults on their side if they wish to use them. But I think Nova will hang on to them for the time being. Player advantage for Roxy is on the lurk.
Spotted by the owl drone.
And the
That
wall
should
is up
negate-
as well.
That should negate any power Roxy had in her flank. Ooh, I say should, but she still gets one, and Nilo falls on its site. Super winnable round for Project X.
It is indeed. It is indeed. That came out quite nicely for them in the end. I was a bit worried, but they've tied it straight back up.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want to see, right? The two most recent champions of Huntress Trials back and forth on a lot of these rounds. Tied up after 8. This is the Valorant we live for.
You want close games? We got you covered. I mean, we thought the semi-final we just did was close enough, but this is now starting to get onto another level. And this is just the first game. This is just the first game of 3 potentially. As we get ourselves underway. What in the world? Blake, could you miss 3 kills in a row?
That's a collat. That is a collateral shot from Slicey there. She lined 2 up and got them both with 1 bullet. Amazing. I mean, that's a rough start for Project X, right? I mean, even if you pin down Slicey, which Roxy is unable to do, there's just no way you win this round. It's not possible to pull this back. I mean, there's a lot of time at least, but the spike's down. Your players aren't anywhere near each other. I have the spike.
Well, Spike is just about retreat, but again, what are you going to really do with it? Roxy trying to spray anything through. Does get the headshot onto Clark in the end, but look at how much damage they've taken as a result. Already down to 14. Glance is with them. But this is going to have to be a Herculean effort here. And Slicey again just lingering around. Nello is going to take Roxy out. It is just Glance left. Glance not able to get the shot when it matters, and that is nice indeed. Nova retake the lead, 5-4.
Beautiful flick there from Nilo at the end. We didn't get we got to see the other perspective of it, but Nilo was very clearly watching toward B long. So to make that flick happen is pretty impressive, especially when the other player knew where Nilo was standing. We get one more gun round here for Project X. The Bladestorm is that economic buffer we were talking about, but they have to pull this off or the lead is going to extend for 10-star. Oh, is that? I can't tell if that's where that was supposed to go or not. I feel like it was supposed to go on top of the box like normal, but it landed like perfectly in that section of belong, so I don't know. What I do know is that Slicey put an op in her hand, and she's kind of nasty.
Cloud will heal themselves immediately up because Kim just does not have a chance in that 1v1. And already Nova 2-player advantage. The knives might be out on Project X's side, but they haven't been able to do anything with it just yet. B looks like it's going to be the call. Again, Nova won't mind this in the slightest.
Oh. Nilo taking that contact. Nobody's really there to swing it, though. Now the players are starting to trickle out, but Project X are at the ready. Suddenly, what was a very advantageous situation for 10-star Nova becomes less so. They still have far more health, and with Claude dropping the spike, it's likely that they win this round.
Yeah, Cinnamon is just pretty much 1 tap away from going on down. They know it. Only 35 seconds on the clock. 3v1 advantage. Go for everything here. Immediately shut down by the op. And Slicey just keeps tearing things up. 6-4 now. The lead begins to start to grow.
And surprisingly enough, the lead is for 10-star, right? Who struggled so intensely on Icebox compared to Project X, who blew away their attacking half 11-1 when they played earlier on this map. And 10star are doing it kind of like they've taken a page out of Chat Band's book. It's like Chat Band was the opponent they needed to face to absorb a fraction of their power so that they could fight Project X on Icebox here, because they're playing a lot of these unorthodox angles, these weird positions, and it's catching Project X off guard.
Not only that, Project X just cannot get this operator off of 10star.
You should run.
So Slicey just keeps being a force to be reckoned with that thing. The EMP is going to come out on A. This will surely force everybody to just quickly go on the retreat. The spike will come down and successfully plant it. There we go. And they quickly run the heck out of that. No players detained, obviously. Nobody is going to want to be detained anytime soon. But still, they can still be taken back if they're not careful. But Cinnamon gets Project X on the right foot. But Nino gets themselves on the board too.
Proxy's flank here is great, and it's going to get supported, but the time needs to be stalled. The defuse, shock darts being lobbed in to just keep 10star and over off it long enough for this flank to come to fruition.
So 1v2, Hunter Fury doesn't get anything else. Are they too far away? They're not.
No way.
They're too far away.
Not
They're too
again.
far away. They've done it. They clutched it. I don't believe it's happened again.
We're going to have a montage of 10star Nova just pulling off defuses out from under the noses of attacking teams at this point. That's their fourth across 3 maps where they just defuse the spike and the attacking team isn't in a position to actually stop that from happening. I thought Kim had it too. She was so close, but they didn't respect that the defuse could actually be a real defuse, not a fake.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson? Oh my goodness me. So, 7-4 is the score in 10star's favor. Still can't believe I'm saying that one after everything that's been happening. Lyra sends the drone out, gets a little bit of information, but not as much as they'd like to. That is going to be another carrot. So, Puddle going up left, right, and center. And this is all about how the Huntress goes around from this one. Smurfette goes down. So, 10star have it all to do again. 4v4.
You want to fight it?
Hunter's Fury here whiffs entirely. 10star, this is the most difficult retake they've had thus far. Cinnamon up top is spotted. Still good for 1-2. Dropping down, it's 3-4 in the round in total. Closing it out 7-5. A beautiful display from Cinnamon.
And that is how you end the first half in style. So, 7-5 is the score at the end of the first half. Project X gets themselves on the board. Let's check that out again. Just look at the confidence for Cinnamon. Just drops on down, gets the shot where it's needed most, and yeah, a quad on the board. That keeps them nice and up there, but goodness me. I think there's a couple of points in there that they won't be ruining the fact that they gave away to 10star.
And those are the kind of plays that we want to see from Cinnamon and also Smurfette, right? Because when Project X are succeeding, it is often off the back of their spearhead duelists. So if Cinnamon can constantly get those kills, it works out. But we need to see support for that, right? You can only expect your DPS players to solo frag and like carry the weight of the world on their shoulders for so many rounds.
Yeah.
So we need to see, you know, supportive utility, recon darts, turrets, etc., or alarm bots rather, etc., enabling Cinnamon and Smurfette.
And now it all begins again with another pistol round on the horizon. Cinnamon has to make the first shot count. Doesn't, however. Oh, no, they did get one. They did get a headshot in there, and both teams trade back and forth. Glance goes down. And it's advantage 10star for the time being. Can they win out the 2v1? Not quite. They'll force them back around the corner. And a spike, well, I was going to say might be coming out, but that trap is going to make absolutely certain it won't be happening anytime soon.
A tricky trap, or nano swarm trap, but it doesn't really stop 10star from having a solid advantage in this round, right? All they have to do is stick together. It's a pistol round. Pretty unlikely that Project X are going to be able to trade this effectively. You've got 1.5 players worth of health going into 3 full players who I believe all have ghosts, or at least 2 of them do. This is pretty difficult for Project X at this point. That Nanoswarm helps a bit, but doesn't really clear the problem.
Not entirely. That is the spike planted. So, what can Project X do out of this situation? You see the half health already. Well, that's the triple for Nino. And that is a 1v1. Surely not! 10-star do take it.
Closer than I think. Yeah, closer than I think 10-star were expecting for that. A great little swing there by Kim up top. Unfortunately, couldn't quite stick around for a second pick or a bit more damage there, but there's only so much you can do in that situation. We are moving on now to the second round. Last time Project X lost the pistol, they forced and it went really well for them. Doesn't seem like they're going to do the same thing on this side, though. They're on the defense now. You don't get the spike money, right? It's more difficult to force this side effectively. They'll buy up a tiny bit, but it's not real.
No! I'm sorry, how did... Wow, what was Sova doing? They just stood there and took both of those shots.
It's okay. Nobody saw that. Nobody. Not a single person, I promise.
Well...
Oof. All right. Well, either way, 10-star Nova, don't let that break their stride. They get onto the site. Very deep Viper wall, too. I love walls like this because it makes the initial clear for Project X difficult, but... Oh, is that defuse just being half stuck through the snake bite there? Ambitious from Smurfette.
Ambitious is the word. That is going to be a defuse coming on up if they're not careful here, and that is going to be that. Project X all go down in a matter of seconds. And 10-star on 9-5 up, 4 points as the advantage, despite whatever happened to Sofa in that early stage.
It's fine. It's fine. No, we don't need a... okay. Okay. Why you gotta do her dirty like that? All right. All right. And I mean, that's the only kill that Project X get, right? So all in all, still a very good bonus for 10-star Nova. They're gonna come into this with 5 Spectres. They actually rebuy for Lira, which is interesting. But I mean, in the long run, it's not gonna hurt their economy at all. All they gotta do is catch a few Project X members off guard, deal some damage. They'll feel pretty good coming out of this round. Nilo's in a wild flank right now, too, trying to go all the way around. Unfortunately, I don't think any of her team is going to be able to meet her at A from the long road, and she's not going to make it there herself.
Yeah, they're all dropping pretty quickly. Slicey does at least get Roxy out of there. In fact, Slicey gets themselves a double, taking out Smurfette as well. But having said that, they're incredibly hurt here. Switches out the weapon.
Yeah.
Gets the heck out of there.
One enemy remaining.
Starts glancing on back, but I say glancing on back. Glance is there. And now it is just Slicey, 3v1.
If she can trade for one more gun, though, that's all right. It's still just a bonus for 10-star Nova, right? So, not the worst case scenario. Her gun's spotted, though. So
yeah.
Clean it really easily. Not before Glance falls, though. So there's that one extra pick that Slicey was looking for. Now we're 9-6, but Project X, they are going to be able to buy, make no mistake, but it's tenuous, right? You only got about 2,500. Glance is going to have to go for a Spectre, I think light armor here too. So a very favorable economic position here for 10-star Nova, especially since they have that Blade Storm to give them a nice buffer.
So, who will be the first one to start kicking off out into that double digits? Both, to be fair, do have an ult on ready. Project X have the EMP for Killjoy. Meanwhile, the knives are up, and in fact, they're out for the jet on the side of 10-star. So we'll see what both of these teams want to do here. Looks like they're staying in the middle for the time being, and look at all of the utility dumped over on A. Yeah, they're very much hedging their bets there.
Project X aren't playing around. They say you're getting A over our cold dead bodies. Oh. Glance does get some nice info there. Not sticking around to go for that ambitious fight either. It's mid to B. We all know how I feel about mid to B, Layla.
Yeah, but it's working so
That's
far
what they
for
need,
10-star. Spicy is coming on up. Can they get the knife? They don't get a single knife. They get taken out of that.
Healing.
So, for the free, heals are coming up for Nino. The wall is going to come up for the Toxin as well. Location revealed from the bolt, so they'll need to be a little careful here, but they'll start to fling in with some of their own. And, well, it's time for the EMP.
Strange position to plant the spike in, though. Oh, no way.
No.
Do they know? They don't know. Detained!
Oh, no, Nina
Oh, just
moved
one of
too
them. Just
soon.
one detained, but the defuse happened anyways. Oh my god.
Nina moved too soon.
That is a lapse in communication for 10-star. I was gonna... They almost did it, too. They almost gave me a mid to B play that I actually liked. They took control of long. They focused on long. They went for a traditional B post plant instead of playing weirdly around the middle of the map where you can get shot from 50 million places. But the plant was for the middle of the map. So nobody's playing around where the spike is. So it just gets diffused.
And just like that, Project X are gonna start snipping away at that. And again, so much utility dropped on down into A. Lyra trying to get some form of information gathered. And now it begins to slowly move on through. I believe we might have somebody AFK over in the spawn area.
Nah, neither. Just watching for a flank here. They know that the second that A is shown, players are gonna come walking out of B, so you can trade that pretty effectively. Woo! If you're not fighting the two best players on Project X, that is.
But again, that gives the information back at the very least. Slicey has the high ground, takes out the pair of them. There is a res coming on up as well. So, it is a 3-2 advantage for 10-star as they begin to rotate over to B. And that is pretty tasty from Smurfette.
Great. But it's red. Couldn't quite hit the shot though. Cinnamon losing the Reyna 1v1, and now Smurfette is left alone.
So,
I think she spotted her.
oh, that's bad if that's the case. Oh! Sage says, no, you don't. That's a triple for the Sage, and that will be that. Into double digits go 10-star Nova. 10-7 is the scoreline. And this is where it starts to deteriorate a little bit for Project X. You can see them only able to really do pistols for this round.
Yeah. The road is pretty rough here for Project X, and this is their map pick. Keep that in mind. They clobbered the Icebox the first time they played it today. But 10-star Nova are not letting them get away with the same sort of unkempt aggression. Project X, they're still going to try it, though. They got only pistols, nothing to lose. Bladestorm's out and Smurfette's going for it.
Only has one life left. Didn't really get anything with that. Did Smurfette. So. And unfortunately, that is Cinnamon down and out for the count. Not able to do anything around that gate.
Whoa.
And immediately shuts down Smurfette as well. Good hold from Klar.
That was ambitious from Smurfette. The updraft going in for the right click there. I mean, nothing to lose. Only had the Bladestorm, right? Only had a classic, so. Might as well go for it. Get a clip for the real.
Why not?
Here.
Oh.
Oh, this is going to be a 1v. There we go. Slicey gets the better. That's a triple for Klar as well. And that is looking nice and tasty for 10-star. It is just the Astra left. Are they going to choose to save here?
I take them out.
Ooh. Crisp
Spicy.
shot right there.
Yeah.
I
Thought about going for it.
Though. Yeah, no, this is a very...
Yeah.
That's a rough spot. That is a rough place to be when three players are shooting at you from completely different angles. 11-7 as expected coming out of that round. Project X, they're going to have one more chance to make this competitive. This is the last round. They're going to be able to hobble together a full buy should they lose this round. And they've got great ults to make it happen too. One off the lockdown. Empress, Cosmic Divide, Hunter's Fury, all at the ready. If Project X can't win this round, then all bets are off.
Yeah, 10-star looking more comfortable here at this stage, and Smurfette rocking on in with that up as well. So they know what they want to go for. They'll quickly shut that down with the pistol. Again, just trying to peek out any kind of angle, but so far, no dice with it at the moment. Not able to really relay information back. Cinnamon gets the better of Slicey, and well, it's Huntress time.
Oh, the repeat there is so ambitious, but Cinnamon is doing such good work. Did her best. 3v2 now. Great pick there from Roxy. disposes of the mid play too. Now, 10-Star are in a difficult situation. They have to decide whether or not they actually want to go for the plant. And there's a Hunter's Fury set up by the Owl Drone. A self alley-oop. 3v1 Project X. They have a chance.
They absolutely do. Getting caught in the well there as well, and that will do it. Project X. They do exactly what you asked them to. They hang on in there, and the score is now 11-8.
And it only cost them the 1-all. Only the Hunter's Fury had to be invested there. Project X now have a real chance at pushing 4 more rounds. They'll have no shortage of powerful ultimates in this next round. They keep their operator, which is the most important part of their economy. Unfortunately, they did lose 3 guns, and with the state that Project X's economy is in, that makes buying pretty difficult. Smurfat's far from that economic buffer. You can't just throw the Blade Storm on the jet and hope you get guns later. It's got to be the op. It's got to be Spectres, light armor, down to 0 money. So Project X are far from out of the woods.
Yeah, bearing in mind, it's like you've got to get, what, 3 points against the reigning champs and then still get another 2 to win the match outright if you do not want to take this into overtime. But as we begin once again, where in the world did I get from?
It's that one we saw earlier in the previous match. It's that spicy lineup that Leah had. That second shock dart nearly just took out Cinnamon straight up.
And so, off we go again. Lyra just trying to get more and more information gathered as possible. Be looking empty. The smoke is going to come up from that top section. Roxy with turret in hand. Start to think about this. More of the aura going on up. Wall across the zone, as is the trap. There's the wall as well. And there is one successful plant. Here's the Fury.
Gets rid of the lockdown. Project X, they don't have much else to play with. Smurfette still good with an op in hand. And there's that Cosmic Divide trying to defend. 10-Star Nova, they're going to have to just run through the wall.
Last player standing.
Well, that's exactly what they've done. It is just Nello left on the side of 10-Star. It's already at the halfway mark if they want to go to defuse through the wall. They caught them! No, they absolutely caught! I can't believe that! Nello and Divide! Are you absolutely joking? That gives them map point. And I don't think Project X saw that coming in the slightest.
This is a bloodbath for these two teams. And in only a moment, Nello is able to collect herself and anticipate what is going on. Knows the spike is running out of time. Someone's going to have to be sticking for the defuse. Sees only the Reyna there and expects Kim to be pushing her from her right. Insane heads up play. And now 10-Star are on map point.
Only 1 point is needed for the reigning champions to take a 1-0 advantage in this set on Project X's pick, no less. And it's going to be Clara and Nello who get on the board first. I goes up, B looks like it's theirs for the taking. And that's the pit up as well to really hammer home the point that they have the advantage.
And nothing left for Project X. The lockdown, the Cosmic Divide were all used previously. Roxy's got a sheriff, at least she's good for one, but it ain't gonna go well. That's 13-8, 10-Star Nova stealing away Project X's map pick.
Yeah, that was crucial for 10-Star. Those last couple of points were just unbelievable. And I tell you what, I don't think we saw that one coming. I mean, the first half was a bit here and there and everywhere, but 10-Star in that second half did not relent. They took that lead, they kept it. And those last couple of points, you gotta feel for Project X there. They must have thought they had that with the divide wall up, but Nello, we saw them do wonders with the Killjoy in the previous set. Now they're rocking up with Viper and doing the exact same thing, just right placement, right time.
Nello's insane. Absolutely absurd. Well, I thought coming into this with my limited experience here in the Huntress trials that Smurfette was going to be the most impressive player in this lobby. Nello has completely flipped that on its head. In 2 maps, she has become insane, right? And from what I've been told, she's very good normally. This is a consistent performance that she puts up for 10 Star Nova. And when someone is this zoned in to what the enemy team is doing at every single stage, it's impossible to play around. What are you gonna do if you're Project X? Your star DPS are getting shut, or DPS, your star duelists are getting shut down across the board, right? Slicey's getting collapsed for goodness sake. I mean, it's insane what 10 Star Nova are able to pull off right now.
Yeah, it's just like play after play after play. And especially when you look at those stats as well, just like everything between them. And again, Clark, can't believe that 10 Star did another just full-on cheese defuse once again. It's like they just don't, they're just not nervous. They're not afraid of anything. They just keep rolling on in, going, okay, we can do this. We've got the confidence to go for it. Oh, we got it, because they weren't expecting it. And on top of that, consistent spreads through the board, are able to get kills at a moment's glance, picking up the pixels, especially when the guns are pointing out. They just seem to know exactly where Project X are going to be at all times, and whilst they did have an answer for that, once they were able to bring them back and score a good amount of points, somehow it always kept going on the side of 10 Star.
And it's not like Project X didn't show up here, right? I think Cinnamon especially had a phenomenal showing on Icebox. But there's individual weightlifting that Cinnamon was doing, and then the difference between that and being enabled by your team, right? I rarely saw anyone else supporting Cinnamon or Smurfette. Usually it was them on one side of the map and then everyone else on the other side of the map, right? And I don't know if that's necessarily the best way to combat a team like 10 Star. You know, they were constantly together, even if your duelists fragged well, right? Off that first contact. We saw several times where Cinnamon and Smurfette were the first one to get kills. But when you have your two best players fighting 5, it's hard to ask them to decisively win that.
Yeah, and especially when you think about the fact that Slicey at the top there with those 22 kills, and Nino as the Sage up there with 20 as well. A fair amount of assists on their side of the field. And then you've got Nello and Klar, who are just putting in so much time. The rain is going on up, and the Viper with the walls, the toxins. And again, because this is Nello we're talking about, forget about the agent for just a moment. Nello as a standalone player always seems to be in the right place for their team. They're always able to either be at the back, just chilling, biding their time patiently, and then start to advance up when they're needed most, or they're engaging with the rest of the team. They are so flexible in the roles that they bring to this table.
Yeah, and that flexibility is going to be even more difficult to predict going on to our next map, right? Because Project X, they've now dropped their own map pick. We go over to 10 Stars, which is split. A very linear map. A map, basically, let me put it to you this way. All of the things I loved about 10 Stars defense when we saw them on Bind in the semifinal, all of those things are amplified 50-fold on Split, right? The ability to control an attacking team, to solidly retake if you own the proper areas of the map. It's only even steeper of an uphill battle now for Project X.
And with that, we're going to take ourselves a little bit of a pause. I think both teams probably need it as well anyway, and to be fair, we probably need it as well, because there was some, once again, more shenanigans afoot. Both of these two teams just do not know how to be chill for like 5 minutes. So we are going to take a quick breather when we return. Match number 2 of the Grand Finals. A very important match that you do not want to miss. We'll be back in a moment. are back with the 5th installment of the Huntress Trials here at RixGG. We are back continuing on with the grand final. It is currently 1-0 on the side of TenStar, the reigning champions, who are looking to successfully defend this crown for the first time ever. No one has done it since. They are on course to do so, having won in Icebox by 13 points to 8 against Project X. As we now move ourselves swiftly on forward to Split. And as you mentioned before we went into the break, Paul, very different map compared to Icebox, and on top of that, it's TenStar's pick.
It is TenStar's pick, and there, like there was earlier, there's good news and bad news for Project X. The good news is, Split is by no means a bad map for them, right? Statistically, 80% win rate. But I'll give you one guess as to who the one team they've lost Split to is.
Oh gee, I wonder if this has something to do with the bad news.
Maybe, possibly. It is in fact TenStar, right? In the previous iteration of Huntress Trials back in July, right? So it's a somewhat fresh wound at that. Makes sense as to why TenStar decided to pick it, right? We beat you once, we'll beat you again. Gonna have to see some sort of adaptation here compared to the last time these two teams played on Split. And I think this is gonna be a very good map for TenStar. Although I said that about Icebox and Project X. So, you know, take my opinion with a grain of salt at this point. But looking at what we know for a fact, when we went to bind and the game slowed down to a linear style, the control that TenStar exhibited over the map was second to none. They relied heavily on Nello, and why wouldn't you? She's insanely good. Put her on Killjoy, let her play kind of on an island for a lot of these rounds, and pivoted the rest of their defensive strategy around what she had available. Whether it was a lockdown, whether it was just a cheeky setup of nano swarms combined with a slow orb up A short. There was a great diversity in powerful combos played around Nello on the Killjoy, and that works pretty well on Split 2. There's even more punishing choke points, even better places to funnel attackers into. So it's hard for me to imagine that TenStar aren't going to be scary here.
Yeah, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. Of that, there's going to be no doubt, and especially it's a little bit of an irony as well when we just quickly have a look back at the Icebox matchup. TenStar lost on Icebox 13-8 against Chatband, and they win Icebox 13-8 here against Project X. Tells you everything you need to know. It can flip in a heartbeat, and I think for Project X, again, they showed some amazing segments of their own, but I think the last thing that they're going to want to allow TenStar to do is more silly little wall diffuse shenanigans that they were getting up to in the past two sets. I mean, in theory, we shouldn't be seeing that on Split, but at the same time, would you put it past TenStar at this point?
I mean, it was fun the first two times. It was still fun the third time and the fourth time. We're getting on to the fifth time, so I feel like, you know, script writers behind the scenes, this is my plea to like change it up just a little bit. I think 6 in a day might be a little excessive, guys. So maybe, you know, hit the books, look for some inspiration on how rounds can end other than with a sneaky defensive defuse. I think there is a glimmer of hope, though, for Project X, because the number one problem I think they had on Icebox was that Cinnamon and Smurfette just didn't have any room to play. When these two go unchecked, they're insane, constantly rolling over the other team with mechanical differences. But 5 players pretty consistently from TenStar were focused, laser focused, on shutting down Cinnamon and Smurfette. And once you do that, there's not much for Project X to bite back with. Split offers the chance for Glance to go over to Breach. That has been the agent that she has preferred to be on for this team when they go to Split. You're not going to really play Sova, right? It's by far Sova's worst map, so you move over to the Breach. And I think Breach gives the exact addition to Project X's composition that they need. Yes, perfect. Breach and Sky, I'm loving that. Both of those agents can set up Cinnamon and Smurfette beautifully. We have an abundance of flashes so Project X can play the aggressive style that they love to. This is, it's not an easy road for Project X, but it starts with this comp.
Yeah, it certainly does. And that Sage and Raze already locked in on the side of Tenstar. They're looking like they might bring the breach as well. Alongside that Killjoy, I guess we wouldn't be surprised to see Nello switch on up into the Killjoy for this respective matchup. And again, a mirror for the Astra as well. Never taking their time, just finalizing their plans by the looks of it. But interesting to note that once again, Tenstar bringing in the Sage, whereas Project X do not want to bring Sage to the table this time round. And again, as you say, seeing the Sky pair up with the Breach, it's an interesting tactic. And obviously you've got the smokes from Jet as well. So there's a lot going on with Project X's comp. And it looks like Tenstar might be locking in with what we're currently seeing over there on that side as well. So again, this is all going to be about making sure that Nello does not just survive. Because as long as Nello is on the field of play, Project X will be very scared about that.
Yeah, no, I am, if I'm Project X, I am constantly avoiding wherever that Killjoy is. And I think between the Sky and the Astra, they have the ability, or the Sky, the Astra, and the Reyna to an extent, they have the ability to do a little bit of preemptive scouting, figure out what site is available, and try to avoid some of that critical utility. Obviously, it's not that easy. As we saw, Chat Band were unable to pull that off earlier when they had a comp that gathered decent information, because even if you avoid Nello a lot of the time, you're just walking into the entirety of 10-star Nova around the next corner. So Project X are going to start off on the defense here. It's split. We all know. Very defender-sided, generally speaking. Their composition, less so defender-sided, I will say, but certainly not bad on the defense. I just expect them to be doing this a lot. Right now, they're stacked up over to A. They're going to play aggressively out A. There's nobody there, so 10-star Nova are going to avoid the opening gambit. And if they read it properly, they can actually just snowball their way to B.
Well, we're going to find out as the second matchup is set and underway. A pivotal moment in this best of three, knowing full well that 10-star just need to win it in order to retain their title and become the first team to successfully do so in the Huntress trials. Roxy already down to 13 HP, taken up by Nello in the end, and 10-star start with the advantage, although Kim quickly pegs that back as well and gets the heck on out of there before Breach can come barreling on through.
4v4 for this retake. Retaking on Pistol is very difficult, but at least Project X can get through Heaven safely.
Cinnamon drops on down. Everybody is just pretty much waiting behind the boxes. Big old bang coming. Misses the first shot. Jet darts the heck out of there. Still gets taken down by the headshot. And Nello finally goes down in the midst of it all. 2 versus 1 situation. Glances on their own. Some gonna try and fake out with the switch. Goes for the angle, but they're being pincered, and that will be that. They do actually get the headshot, but crucially it's Klar who gets the one that matters and takes the first point for 10-star Nova.
Great flank from Claw. The second the information comes, hey, all 4 of them, Heaven. Claw bolts out of B main, going around through the middle of the map and pulls off the perfect flank. There's nothing that Glance can do in that situation, especially only with a pistol in hand, a 180 crossfire. A 180 crossfire that also has verticality to it. Pretty much impossible to win in that round. So great work there from 10-star Nova. They get off with their 3rd pistol win, I believe, against Project X. That's 3 for 3 right now. Project X haven't forced up either, as they are on the defense, but they are going to stack A pretty heavily.
Yeah, it's a lot of commitments on both sides of the field so far, but yeah, nobody wants that B. And I wonder how long it will take before Project X realize this. But 10-star will just bide their time and let them start moving.
Love this defensive setup from 10-star. They know Project X likes to play aggressive. They're just waiting for some sort of gamble push. And the second they get that info, hey, somebody's crept out A. Worst case, we're going into a 5v4 where we have way better guns over on B, so let's just go. Let's send it. Onto the site. Spike goes down. Nothing that Project X can do to stop it.
5 planted on down. Here comes Glance, immediately taken out before they can even get into position. 5 versus 3, make that 5 versus 2. This could be a flawless on the side. It is indeed. Nope, no pistols, no problem. That is going to be easily done for 10-star.
Great work. A round they were expected to win in, but they get out of it flawlessly, and now they'll have a very healthy bonus round. Like we've said before, when it comes to these round 3s, it's all about the damage you can deal to the enemy team. 10-star Nova. Now they're going to play aggressive. For the first time, they are going to hit the gas and try to roll over some of the members of Project X. They're taking 5v however many gunfights because they know Spectres will trade at least acceptably if they stick together.
This is the big keyword there, is the if. Immediately tries to get the smoke, gets a headshot, but immediately traded out in the midst of all of that. Smurfette will drop down onto ground. See if they can follow and pursue just a little bit. Didn't catch the first one, might catch the second, and gets the headshot where they need it to most. Fires for the smoke, gets a bit of chip damage, gets a little bit of a pack right to the chest, but manages to survive. 4 versus 2 for Project X. Make that 4v1. It's just Clark as the raise, and well, she's on the run. Comes back though.
Ooh, almost baited Smurfette into that one, but Smurfette thinks better of it at just the last second. No way you can win that fight. Yeah, Glance takes it easy. Clean round for Project X. That's the planting of their feet that they needed. Now they've got solid footing as we go into our first gun round. And even if Project X lose this, they're likely still going to be able to buy the following round because they were able to save so much. So a competitive start to split. We love to see it as always. And we do have the Rolling Thunder available, so I wouldn't be too surprised if Project X play around that a little bit. But it seems like they're actually not stacking the site where Glance is. Instead, they want to hold on to A pretty comfortably. And they're just leaving B open, potentially for an early Rolling Thunder to disrupt a spike plant.
Yeah, I was going to say, the ult is pretty much set and ready to go for Project X, so really, it just comes down to, as you say, when they want to try and use that. But, again, for the time being, 10-star all the way over on A for the time being. Most of Project X are in the mid. And that is going to begin backing on up. Can they get the firepower? They do indeed. They get the shot where it matters most. They're the only one over there, so everybody will start rotating on through now.
Spike down A.
Gets the heck out of that. Spike carrier has been taken on out, and that is a dangerous position for that spike to be in.
10-star's in such a rough spot right now. If they pick up the spike and try to plant, the Rolling Thunder is going to get invested. If they wait too long, they're going to run out of time, or Project X is going to find a cheeky angle. 10-star going around through spawn to try and fight this. Smurfette's right there, though. All right, they take out Smurfette, but it costs them one on the other side.
Now, Claw caught by the flash, but I'm pretty sure Project X will now know that they're there, or do they? Surely they'll know.
30 seconds left.
Do they not know? Oh, they know now. For sure they know now. Really good flash there. Tries to get out of there. They're the only ones left. It's pretty much all or nothing. And at this point, unfortunately, had to reload.
Out of ammo. Unlucky. Great defensive round, though, from Project X. I love the way they played around only 2 lanes, right? 3 lanes on split, right? You've got toward B, mid, toward A, right? They stack A and mid because they accept the fact that if somehow 10-star get out of B main and onto the site, they can just Rolling Thunder. They didn't even need to use the Rolling Thunder. So guess what? They're just going to run that same setup back because 10-star didn't get enough information to get the read that that's what was going on.
Smokes being deployed very early on. Claw actually going really aggressive. And that is a double off the get-go. They will get taken down, but look at how much damage was done. Smurfette gets themselves a triple in the midst of all of that. Very aggressive from 10-star, but Project X crucially had them red.
This is a low economic round here for 10-stars, so trading like this is pretty okay.
One enemy remaining.
Not ideal, obviously, and Sheriff in hand. I don't think that... Yeah, Nella's not going to get much more there. Project X taking a lead for the first time in a very long time.
Yeah, it seemed like it was just not going to go their way on Icebox. Now they're finally bringing it back on Split. And what are the chances that we see both teams winning on their opponent's picks? It would be pretty. That would just
Look.
sum up this grand final.
We're a long ways from that, though. A 3-2 lead isn't calling the map yet.
I know
Especially when we
that.
have 9 ults available. 9. And we're only 1 orb off the 10th. This is going to be a very explosive round. Value of early ultimates is what matters most here, because that gets you the momentum to snowball through the rest.
Nobody wants to use it just yet, though, and Smurfette on the prowl, immediately up in everybody's face. Was able to get Lyra, but crucially, Sage not only gets 2, gets the res as well, but crucially, Nina goes down. Showstopper almost kills Vamps. Now, finally, Slicey picks up the pieces, and that is a 4-2 advantage for 10-star.
Great advantage here, but they have to be careful. Cinnamon in a very tricky spot on the site. Nobody clears. Nobody clears her. Okay, Slicey eventually looks below her and spots Cinnamon just waiting. That could have gone very badly. Kim's gonna have a hard time fighting this. 3v1, one coming up behind her. She has no idea that Nello's in heaven. Okay,
there it is.
There we go. For a second, that took so long. I thought Nello saw her for a lot longer than she actually did. I thought Nello was gonna go for the knife for a second. I was like, no,
Don't do that. Don't do knife kills in grand finals.
No, we're not. Don't have to worry about it. We're moving on. Didn't happen. And the good news, both teams actually can feel at least decent about that round. Obviously, Project X wishes they would have won it, but they didn't commit any of their ultimates, so it's not really much of a waste. That being said, they're running low on economy, and they need to pull this round off, so I'm expecting them to play a little bit more aggressive with their ultimates compared to 10-star.
Turret down. You are divided.
Big ol' hit on Nello already. They still got a headshot in the midst of all of that. Does get taken down by Cinnamon in the end, but a trade after that. I mean, they won't say no to that, but it's now the player advantage goes to Project X.
Off your feet!
Oh, this is so ambitious here, but it's not going to work terribly well. That fault line was beautiful from Glance. Cinnamon clobbering the 2 up in heaven. It's not even close. Ninu's just going to accept. All right, well, I'll get the spike down before I die. We'll have a little bit more money next round, team. But 3v1, not much of a chance that she wins this.
Yeah, there you go.
Finishes it off.
Project X get tied up, but immediately retake that lead, so they are more than happy with that. Taking in turns and doing a little defusing before finally taking that point away. And that was just both sides opted to bring out the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's just...
Yeah.
You could see what they were going for.
Yeah, I like the idea from 10-star Nova, right? Glance was just ahead of the curve, though. At the ready with that fault line, shutting down the entry into heaven from the only place that 10-star Nova could have actually made it into heaven from. Beautiful work there from Glance to cover the rest of her team. And now Project X, they've got that lead back. They use less ultimates than 10-star Nova have in the past 2 rounds, and they have a little bit better economy too. So things are very much looking up for the team currently sitting on defense.
You should run.
Having a little bit of a poke around, and the EMP is going to come out as well. Just about covers the B site, and what will be the call here? I think they're all going to have to start quickly rotating back, and this will be 10-star taking a hold of B for the time being. They should get the spike down, and now it's how they hold this. This is dangerous.
Oh. Trades 1 for 1. That's not bad. Now, I mean, Cinnamon is down. That's one of the top performers for Project X. That's an okay trade for 10-star. Oh, that's a better one, though.
A double headshot. Beautifully done. And that is what you always want. That solid anchor to keep your team in this. Slicey goes for the sheriff hit. Can't quite get it. It's a 2v2 situation. Klar is still up. Sends out the satchel, but can't get the pick with it. And it's up to Nello to try and hold this off. Gets the headshot and gets the clutch.
Calculated.
Beautiful play there from 10-star in the late round of that post plant. Play for time. That's all they were doing. That's all that Clyde needed to do. She knew that Nello was going on yet another heaven flank, and no one would expect it.
Look at this.
Plays for the satchel charges. Beautiful shots there, by the way. Unfortunate swing just lining up for Claw. But I really want to point out the satchel charges to just delay the fight with Smurfette. Claw knew she didn't need to win that gunfight. She just needed to wait for Nello to be in the perfect position to close out the round.
Both of them doing exceptionally well on the side of 10 Star. And it means this game is tied up yet again. 4-4. And Nino gets through onto Cinnamon. Goodness me. This is what the best players in this community look like right now. They just know. They just know when to go for it.
And that pick is going to keep Project X on their toes the whole time. They've lost two. They committed 4 players to holding mid. I don't even think they got damage onto 10 Star there. That is very rough. At least Glance delays a B4 shooter with the fault line. And there is that one pick. Roxy says, all right, enough. We've seen the lurk. We don't like it. Enough, Nello.
And now with Spike down and planted, Nino gonna get the orb ready. And the wall is coming on up.
Still a winnable round here for Project X. All you have to do is get past this wall. There's the flash out. Kim checks right into Ninu. It's a bloodbath now. Ninu, the ace almost. Slicey will steal it away as Ninu falls, but still a very strong round for 10 Star. And this play of stacking toward mid and A is starting to fall apart for Project X. If they can't win the early trades in mid and in A, it leaves them vulnerable across the map, and 10 Star Nova are punishing that, relentlessly hitting the B site after winning first contact trades. And Project X, they've yet to adapt to it. They're not really going to get much of a chance to do so in this round either. They're, you know, it would be generous to call that a light buy. This is an eco through and through, despite one Spectre rearing its head on Project X's team.
Smurfette ready with the knives. We'll see if they can be consistent with these. If every single one of these can land, it'll be great for them. Smoke is going to dip on down, and again, hold it into that mid for the time being. Here come the rest of 10 Star converging onto the area. Again, so many smokes and just little orbs just already placed down. 10 Star making the advancement. Nobody wants to make the first shot. Cinnamon gets the shot and then gets the heck out of there. But there's going to be Slicey who jumps them back in. They're trading back and forth here, but it's Project X with the numbers.
That's the trap that Project X have been trying to set up for 3 rounds. Let them go into male, keep them out of vent, and then backstab them as they are fighting the players inside heaven. Now Nello is left alone. Project X, look, they have a good idea that Nello is going to be coming from B. Cinnamon's watching it. Ooh, wasn't watching the rope, though.
Yeah, it gets taken on out.
30 seconds left.
Placing swamp.
No.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
no. There's no way Nello could get a triple. Oh, but they're looking the wrong way. They couldn't get the flick right, and Kim gets away with it. Project X tie it right back up, and that very nearly went catastrophically wrong for Project X, but they got there. They got there in the end.
Great low economic win for Project X, and I really want to call out Kim. Great work on at the very end there. A micro reposition. Got barely spotted more toward the vent side out in mid. Crept across while Roxy was dying and took an advantageous gunfight to where Nello wasn't looking at that angle. It's narrow things like that that make all of the difference when teams are as close as these two are.
Taking a lot of damage there right in the early stages. Bomb Buddy drops on down. I'll give the information away to say, alright, there's probably somebody down there, and Roxy is going to try and hold this. Are they going to want to pursue this? Thinking about it, they want to try and maybe just try and bait something up, but Roxy is not going to move for that.
It's a game of chicken right now. Both teams know what the other is doing somewhat, but they don't know entirely. There's one person on the site. Project X know there's no plant going down right now. They're not pressured to go through vent. They're going to use the Seekers, though, and see that they're still up in A heaven as expected. 10 Star, they're not dissuaded, though. They're still coming. They're still going for it.
And Leo is going to go all the way around. Nino will now just go onto the site and surely will plant the spike down. There we go. And 10 Star, well,
Spike
we felt like it was
planted.
only a matter of time, but Project X will now emerge up the ropes. Lyra has to get the heck out of there. And now holds position.
Sending a great flank there. Keep in mind, Project X has the better weapon. Beautiful flick from Roxy. Rolling Thunder just to clear out the site. Make sure that there's no way that Project X can lose this. I said no way. No way they could lose this. Rocket
Oh,
goes
no.
in. It's a 1v1 now. One bullet in the
reloading,
clip.
they're
Reload's going to give
reloading.
Claw's position away. And Glance closes it out. Close as can be, but not quite there for 10 Star Nova. Defuse will come through.
They invested the showstopper, which was great and all, but unfortunately they had to reload. They had to reload their weapon, and they got
Last
flashed in the
round
midst
before
of
the
all of
switch.
that. So, Project X have a chance to go into the second half with a 2-point lead, but knowing 10 Star, they're going to probably try and find a way of tying this up. Stats-wise, they're all so close to each other. Look at this.
Couldn't ask for a more competitive map of Valorant, at least here at the start. This is an advantageous round here for 10 Star, though. They're walking into this with a great ultimate combo, assuming they survive the operator.
Double!
Oh my word. Again. This time for Project X, though. A lockdown here, not gonna save Slicey either. And Smurfette just makes out like a bandit.
Smurfette, calm down with the opera. Oh, the ace!
Yeah!
Smurfette with the operator. OP
Switching
indeed. And that is exactly how you end the half. Project X 7, 10 Star 5.
What an amazing display. That's the confidence that we were missing from Project X. Look at that repeat. Look at this repeat. Every shot, Smurfette knows she's gonna hit. There is no doubt in her mind when she swings out like that. And it's a gamble. It truly is a gamble. But if you have that much confidence and you have that much mechanical skill, go for it, I say. Go for it.
Add that to the highlight reel. If nobody clips that, I'm going to be disappointed in every single one of you. Holy heck. So, pistol round to start the second half of this very intense matchup. 10 Star are obviously not out of this yet, but they will not want to allow Project X to be getting any further advancement, as we are going to see everybody just hopping on down the tunnel for the time being, and now almost immediately go straight back to the ropes.
I love that angle, by the way. Shout out to our observers and production team. Absolutely killing it today. Everybody, please give a thank you to our behind-the-scenes workers. They're doing a phenomenal job. Project X, time to just hit the A site. They're just going for it now, Layla.
They really are, and honestly, I'm not surprised in the slightest. Frenzy locked and loaded. And Smurfette again just bides their time over on the A side. Spike is gonna go down. Roxy plants it. And now it's time to get a move on. Wolf comes out. Glad keeping an eye on things along with the Astra. It looks like a 2v2 situation is gonna unfold, and it's gonna go.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, wow. Gonna go Project X's way nicely.
Oh, okay. Still winnable here. 10 Star Nova. It's 2v2. They're the ones on site. Project X have
One
to
enemy remaining.
fight Claw and
Last
stop the
player
defuse all at the
standing.
same time, and they can only do one of those things. Claw's gonna finish that one off. 10 Star with a great retake there. I was impressed by Project X's post-plant setup too. That trap they set out in a lobby with Glance's flash, Ninyu taking the contact, or not Ninyu, sorry. No, it wasn't Ninyu taking the contact. You know what I mean. Anyways, I got lost in my own thoughts there. The point was, it was a very difficult situation to try and retake, and 10 Star Nova, they pulled it off beautifully.
Also, I believe 10 Star now have not conceded a single pistol round in this
Yeah.
grand final. Isn't it 4 for 4 at this stage? 10 Star just
Yep.
have that on lockdown, I guess, as we go into our second point. And almost immediately, Project X go diving on in there. Looks like another A push is on the horizon. But it is going to be another drop again. It's Nello who goes down first this time, and surely that will be spike planted once again.
It's a force this time, too, for Project X. They know that they were just inches away from actually winning that pistol round. They've started off with a strong pick. Claw? Actually, no, never mind. That jump worked out just fine. She's gotten out on the site. This is a tough angle to run through, though.
Last player
With the
standing.
triple, Kim is going to get themselves on the board, and now Nino decides, you know what, I'm going to take a double. Why the heck not? Still got 3 more people to work their way through. And this is going to be a tough task at the best of times. Gets the triple for their efforts at least, but nothing else that can be done there. Project X get that 2-point lead back. They would not have liked the fact that they lost 3 people in the midst of that, but again, this is the early round of the second half. They'll take it.
And while we move on to a third round, an anti-eco essentially for Project X, one that they're likely to win, I want to just say how grateful I am that we have 2 teams who are so intelligent in the grand finals. Both teams realized how the pistol went, realized the other team was going to go for the exact same plays, and made adjustments to fix the problems that went in that first round. In A lobby, TenStar Nova focused on taking out that trap that Glance was setting up. Over in back site, it was the opposite scenario. We got a pretty... Okay, is this actually... TenStar, are you actually going to pull this off? No, I don't think so.
TenStar hurt Cinnamon and he's able to get the drop, and that is going to be a triple for Cinnamon as well. And surely this is going to be going the other way around, taking all the corners.
Remaining.
That's going to be the quad for Cinnamon. It's just Nello left on the board.
Okay.
There we go.
I'm going to go back to what I was saying then, because I hesitate for a second, but no, Project X locked that up. But the adjustments that these 2 teams are able to make is extremely impressive, right? Constantly analyzing what the other team is doing, where their strengths are, where their weaknesses are. And that's what you want out of grand finalists.
And TenStar will have it all to do now. 3 points behind already in the early stages, but we know full well they've turned this around before. They were on a 6-point deficit, if you remember, in the previous set, and somehow managed to bring that back. So, no, Over gets a nice little raise thanks to the stage wall. You're looking to see it. And starts rinsing on through. Gets themselves a cheeky double before being caught in the stun. Throws the shell out. Bomb buddies up as well. And gets the heck out of there.
Oh, that Gravwell play. A lot of teams will Gravwell paint shell that spot, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone Gravwell wall boost their raise to swing into 4 players stacked on top of each other. Tons of damage dealt. 2 players eliminated. Project X, I wouldn't be terribly surprised if they just tried to save this round, I'll be honest.
They still want to try and get something to go off here, but there's a lot of range to cover here.
Unavoidable.
And that was always going to go Nino's way. And they make it 2-2. That's got a lot of flash coming on up, though. And Roxy, with some assistance, is able to at least peg the sage down.
I've got your trail.
Seeker's invested. To hell with saving. Project X are going full send on it. I mean, the Seeker is going to be able to... I think it actually concussed Claw and everything.
30 seconds
She's
left.
going to have a rough time. Boombot does cover her, though. She's playing ring around the rosy on this pillar right now. Showstopper at the ready.
One enemy
She doesn't
remaining.
quite land the mark, but it sets up Slicey beautifully to put 1 more on the board for TenStar.
Yeah, not out of this. Yeah, it was just, as you say, I think you pretty much summed it up best. Ring around the roses, quite literally. They just kept chasing them. And unfortunately, with those kind of tactics, it allows the rest of TenStar to just gather on up. Because it's like, well, both of them are chasing me, and these are the only 2 people left. You may as well get your butts over here and give me a hand.
Now we're moving into another full gun versus gun round. Ults are pretty sparse across the board. Close to a rolling thunder, though, for both teams, I believe. So got to keep an eye on our breaches. If they start off well, then either team can gain a very hefty advantage.
It looks like A is already pretty much done and dusted. That's going to be the plant going on down immediately.
Spike planted.
And there we go.
Time to hunt.
The hunt begins. That's a lot of bodies in that. That's going to be dangerous for TenStar if they're not careful. Cinnamon gets themselves 1 in, but it's traded out. And wisely, Sky backs the heck up, and especially with that paint shot coming on out.
risky competitive. Claw finding Smurfette, and they know that Roxy's gonna be back here. A flash sets Claw up beautifully, but the 180 is too difficult. Kim's only got 21 health though.
Oh, they got it!
A gust of wind would have put her down, but no. Good for 4 in the round, and Project X hit double digits.
Kim with the quad just gave Project X a lifeline. That could have easily gone wrong for them, but what a hold in the end that was. You'll see this all again. Cinnamon got one, then gets traded out. Clara looks like they're about to save it for Tenstar with a double on the boat, but Kim, 21 health and a dream, and it's a reality for them. And that is how you do it into double digits. 3-point lead as we get way into the second half now, and Project X will be feeling confident, surely.
Running straight up the middle of the map. Yeah, they're feeling confident, all right. Maybe too confident. I think the Rolling Thunder just hit their own... oh, no, that was the defensive one. And it sets up Nello pretty darn well. That quick blitz up the middle of the map doesn't really get Project X much of anything.
Yeah, Kim.
Except Kim actually... yeah, Kim finds a nice entry for here. Project X can now loop all the way around.
Oh god, all of the ults are coming on up, and that was just a clear headshot for Kim. EMP is up, and the wall so too as well. Tries to destroy it, but can't do so. Manages to win out the 1v1, no players detained. Tenstar have a 3-1 advantage, and well, guess who's making a run for it?
As fast as our legs will carry us. Go, go, go. Look at these cams. Shout out to these preset cams. Our observers are killing it. This feels like it's from a machinima. You know, it feels like it could be in like red versus blue.
I was really hoping you were gonna make that reference.
Across the map there. That was someone. Can someone add like the Benny Hill yakety sax into that for me, please, and at me on Twitter? I would love that. Thanks.
Cinnamon wondering why in the world we're still here. Right, so up we go, 3 versus 1. They're all making a beeline for the same room. Nobody wants to cover anything else, so Cinnamon is gonna try and take the element of surprise that they're all rushing straight onto the point. That's Sage down. That'll heal them all the way back up. They'll get 1 checkpoint with the defuse. I don't think they'll make it in time. Will they? No, they won't! They can't make it in time, and Tenstar will take it in the end. 13 health for Claw, but just about hangs on.
All right, fine. All right. That wasn't the same kind of sneaky defuse we saw before. That one kept me, I mean, I'm standing, but on the edge of my seat the whole time. Oh, it's a millisecond off. If Cinnamon wins that first gunfight, she makes it there in time. But just that extra half second that Kim bought for the defuse, it makes all the difference. Or not Kim, sorry. The other Astra, I apologize. It's 9:30 a.m. here. I've been up for a long time. My brain's getting rattled. These rounds are crazy.
They're doing a number on your brain, and to be fair, I'm not surprised.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
Get the heck out of that smoke. Unfortunately, just in time to see your teammate hit the deck. That's 3 for 3. They finally do trade one out, but it's only the Sky left, and just like that, Tenstar reduce a 3-point gap down to a 1-point gap. 10-9 in this second half.
Oh, and I mean, it's likely going to be 10-10. I mean, Smurfette, Glance, they have a chance to turn this round on its head, but it's eco for Project X. They don't have much to work with. You have to mathematically give Tenstar quite a huge advantage coming into this round. It's looking like we're going to get tied up at double digits. As long as Tenstar can get away from this relatively cleanly,
Get out of my way.
the last few rounds of Split are going to be nail biters.
We wouldn't have it any other way for a grand final matchup. Knives are coming on in. Smurfette goes dashing on in. Gets one. Gets two. Oh, you love to see it from Smurfette. It was the operator in the previous round. Now it's the knives. That will be a successful plant on B, and that has hit Tenstar hard.
The hunt begins.
Oh my, you can't, they've recovered guns. You can't even enter this comfortably.
Pulling them in.
This is a true 2v4. You don't have a firepower advantage anymore as Tenstar.
Lyra biding their time. Smurfette still has knives available. Dashes on up, gets a triple, gets stunned in midair, but they won't mind that in the slightest. Tries to boost themselves back up, and it doesn't matter. The rest of the teams come on through. Project X. Hey, do you remember when you said that Tenstar should have won that round? Yeah, Project X says no, not a chance.
Yeah, I remember when I said that. I feel like I reverse caster curse Smurfette at this point, because like the other time I said 10 stars should win a round unless Smurfette does something crazy with the op. We got an op ace. And then this time I said 10 stars should win the round unless Smurfette does something crazy with the Blade Storm. Well, guess what? All right, 11-9 now.
Oh
boy.
Wow. What else do you want from this other than a match 3? Tenstar will be determined to not go there, but they're both trading players in the early stages of this one, and make that now the player advantage for Tenstar. As Lyra gets the pick of Cinnamon. Smurfette is still around. This Jet has just been doing wonders. Like, Jet has sometimes been like...
How did Smurfette get there? Look at the minimap. How did Smurfette get into vent like that?
Kind of sus if you ask me. And Smurf's gonna wait for it. Pick them off beautifully as a result. Never go down to vent when the Jet's there. It's never great for you. And so, with that, it's a 3v3 situation.
Kim's taking that early contact. Doesn't go well for her, though.
Standing.
Suddenly, all the players of Project X are falling despite Smurfette's best efforts. She's going to have to put up 2 dominant performances in a row, and that's a little bit too much to ask. 10 Star Nova will stabilize. Not much health on Nilla to do so, but it works out, and they get up to that 10-round mark.
9 health is not no health, so as long as they're still alive, that's the most important part. And so for 10 Star, they make it onto 10. They're 1 point behind once again. And again, you look at the guns that they're all buying. They're relatively evenly matched here. We've got a couple of Spectres on the side for Project X, but it's something that they can at least work with.
It's playing for this round, right? They know they have to play for this round. Because things are getting too tense. It's down to the wire at this point. If someone manages to put together a decent economic lead, that might just be the map. That might be the series. Keep in mind, best of 3, folks. 10 Star Nova just need to win split right here. Their map pick to walk away with the 1,000-pound grand prize.
But Project X, they also know they just need 2 more points. Well, 1 more point will definitely put the pressure on 10 Star. It'll put them onto map point and keep themselves alive in this series. And here we go once again. Seekers are going on out, but so too is the showstopper. Clark gonna try and shut that down almost immediately. They are still out and about. Kim goes for the hit, gets it. It's exactly what they needed. Can Slicey do anything about that other than back on up? It looks like the answer is no. Not for the time being, and the Divine Wall coming on up alongside the EMP. So much being dropped here.
There's plenty of time, though. Project X, they just accept the fact that they've gotten 2 of the most powerful ultimates out and head over to A. Cinnamon doing a great job. If she can take down Slicey, this round cannot be lost by Project X. Slicey has to die, though, because that's the Rolling Thunder available. We're down to 20 seconds. Slicey gets Roxy. This is still anyone's game.
They've only got 15 seconds though, so they're gonna have to get a move on. The wall comes down as well, flashed by Cinnamon, who is not able to get it. Can they get the plant in time? The answer is no! No, they can't! 10 Star just about stops it in time, and they're gonna take the point as a result. Are you absolutely kidding me?
Woo! All right. That is the value you want from a Rolling Thunder. Slicey, I cannot believe she won that fight against Roxy, survived Cinnamon, and then peeled back perfectly to decimate any chance Project X had in that round. The Rolling Thunder was perfectly timed, did not wait for the spike to start being planted, did not risk any of her teammates falling, went for the ambitious play, or the proactive play rather, and it worked out beautifully. We're tied up at 11-11 now.
Goodness me, this is anyone's game. Smurfette dives straight on in there. not gonna hesitate in the slightest, checking every single corner imaginable, allowing their team to get onto B and get this spike planted. But the paint shells are gonna force Roxy to move. Good coordination, patiently played. Roxy will attempt it for a second time. Gets it this time around of asking. Everybody's still up, but the plant is down and Clara's made it to the point. So does the rest of the team.
It's a difficult spot, though. Oh, Claw, the timing here is everything. Heard the reload. Roxy had no idea someone was coming. Smurfette hit by a fault line, but nobody swings out the smoke in time. She's good for 2. Make it almost more. Almost more. But Glance will finish it off. And Project X, they're the first ones to hit map point.
Match point.
Goodness me. What else do you want to say to this matchup so far? 12-11. It is map point. If Project X can win this, then we are going to game 3 no matter what happens. But 10-star need 1 further point. Clara was able to get the jump on Sky, but Smurfette with 2 critical hits to at least keep that advantage somewhat alive for them. And now it's all to play for now. A full-on A push. Not like, well, I say not likely. The wall is going to hinder that just a little bit, but they're still committed.
Project X, they're gambling everything right here. And the gamble does not get off to a good start. Cinnamon's already gone. No Empress available for the final round of regulation.
Smurfette put the smoke down, gets themselves into a bit of cover as well. There's the second smoke as well. Will they stick with the A or will they drop down into vent? Roxy, again, just try to get information. No point really going for the ult orb at this point in time. You're not going to get it in time for anything. Notice the fact that Jet does have knives ready if she wants to pop them.
The tension is palpable between these two teams. Project X, after losing Cinnamon, they know they can't risk just playing fast and loose on A, but when they go over to B, they're spotted by the alarm bot. It's now or never. They're pushing toward B to commit to a spike plant. They're up in heaven. Smurfette's on the site. That's it. We're on B. No question about it.
So, here we go. Roxy gets the
30
spike
seconds
down.
left.
Everybody from 10 Star is still up, so it's all down to how Project X are able to hold this site. Nice will pop. Kim gets the better of Clark, but Nino and Nala both on the boards. Lyra goes down at the hands of Kim. The defuse is coming. Project X are down. We're going to overtime. Overtime, Beckons, because it's 12-12.
No charges left.
Excellent retake there by 10 Star. The second Kim is seen. The rest of 10 Star, who aren't contesting
Switching
mailroom,
sides.
know, hey,
Overtime.
that means it's a pure 3v3 on site. Guess what? We have flashes. Slicey's gonna tee us up, and it works out beautifully. Now we go to overtime. Our first overtime on stream today. Couldn't ask for a better match.
So, it now swings back and forth. They will trade on over for each and every single point we play. And this is where it gets, I mean, we thought it was tense already. It is now going to get even worse for these two teams. Project X had a chance. They had one singular map point, and they just couldn't quite get it. 10 Star are now back on level terms. But if they want to get their first championship point, they're gonna need to win this from the get-go. Smurf with the up immediately.
Nah, 10 Star learned. 10 Star learned their lesson. They're not doing that again.
And Nino is actually gonna just guide that spike all the way back towards the ropes. And Kim just gonna sit up here, keep this angle covered. I think they know full well an A push is probably coming. And now, here we go. I think all three of them have already made it onto site though, so this could be a spike plant coming. Sprays through. And surely that will now be the plant going down. Yes, it is. So, crucially, 10 Star have spike. Smurfette has the op shot onto Lyra, so they both trade out. So, 4v4 situation. Claw has an angle that they want to hold. Can they get the best? They do.
Nice.
Satchel out.
Beautifully timed. Claw's just retreating to waste their time, but Smurfette's having none of it. Charging forward, taking down the enemy duelist, but it's not trades favoring. All of a sudden, it's just Cinnamon alone. Has to try and get past this wall, realizing she can't jump over it, has to go through it. And that's not going to leave her with a lot of time. Not going to leave her with good info, and a beautiful swing from 10 Star. gets them the lead.
Not kill my ally.
So,
Switching sides.
crucially then,
Point.
it is championship point for 10 Star Nova. Can they be the first team to successfully retain the Huntress Trials Championship? We are going to find out. 26 kills, 24, 21 on the side of Project X. But they're evenly matched with the 24, 22, and 20 on the side of 10 Star.
Yeah.
It is just, these two teams are so close.
It's a matter of inches between these two. Whoa! Smurfette going for miles, though. Already up into heaven.
sight.
All by her lonesome.
Nah,
Just scaring 10 Star at this point, honestly. Not even going for the fight.
the flex in that flexibility, big time. The middle is where the spike currently resides, and Cinnamon is thinking about rappelling down. And now rappel straight back on up, but Jet obviously is there with them, so this is gonna get spicy. The eye is gonna go out, stealing the side around. Smurfette drops on down, heads towards the corner, wins out, gets the first headshot. That's exactly what they needed. The plant will come down. Can Project X hold this?
Project X, they're looking good. It's so clean from them. They funneled everyone from 10 Star through one lane, and Leah, she tries her hardest, but it won't stop us from resetting.
Switching sides.
So, the
Overtime.
first set of overtime takes us even further on in. It is now 13-13. Championship point couldn't do it for 10 Star, so they've both had essentially a shot at the cake themselves. Project X had themselves the map point, couldn't win it. 10 Star had the championship point, couldn't win it either. Goodness me, you just don't know which way it's gonna swing at this stage.
There's no way to know. We just have to watch the glory unfold in front of us, Layla. Nice catch there from Nilo. Gets a lot of information. Last time that same info was given to 10 Star, they hard hit B instantly. It's not quite as fast, but they're still inching their way toward B. They're gonna wall and go for it.
Yeah. Going in for that brave commitment. Spraying on through. Can they get anything with that? The answer is no. Kim gets a double. That's exactly what Project X needed. Couldn't quite get the follow-up, and in fact, they actually trade back out. Nino loses that stand as well, so it's a 2v2. Cinnamon gets clipped by the paint shell. Not what they needed, but that's okay. No, the Killjoy still got him! I thought for sure they had the Killjoy, but 10 Star take it on sheer power alone. And it's the second championship point for 10
Switching
Star.
sides.
Oh my
point.
word! I thought Project X had that in the bag! The adjustments they made to cover B Heaven compared to the last time we saw a very similar round play out. But what do you do when Nilo exists? What do you do?
Die, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. She wins that gunfight, and that is insane. Now we're just going for a send it. Project X, they might bite off more than they can chew here. There's 4 players waiting for him at A.
Yeah, that's not the best call in the world. I think 10 Star know full well as long as they can get this first pick, they can start to barrel this on down. And I think what Project X have realized is, yeah, screw that. There's 4 of you. We might think about the rotation. They're trying to see if they can dummy them, but I don't think 10 Star are having it. Some of them have wandered on off, but 2 of them are still there.
It's worked well enough, though. A 5v2 you'll take as long as Project X clear the proper angles. But jeez, it's just an information
On my
drought for these two teams. Now the stars go up and both teams charge in.
Claw gets the first shot though, gets the headshot. Does get taken down in the process, so it's a 4v4 situation. Slicey gets the raise! That is crucial for this. It's a 4-2 advantage for 10 Star. The flash will come out. It's just the Astrolabe. 3 versus 1. That is it! 10 Star, for the first time, will retain their championship. The first time in the Huntress Trials history it's happened. 4 overtime matches. It ends 15-13 for 10 Star Nova.
Unbelievably hard fought on split. Unbelievably hard fought on split. Between the Smurfette ace, the insane executes. It was back and forth the entire time. I mean, I would need 40 minutes to sum up just this map and everything I loved about it. credit to both these teams, all 10 players in the lobby. They played their absolute hearts out today, but it is 10-star walking away with the W.
Goodness me, just amazing from start to finish. It means that as it all finally pans on out, we'll see the replays as well. Even from the early stages, even from that initial pistol round, you just could not divide these two. Evenly matched from start to finish. I know we don't get to go to game 3, but seriously, take this match as a lesson learned, because goodness me, they both brought their A game into this. So many trades back and forth, so many positions where you thought it would go one way and it somehow still refused to do so. And it means that at the end of it all, £500 will go on the side of Project X, which is still nothing to sneeze at. But yeah, 10-star again, £1,000 back into their wallets. It's the only time a team has successfully retained it. The only time a team has won it twice overall as well. But again, I mean, you're looking at the replays and it's just like, what else can you say about these two teams? They've played fantastically all tournament.
I think if I had to boil it down, if I had to paint with extremely broad strokes, like I said, I could spend 40 minutes talking about this match. Again, after I just spent 40 minutes talking about this match. But if I had to paint with broad strokes, I would say the inch between these two teams was consistency. And I don't mean that in a detrimental sense toward Project X. They were consistent, but every single round looked competitive from 10-star Nova, right? If there was a single round where they got blown away, I can't remember it at this point. Every round they were fighting tooth and nail. Whereas it wasn't quite the case for Project X. They looked phenomenal. I mean, we just saw the Smurfette ace, for crying out loud, right? They're good. They're really, really good. But I think that on an individual basis, there was just slight more consistencies here for players like Nello, right? Who never had a bad round. Never. I can't think of a bad round from Nello. And inches like that add up to just those extra 2 rounds that you need to walk away with your second title in the Huntress Trials.
Having said that, and again, it's like both teams, as you say, were just great. On top of the fact that 10-star, as you say, were competitive every single match, they were always going all on in. But the fact that Project X were winning points where, in hindsight, you know, you boil down the entire round, you'd think there's no way that Project X will win on pistols. They have to eco a little bit. They don't really have the same capacity. They're still somehow just throwing the script out the window. Smurfette and Cinnamon, a duo to be reckoned with in every single tournament we've seen them in. 28 and 27 kills respectively is just ludicrous in and of itself. But then you look at 10-star. Yes, they didn't quite get that same kills. I think Nino with the Sage got 27, but Klar had 10 assists in there. So too did Slicey. There's so much that even if they're not getting the kills, the assists are telling you they are always involved with every single matchup that is going on down. And even towards the end, Kim was doing unbelievable wonders, just holding their own with that Astra. And what more could you ask for between these two teams? I mean, yes, Project X will be disappointed they didn't win it out. But they've made it to 3 finals in a row. They are consistently showing everyone that they are players to be reckoned with. And going into the next Huntress Trials, you can't write them out. Yes, 10-star will go, oh my goodness me. Yes, 10-star will go in as reigning champions once again, but they'll look at Project X and know full well that they took us to overtime. They absolutely have the tools to beat us.
So what I'm hearing is 10-star running it back, 3-peat September. Ooh. Is that what we're going for? Let's do it. That would be, by the way, the 4th time that these two played each other in the grand finals of the Huntress Trials. If that did end up happening, I'm excited to see it. It's been a phenomenal day, a phenomenal weekend. I feel so lucky to be included. Naori, I know you're out there. I feel so bad that your internet messed with you and you couldn't be standing in my shoes today, but thank you so much to everyone here, everyone watching, for tuning in. It has been a phenomenal time.
It absolutely has been, and the best part is when you say that, oh, it could be a three-peat, bearing in mind we have teams like Chatband who showed up against 10 Star as well, so there's a lot of teams out there that will definitely take inspiration from this, and you know full well that when we do come back for this, it'll be phenomenal. But as you say, cannot thank you enough for joining me on commentary today. And again, it's a massive shame that I didn't get Sam for the double hat trick, the double header. Hat tricks are free. Come on, Layla, get it together. But having said that, though, to be able to cast with you as well, I think the first time doing so, you were
super fun.
Awesome today. I loved hearing what you've been able to offer. You've given us some great insight.
It's been a great day. It's been a great day of Valorant. I can't ask for more than that. What's better than this?
It's hard to really say on that one, but yeah, thank you very much for joining us on here, Paul, and hopefully we get to see you again in the future. But with that being said, we are going to start wrapping up this entire series, so just in case you were coming on in, your winners, reigning champions 10 Star, will take away that £1,000 pool. In second place, it will be Project X, unfortunately not able to bring it back this time around, but still an overtime showing, incredibly close matchups from start to finish. That is where they will end. They will take home £500. And Freya and Chatband, respectively, third and fourth. Chatband at least able to take a game away from Nova, which was pretty impressive to see that as it was. And Freya doing a really good job against Project X. The first game didn't quite go their way, but they at least brought it back in that second game. They both go away with £250 respectively. I hope we get to have another one of these in the future. But with that being said, this is going to be us done here for today. Paul, thank you very much for being my co-commentator, and Sam for doing co-commentary with me yesterday. I have been TK Layla, and this has been the 5th installment of the Huntress Trials here at RixGG. Make sure to keep an eye on our social media feed for all updates and information for future tournaments, not just for the Huntress Trials, but for other events going forward. And I hope we get to see you all next time round for another fantastic showing of competitive Valorant action.
Thank you.
remaining.
If you ever feel alone, cause yeah, sometimes we'll feel alone. In a second, I'll be right there. Turn around, let it rain. Turn around and let it rain on me. Don't you be afraid. Just follow me. You don't need no space. Just follow me. Like a mirror, you reflect me. Like a Friday night on the weekend, I feel blessed and free. I just don't want this moment to end. But now you say you gotta go. Baby, why you gotta go? Like a mirror, you reflect me. I just don't want this. I just don't want this moment to end. I'm not leaving without a fight. Now you're always on my mind. Turn around, hold me tight. Turn around and we will be alright. Don't you be afraid. Just follow me. You don't need no space. Just follow me. Like a mirror, you reflect me. Like a Friday night on the weekend, I feel blessed and free. I just don't want this moment to end. But now you say you gotta go. Baby, why you gotta go? Like a mirror, you reflect me. I just don't want this. I just don't want this moment to end. I just don't want this. I just don't want this moment to end. You're sleeping with someone new. I'm in New York for the first time. I hate this weather, but I like the view. It makes me think of new beginnings. Here's to new beginnings. I can't sleep alone, 'cause if I do, I'll think of you. keep on telling lies. That is how we stay alive. So you know that I don't mind about what is wrong and what is right. We keep